Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a specific...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker...
Come on out, you rapist!
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
More destruction on the black family and the black. It's very interesting that the welfare system reaps more destruction on the black family and the black community than anything that happened 100 years after slavery.
There have been a lot of varying opinions on the causes of wealth gaps, inequality. One of the biggest points that a lot of people point to is welfare. Can you talk a little bit about what you've seen of the effects of it, negative, positive?
Yeah, I think that the decline that we saw was not a legacy of slavery, because up until 1965, 85% of all black families had a man and a woman raising children. But right after the Watts riots, Cloward and Piven, two social scientists at Columbia University School of Social Work, who were socialists, and felt that in order to address poverty, we need to redistribute income. And so they wrote a paper that talked about separating work from income. And they said, well, we've got to remove the stigma. So they redefined welfare as social insurance and then later as reparations. But also they couldn't have just done it by issuing a policy paper. The federal government with the poverty programs embraced that paradigm and actually set up offices in New York and Philly and major cities to recruit people in welfare. They were joined by the Black Panthers, because they said that the nuclear family was Eurocentric and therefore racist. The women's movement joined in because it was patriarchal and therefore it was anti-male. Welfare replaced the father. And so then you saw exactly what Cloward and Piven predicted, this tremendous decline in marriage in the community. And as a result, then you saw the acting out coming, and next thing you know, we went from having only 15% of marriage down to 70% in less than 4 decades. In fact, Fred Siegel, in his book, The Future Once Happened Here, and he says in the early 70s, a period of just 4 years, 4 million blacks flooded into the welfare system at a time when the unemployment rate in New York was under 4% for blacks. So welfare expansion was not in response to unemployment. It was response to a leftist progressive policy.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Stanley versus the World. Just a few comments on Bob Woodson's video. That was the great Bob Woodson, who I've actually talked to once years ago online on critical African thinkers. Um, he is one of the few black leaders on the right that I actually have respect for. Were like genuine, like I respect him because of his work. Don't agree with a lot of his assessments. He is very right wing. I would almost say he's to the right of someone like a Thomas Sowell, and he is of Thomas Sowell's stature. Believe it or not, former civil rights leader. Believe he worked with Martin Luther King. Um, in any case, his perspective on welfare really annoys me in that he wants to talk about blacks much like a Be Brave or a John Galt. They want to act like black people are separate from, like in a vacuum. Um, as far as American culture goes, he wants to talk about blacks on welfare without talking about whites on welfare. Just as the number of blacks went up uh, 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 as far as number on welfare, so did other communities. Now, maybe not at the same rate. Blacks tend to have a higher poverty rate than whites. Hispanics tend to be fairly similar in numbers. I just don't like it. The people that are trying to assimilate are anti-black. Um, and sometimes I believe it's actually unconsciously. Why concentrate on blacks as a separate problem from welfare in general? Why talk about blacks in general um, without noting that other communities have the same problems with, uh, you know, the lack of respect for marriage? I think that I think they're inadvertently doing the same thing that white racists do, wanting to separate the black quote community out from America, as if blacks are not prone to the same cultural forces that whites are and other communities. I do believe that, the saying is when America catches a cold, blacks catch the flu. I do believe that, certain problems like marriage rates and poverty, et cetera, are acute in the black community. And I think for historical reasons, people seem to think that, hey, just changing law in 1954 and 1964 is a magic bullet and everything's okay. That's not how history works. So, not how real life works, in my opinion. So, anyway, we're going to go right into this next video, a Thomas Sowell video. And this is actually a reaction to a Thomas Sowell video, which I haven't watched, but it promises to be interesting. If it's not, we'll move on to news.
Revolutionized poverty and made it look so fucking cool that people think we like it. We don't like it. We're just making the best of it. Unfortunately, people think that blackness is tied to poverty. They think that the black experience is being poor. That's why when you have others who equate poverty.
And by the way, it's not just non-blacks who tie being black to poverty. So do the anti-black blacks. They think they make poverty sound cool. They make living in the hood seem cool. Maybe it is cool, but not all black people know about poverty or the hood. So anyway.
poverty to being black. Or I don't have any privilege. I grew up poor. Why the fuck do you think because you've been broke that you know what it feels like to be black? No, you don't. You've just been poor.
Just trying to stay sucker free in a world full of lollipops. I'm seeing all the ops. Fake news, fake views. It's an illness, the cure to the sick shit. It's the pretty realist.
What's good, family? Welcome to Pretty Realist. If this is your first time joining my channel, welcome. When people speak about Black culture, it's kind of hard for you to put your finger on it. The Black culture for today is not really in alignment with the Black culture that our parents, our grandparents, our great-grandparents came from, with the way that they carried themselves, with their education, but how much they knew how important education was. They knew how important it was for them to hold themselves to a certain level of class and etiquette. There's still Black Americans who stand for that conservative mindset, that conservative life, that still value family, that still value just the ability of living the American dream. No matter how much they say that the American dream, it doesn't exist for Black people. I truly don't believe that. I believe that we definitely have to work extremely hard in order for us to acquire certain things, but it's there. And today's youth has this thought, this mindset, as if they want to take on the struggles or the story of our ancestors, when our ancestors fought and died for them not to have to do that. They still went out and persevered despite all the racism, despite Jim Crow, despite slavery. Malcolm X was a whole criminal and served time and transformed his life. We're in this space right now as Black Americans, especially with this whole situation when it comes to this election, where we have no idea anymore what it means to be Black in this country, because a lot of people seem to step away from what it meant because they're so used to screaming victim. The way that we're going about things as Black America right now, it's kind of moving us backwards as opposed to.
I want to make a point that in an odd way, the anti-Black blacks claim victimhood probably more so than the people they criticize.
Opposed to moving us forward. Thomas Sowell, he's an economist. He's well into his 90s, and he speaks about the fact that no matter what your race is, you have opportunities available to you. It's up to you to persevere and put your best foot forward and not allow your race or the color of your skin to be looked at as a crutch for you to run in the Victim Olympics, for you to only think that somebody owes you something or the world is supposed to hand you something just because history says that you were set to have a bad life from the beginning. So I give you guys Thomas Sowell. Get you some water, get you some snack, because it's about to go down.
A Black kid today, I think, is probably better off, certainly materially, than say Ben Carson was when he was growing up. Certainly the Black kids who are growing up today have a higher material standard of living than I had. The difference was that the schools were good when I came along. They were especially good in New York at that time, hard as that is to believe. But the kids who grew up in that same place where I lived, they will not get that same education. Now that can be blamed on somebody, but it has very little to do with what happened 100 or 200 years ago. And it's true in other countries. I mean, in Nigeria, for example, there's a tribe, the Igbos, who are living in.
Two things about this point that Thomas Sowell makes. Number one, what the fuck do the Igbos have to do with America? This tendency for Thomas Sowell brothers to want to say this whataboutism. Well, look, what about the Igbos? They such and such and such. Let's not do that. Let's concentrate on exactly what the topic is. And it's not about Igbos. They live in a totally different culture, totally different history, totally different continent. And then the other thing about it seems like people like Thomas Sowell, the only time they want to talk about Jim Crow, which is a lot more immediate, there are people that, like Thomas Sowell, for instance, who grew up in the Jim Crow era. They never talk about that except to say that the marriage rate was higher. And I, frankly, and I've had this discussion with a buddy of mine who's an economist, I don't trust the statistics as much as I do the statistics before 1965. I know they are, but I only trust them so far. There was no compelling interest back in the 1930s to actually keep close track of what was going on in the Black community, especially the Black community in the South. I don't trust those marriage numbers. And even if the numbers are correct, there are reasons that the marriage rate was higher, especially back in like the first part of the 20th century. So there are people like Thomas Sowell. Thomas Sowell is not a historian. He is literally like a right-wing polemicist. He has an agenda, and more power to him for that agenda. But a lot of people want to buy what Thomas Sowell says, hook, line, and sinker, without actually applying their brains to what he's saying and having a healthy amount of skepticism. Too many Black conservatives just automatically buy into what a Thomas Sowell or Shelby Steele or Glenn Lowry say. They do the same things that people on the left do, as far as buying, the rhetoric, hook, line, and sinker, without actually thinking about it. So that's my criticism of Thomas Sowell. Great man, no doubt about it. However, he's not all that.
In one of the least fertile parts of Nigeria, who were in fact enslaved in centuries past by other tribes and so on. When the British moved in and set up schools, the Igbos went for the schools. By the time Nigeria became independent, the Igbos had climbed above the other groups that had been ahead of them to begin with. So
this is so annoying. Who cares about Nigeria? What does it have to do
particular culture, the particular
with
geography?
Blacks in America?
A whole list of them.
You cite in Intellectuals and Race, you cite an observation by the intelligence expert, IQ scientist James Flynn, that just stopped me.
An IQ scientist, James, this is the other thing. Funny enough, James Flynn, towards the end of his life, had doubts about, the IQ stuff. Especially because IQ is so fluid. For quite a number of decades, IQ increased, and if you took the numbers just on the surface, are you really saying that people in, say, in 2000, kids in 2000 were smarter than kids back in 1970? IQ grew like every decade, 4 decades. In my opinion, and I'm no psychologist of any sort, but if the number is rising, kids aren't necessarily getting smarter. I think the problem is that kids know more. They're learning about stuff earlier. For instance, back in my day, 8th graders didn't take algebra. I was in high school, 9th grade, before I ever got exposed to algebra. Kids are taking algebra in like 7th grade these days. My son, for instance, was probably doing algebra in 6th grade. So this dependence on IQ and IQ quote science, it's a pseudoscience at best. in my opinion. It's another irksome thing that the far right does.
Of American troops remaining in Germany. For that matter, there's still several tens of thousands there today.
Oh, this is a good one.
Black and white American soldiers had children with German women. And Flynn discovered that those children growing up in Germany showed no IQ differences at all. The black kid.
Again, it is not. It's those children didn't grow up in America. Is why there was no IQ difference. They will have a totally different perspective on history and race growing up in Germany than they would in America. A lot of the problems we have with kids in America is parenting, but it's also American history. The culture in Germany is different than the culture in the United States.
Kids.
Can I ask you a question?
They will have their own problems.
Quote.
Yes, 12th man, what is it?
I was just wondering, are you trying to make an argument for the Federal Department of Education? Or
Have I even mentioned government? Why would you think I'm making an argument for education, for the Department of Education?
Well,
okay, listen to my question. Why would you think that when I have not even talked about the U.S. government or anything of the sort? I've been talking about Thomas Sowell and IQ and some other things.
Yeah.
Nothing to do with the Department of Education.
I actually been learning a lot from you this morning, Stanley.
Yep. By the way, speaking of the Department of Education, nothing wrong with it. They don't affect local education directly. Local school boards in local localities control their public schools. There may be some inducement to get funding, but Trump does it. I hate to bring his name up, but the Department of Education is actually useful. It's been a scapegoat for decades, probably back since I think Reagan was the first one to threaten to dismantle it. So I have no problems with the Department of Education, except it has nothing to do with what I'm talking about, at least not directly.
Okay. Yeah.
So let's get back to the video.
Okay.
Quoting intellectuals and race, Professor Flynn concluded that the reason was that the offspring of black soldiers in Germany, and now you're quoting Professor Flynn, grew up in a nation with no black subculture, close quote. Which means what?
Okay, I want to point out two things, and I don't usually like stopping videos every sentence. Usually I like watching them all the way through, but there's so much wrong with what Peter Robinson and Thomas Sowell in particular are doing here. At least he called it a subculture, okay, which goes back to my argument that Black culture is a part of American culture. It is a mosaic, not necessarily a melting pot sort of situation. However, it is not separate from American culture. And people who think that really don't do their homework, really don't sit and think about how you can grow up, how Black people in America can be here, for roughly, almost 250 years of American history and have a separate culture. That's just not going to happen. And the other thing is he might be right as far as exposure. But American culture is the problem. Black culture, when America catches a cold, Black people catch the flu. There are a ton of things. Look, America at one point in time was number one, whatever measures they used to say, hey, you're number one in education. We are nowhere near the top. Okay. And it's not just because of Black culture. American culture has a lot of toxicities to it. And singling out one part of American culture over the larger culture, I think is wrongheaded. It is political. The far right has an agenda. And again, I think both the left and the right depend on people being stupid about American history and just not really being able to understand American history. And there's a lot of skepticism that goes in to what James Flynn and here Peter Robinson and Thomas Sowell are saying. It's not fact that they're talking. It's a lot of opinion, and it's far right opinion about Black people. And in my opinion, it's wrongheaded.
Which means they experienced exactly the same expectations. Is this
No. The expectations are external. The culture in which they grew up was not the culture in which Black kids grew up in America today.
So
there's no gangster rap.
Yeah, blame everything on gangster rap. Thomas Sowell does the same thing because he's an anti-Black. Not all Black kids grow up with gangster rap. How do you account for kids back in the 70s and 80s before gangster rap? Okay, Thomas Sowell has an agenda. He is more politician on the order of a Charles Murray than he is an economist.
That was pervasively available in Germany.
So here's what I'm getting. There is something about Black subculture in America today that holds African Americans themselves back.
Yes.
Yes.
In fact, I
look at these broad generalizations that they're doing.
Black rednecks and white liberals. Very same subculture held whites in the South back as well.
Did he say that?
This mental testing in the First World War.
Yeah, you've never heard of the book.
Things, the fact
actually, it's an essay, and then there's a book of essays with that title, Black Rednecks and White Liberals. There's a book that Charles Murray wrote. Well, again, it was an essay turned into a book with some other essays. So yeah, it's famous. You never heard of it?
No, sir.
I highly recommend it as an introduction to Thomas Sowell.
Can you email that to me, Stanley? I might buy the book.
Here. Well, I mean, look on Amazon. It's there. I mean, I usually buy books from Amazon. I don't know where. Do you buy books at a local bookstore?
Sometimes.
Okay, well, just here. Hold on one sec. I'll put it in. I'll put the link in the back, and while this video is playing.
The fact that whites from various 4 or 5 southern states scored lower on the mental test than Blacks from 4 or 5 northern states, and so it really was a question of the subculture that was there, which was a handicap to both.
All right, and so
that is pretty much what our culture represents right now. Black rednecks, the people who thrive on
totally wrong
energy.
Okay, when she says we, this is the other thing that I get annoyed with anti-Black blacks about and Black conservatives. Anti-Black blacks are not conservatives, in my opinion. They are racists. So, in conservatives, I guess that would be a different show, but conservatives aren't necessarily racists. Um, Depends on the flavor of conservative, I guess. But in any case, I hate it when they say we. I hate it when they say us. Okay. But I also hate it when they say the blacks or them. These people, precision of language is one of the things that America has gotten away from. But anyway, I guess I should stop being annoyed by it, to be honest, because everybody does it.
On hate, on twerking, on top of
everybody in the black community's twerking their way to work.
With having multiple babies, with multiple baby daddies.
Y'all think I'm a little bit pretty and I have kids? Y'all think y'all the only one that's ever approached me and wanted to like be with me? No. I have 7 kids for
this girl
multiple baby mama
that she showed is the exception, not the rule.
Don't value one's choice to vote for who they want to vote for, so much so that they dehumanize them verbally. During the Great Migration, when both blacks and whites were traveling north, do you know that their own people, their own kind, did not want them to come because they were.
By the way, speaking of the Great Migration, roughly from World War to World War, though there are people who say it literally, like, officially ended in 1970. One of the reasons for the breakup of the black family was the Great Migration. Single people would be going, from the South to the North. Families would be broken up, going from South to North. This bullshit about, the black intact family during Jim Crow, a lot of problems with that. A lot of things they don't want you, well, they assume you don't know. If you start talking about the Great Migration, then you start talking about the breakup of the black family. Mm-hmm. But no one ever brings that up.
They were going to bring that subculture there with them. That's what ghetto, hood, ratchet. That's what ratchet pretty much is.
No.
A ratchet person.
Again, I don't agree with Thomas Sowell bringing that Southern culture, that redneck culture up to the North. They brought Southern culture. So I think that there's a grain of truth to it. I would actually say that, look, when you get a bunch of single people, especially males, there's a reason that a lot of countries don't want young young male refugees or migrants, or they don't favor them. Young unattached men with nothing to do are going to be problematic. You get a bunch of young black males from the South. You get them up to the lonely, cold city with no women, to kind of temper them. You're going to get ghetto culture. Ghetto culture did not start on some, cornfield in Mississippi. Ghetto culture started in the ghetto. And the other thing that I heard a couple days ago, or maybe it was even yesterday, that black people created the ghetto, that's bullshit too.
Is a black redneck or a redneck in general. It had nothing to do with their race.
I know plenty of rednecks, because some of them are in my wife's family, that are not that rambunctious.
I'm a redneck, and I'm your buddy, Stanley. What the hell, man?
Well, I don't really consider you. I don't. don't really consider you a redneck, are you?
Well,
I've known, I've actually known real rednecks and real hillbillies. My brother-in-law is one of them, and you know what? He's perfectly genteel. They know when to act and when not to act. This black redneck theory, it is fun to talk about. It is fun to conceptualize, and there's probably a grain of truth in it, but I don't know if it holds water. And I'll tell you how I know it doesn't. It isn't talked about a lot outside of Thomas Sowell videos. I've literally never heard anyone talk about that theory of his in serious academic circles. Not that I'm, privy to them, but I read enough books. I never hear that essay cited outside of maybe Clarence Thomas in a Supreme Court opinion. I think he might have mentioned it in that. Hold on one sec. I think he might have mentioned it in the Students for Fair, whatever it was, that Asian lawsuit against Harvard and UNC. I think he might have quoted it in his concurring opinion. But serious people don't talk about Thomas Sowell much. Serious anti-black blacks do, and some just plain old anti-blacks. What are you gonna say?
I was just wondering, is Thomas Sowell your favorite conservative?
No.
Conservative?
Nope. I like my conservatives articulate and knowledgeable.
You don't think Thomas Sowell is articulate and knowledgeable?
I'm sure he knows about economics. I've never been that enamored of his work in sociology. Economists make the worst cultural critics. I can't, even economic historians, they tend to view life as very transactional. They view life as basically, winners and losers a lot of times, or it's very cost benefit analysis. And I've read a bunch of them. There's a guy named what's his name? Brad DeLong. He wrote a book, and I can't think of the name of it, but it's about the Industrial Revolution and the long excuse me, the long 19th century. Really good book. He talks about Asian tigers, etc. Brad DeLong, he's a Berkeley economist. And I actually know one of my friends actually took a class from him, graduate of Berkeley. But anyway, economists don't make good cultural critics. Glenn Lowry, trash on cultural critique and his sociology. And Glenn Lowry is a disciple of Thomas Sowell, by the way. Clarence Thomas's views on culture, sociology, trash. They are my elders, and I give them due respect, but I sure as shit agree with very little of how they view America. So there's your answer.
With how they were raised and what they were raised around. And that goes for anybody.
What is to be done? Take a look at President Lyndon Johnson speaking at Howard University in 1965.
But freedom is not enough. You do not wipe away the scars of centuries.
Y'all let this motherfucker speak at Howard University?
Who is y'all?
Why?
What do you mean, why? How about go back and again?
Responsible for signing the civil.
Again, who the fuck, y'all? This imprecise language. Yes, Howard University let him speak. They had just passed the Civil Rights of the 1964 Civil Rights Act. Of course, they let him speak.
That Lyndon B. Johnson.
Yes,
Stanley.
and this young lady has not done herself the favor of not asking a dumb question or like getting the answer for herself. Of course, they let him speak.
Civil Rights Act. What he said about black.
Stanley, can I ask you a
Yes,
question?
12th man.
Didn't Lyndon B. Johnson said he'd have those N-words voting Democrat for the next 200 years or something
Yes,
like that?
yes, and how is that relevant?
I don't know. I just
Okay, you're just
wonder
randomly spouting Lyndon B. Johnson quotes?
Yeah, why did he say that?
Don't really care because don't really care. I'm not talking about that quote. She asked why did Howard let him speak? That's what I'm concentrating on.
Do you believe that, Stanley?
I don't care about it. I don't care to talk about it. I'm concentrating on the topic at hand.
Well, it's your show. I'm sorry for getting
Well,
off
I
topic.
noticed it's my show, and nope, I want to stick to what I'm talking about if you don't mind.
No, go ahead, Stanley.
So the reason he is speaking at Howard, civil rights legislation had passed and was going to pass, and I guess black people appreciated the end of Jim Crow. That seems good enough reason to speak at your university. This young lady would put her in good stead to know these things.
So you like Lyndon B. Johnson?
By saying now,
I guess. Why does it matter whether I like him?
I'm not just curious, Stanley.
Uh-huh.
You
have to understand that I was born in 65. So
yes,
I like him historically. Don't know that much. Never really studied his policies or anything. I don't like his Vietnam policy. So I like him or dislike him like, any other president, I guess.
are free to go where you want and do as you desire and choose the leaders you please. You do not take a person who for years has been hobbled by chains and liberating, bringing up to the starting line of a race, and then say you are free to compete with all the others and still justly believe that you have been completely fair.
It's pathetic. It's not a question of, there's no you who has the control to be completely fair or completely unfair. I mean, the circumstances are, so someone want
it.
Again, these people want to laugh and pretend that removing impediments automatically makes you competitive. They are full of shit, and black conservatives, I don't know. I understand the competitive spirit, okay, but Lyndon Johnson is right in that case, and it would be like throwing water on the Wicked Witch of the West for them to admit that he was right.
It is. It's pathetic.
Tests on grounds that the tests were unfair. And I think it was David Reisman who said the tests are not unfair. Life is unfair, and the tests are measuring the results. But who has control of life?
Again, in a inane argument. Okay, who has control of life? But if you can look, if you have the power to fix a historical problem and you don't do it, you just say, hey, life is unfair, you need to figure it out. That, in my opinion, is egregious. So these are the types of people who don't think reparations are needed. Essentially taking off the chains and passing legislation saying you are equal is reparations. Okay, not being a slave is reparations. Not being in the middle of Africa is reparations. This is how the anti-black blacks and many other types of black conservatives think. Okay, hey, yeah. Your ancestors were slaves. Jim Crow in some ways was worse than slavery, but hey, that's life. That is a way of thinking. But in my opinion, there's also such a thing as justice. Okay. And a lot of these anti-black blacks like Soul don't think about justice. Okay. It's not jungle justice. It's not law of the jungle. There is such a thing as justice, but they never talk about that.
Yeah, that looks like a really interesting book.
Who has control of the culture that people have in the present, which they've inherited from the past?
It's a book of essays.
So Lyndon Johnson,
he felt that too.
He's been, in fact, although good liberal that he was, at least in regard, Lyndon Johnson had a complicated career and changed positions on issues many times. But good liberal though he was at that moment, he was in fact engaging in a breathtaking arrogance.
Yes.
On two counts. One, that white people were the ones who were responsible for where black people stood in the race, that it was up to whites entirely, that blacks.
It is. You know what? Again, these assholes don't really understand. It is a white people problem. Okay, if America is a white man's country, then it is a white man's problem. That's the other. There's no through line in this logic. Okay. Black people didn't enslave themselves. Africans did not build the ships and sail over and volunteer to be an economic engine. Of course, it's white people's problem. Now, the problem is that you can't answer for your ancestors, but you can administer justice.
How do we do that?
And I don't give a fuck. Figure it out. I'm not white. Bottom line is that there's some things that are rather obvious. And just saying, oh, hey, my great grandpappy, that was him, not me. That's perfectly legitimate. Okay, but you can't. Everyone at this point is benefiting from African slavery. Okay, that's that's perfect, dude. Let me speak. Okay. That is perfectly obvious. Okay. But this part about not being proactive to fix historical wrongs, that is truly life is unfair. Okay. But then you want to turn around and complain that, oh, hey, black people are, this way or that way. It's because of American history. And on one hand, you want to say it's not our fault. On the other hand, you want to complain about it. If it's not your fault, then stop whining. Life is unfair. Be braves of the world. If black people are shooting up the place, life is unfair. If black people, which I thoroughly disagree with, are the single cause of America not being what it should be, life is unfair. Stop your fucking redneck bottom feeding whining. Just deal with it and shut the fuck up.
So
I hope you're.
Question, Stanley?
Yes.
Like, what do you feel would be like justifiable reparation?
I don't want to talk about reparations. That's not the topic. I just happened to bring it up in relation to this video.
Blacks, as he described, I mean, I put
devastating.
the black people are passive; they're acted upon.
That's right. That's right.
And then the second act of arrogance is the supposition that somehow the federal government could fix it.
Yes. It is staggering. But if you wanted to be charitable, you.
The federal government allowed it. Whether they can fix it or not is irrelevant. They need to make the college try. People don't seem to understand that the reparations argument and these various sorts of arguments, they're not against individual white people. America is a republic, and a republic has institutions. Okay, the problem is the institution representing the people, not the people themselves. Now, indirectly, the people, can be responsible depending on how they vote. But it's the legal institutions like the Supreme Court, etc., that allowed slavery, promoted slavery. Okay, the problem is the institutions and what the institutions allowed. Okay, and the assholes who want to take this bullshit personally, that's their ignorance. That's their stupidity. No one even wants to fuss at your great grandpappy if he was a slave owner. It was legal at the time. It's the legal institution that's the problem, not your great grandpappy. Though you could make the argument, but I'm not going to even start there. Of course, the federal government is culpable. It literally, institutions live way longer than individual human beings. And apparently people aren't smart enough to figure this out. That's because the education system sucks.
Well, you could say, well, he said this in 1965. But if you say, all right, why are people now repeating it in 2013 when we've had nearly half a century of experience to the contrary? And if you look within the black community, those blacks who had escaped what I call the black redneck culture, they've moved on. So, but it's the culture the different parts of the black community had. They were different.
Yeah. Daniel.
Okay, I want to note something that Thomas Sowell doesn't emphasize, and I'm going to rewind it just a little bit. The different parts of the black community, the people that moved from the ghetto, moved on. That's what people don't seem to understand, that they literally moved on, mentally, spiritually, financially, what have you. And it's the B-Brays of the world who won't let them move on. Okay, if I, go to that deluxe apartment in the sky, I'm not necessarily responsible for where I came from or how it devolves. Okay, but people like a Be Brave basically want to re-enslave black people back to the ghetto.
Daniel Patrick Moynihan in his famous
and to make a hot button issue or a hot take on this, it's the Be Braves that are the new plantation owners. They want to enslave 70% to that 3% and pretend that the 70% are responsible for that 3%. Be Brave is basically a bottom feeding slave owner or plantation owner.
1965 report entitled "The Negro Family, the Case for National Action," close quote. Longish quotation, but it gets to something, I believe. Moynihan, the fundamental problem is that of family structure. The Negro family in the urban ghettos is crumbling. A middle class has managed to save itself, but for vast numbers of the unskilled and poorly educated, the fabric of...
Again, notice what it says. And actually, it's not in this quote they put up there. Yeah, the middle class has saved itself. I'm going to be honest with you. I'm not absolutely sure why we want to worry so much about the 3%. I think maybe the reason we worry about it is, you know, the big cities are kind of like crown jewels of American society or culture. Maybe that's why we obsess over it. And to a certain extent, we don't obsess over any other population that's poor. We obsess over people in the hood. And I'm not sure that we should. And you know what? People leave the hood for a reason. If it was so great and if it was so important, they would stay. And I know I'm kind of, you know, doing hot takes here, but the Be Brave as plantation owner, like mental, like racist plantation owner, wanting to enslave the 70%, to take care of the 3%, it's really disgusting, in my opinion. It's like the stupid leading the blind.
Conventional social relationships has all but disintegrated. So long as this situation persists, the cycle of poverty and disadvantage will continue to repeat itself, close quote. When Moynihan wrote those words, the illegitimacy rate among African Americans was 25%. Today, the illegitimacy rate among white Americans is 36%. Among Hispanics, more than 50%, and among African Americans, more than 70%.
Yes.
Yep. When America catches a cold, blacks catch the flu. And you can argue that it was not welfare that broke up the black family to a larger extent than other types of racial communities. It was the policy that broke up the family. Okay, people want to just say, hey, getting the check was the problem, when it's actually what you had to do to get the check. People accuse me of splitting hairs, but the devil is in the details. Okay. We did not fix some of these welfare policies. Motherfucker, don't interrupt me when I'm talking. We did not fix welfare or moderate it, modulate it, whatever you have to do to make it more family friendly. Essentially, what America said is, hey, if we're going to give you a check, we don't want a man in the house. You need to be a true single mother. Okay. It wasn't the money itself, because money, like a gun doesn't kill people. Money doesn't necessarily break up a family. It's what you have to do to get that money, or how you have to be to get that money that was the problem. And people don't seem to be able to figure that part out. What's your question, 12th man?
Well, you know, the devil is definitely in the details when the U.S. government gives natives poison blankets.
Okay, I don't care about natives. We're not talking about natives. Why are you bringing up natives?
I'm just saying.
Okay, don't just say, please stick to the topic. When we do a show on natives, I'll let you take that lead. I don't do whataboutisms.
Well, same thing they did to the black.
Aside from throwing up,
Nope,
your
I don't
hands in
think so.
despair,
Different history.
What is to be done?
The first thing to be done is to understand that this was a result of policies begun in the 1960s.
Yep.
This is not a legacy of what happened 100 years before the 1960s.
The breakdown of the black family is not a legacy of slavery.
No, if you the classic study of this goes all the way back to the era of slavery, and they find that most black kids, even under slavery, had lived with two parents.
Okay, bullshit. See, this is where Thomas Sowell will lead you down some weird rabbit hole of ahistorical bullshit. Marriage was literally not a thing during slavery. You know, a plantation owner could get together with another plantation owner, and you would be married in quotes, okay? But you could be sold the next day, okay? He is basically saying that marriage of slaves was equivalent to like the legal contract that white people had at the time. That is so motherfucking misleading. It is laughable. He doesn't even, the next question I would have asked, were they real marriages? Because they weren't. If you just read Uncle Tom's Cabin, if you've ever read Uncle Tom's Cabin, you know what the quality of marriage was. It could be broken up. Literally, the term "sold down the river," I think it comes from Uncle Tom's Cabin. And Uncle Tom was married to his wife, and he fucking never saw her again after he was sold down the river. Thomas Sowell is just horrible with this rhetoric, and he just depends on little pink dress here, not knowing enough to be able to parse through some of Thomas Sowell's nonsense. Marriage
Stanley
rates, two-parent homes during slavery is laughable. Your kids could be sold down the river. Your husband could be sold down the river. What the fuck is Thomas Sowell talking about? That marriage was great. Marriage, God damn it! Why are you over talking me?
I'm just saying.
Literally, you could just wait till I'm done. You could just wait till I'm done. Okay, dude. Let me finish what I'm saying and then interject.
Yes, sir.
Bottom line is Thomas Sowell leaves out a whole bunch of history. And I don't know how you can even make this point in good faith about two-parent households during slavery. And nobody questions you on that. There are whole novels written about breakups of the black family during slavery. This is just ridiculous. I guess what he's trying to say is marriage rates were higher during slavery on the plantation. Dumb. This is why economists do not make good cultural critics. He's not, and Thomas Sowell knows this. He's written whole books. I know he's read a couple history books. Again, this is just pure rhetoric. He knows his audience, and there's a reason Thomas Sowell doesn't have mythical status in the black community because of bullshit like this. Yeah. And young Miss here is buying this hook, line, and sinker because anti-black blacks don't read books. They laugh at reading books.
That was true all the way up until the 1960s. So you want to find out what has happened, what's changed. It has changed since the 1960s.
I don't think people understand how important the family dynamic is. As somebody who didn't grow up with their father, it showed for a long time. Now, my mom, she got married when I was 10 years old. My stepdad, he is a very big part of my life. I know the difference between how me and my brother were raised compared to my sister, and we see it in the way that we have went through life. Me and my brother we didn't grow up with our dads. We had two different dads. We saw a lot coming up, and we struggled a lot. Me being a woman, struggling out here, trying to figure out my life, being in several abusive relationships. It took for me to go through a lot to get to that point.
Just hook, line, and sinker. Okay, quite frankly, you know what? If you really want to think about what Thomas Sowell is proposing right now, that bad childhood that you had, let's compare it to blacks' history of African, heritage people in America. Consider slavery your bad parenting. Well, Thomas Sowell expects you not to let your family and your childhood hold you back. Now that you are a grown adult and you are free, kind of like blacks after, the 1960s, he expects you to compete. He does not expect you to whine. This woman is not smart enough to see that parallel. Thomas Sowell doesn't give a fuck about your childhood. You're not a child anymore. He expects you to be a millionaire. F your background, F your history. He expects you to pick yourself up by your sandal straps.
To where I could heal from that. The father is the first person in a girl's life to show her how a man is supposed to love her. In any culture, and they still do it in other cultures, but they don't really do it in black cultures, where you couldn't even date.
Again, black culture is hermetically sealed off from American culture. This only happens in the black community, folks.
A man until the dad met him first. The dad was responsible.
I don't know about that, Stanley.
Okay, well, I don't know about any of the bullshit she's suddenly spouting. Soul was more entertaining. Bottom line is, number one, I was gonna make a joke. I was gonna make a joke about black people calling their dads dad. So I won't do that.
Who his daughter was.
Didn't you call your dad dad?
Mentally strong.
Nope.
Physically strong.
What do you call him?
Strong.
Like
he had to be financially stable, and the dad.
Let's just listen to the video.
Good at night, and knowing that his daughter was being properly taken care of, because once the dad is removed out of the picture, the husband steps in.
Yeah, that's show title worthy.
Responsible for pouring into the son. Be with a woman who is not trying to out masculine you, who is a nurturer. The only reason why people got married at one point, it wasn't for love. It was to bring in resources. So the father, the family dynamic, the mother and the father's role, they are both different, but extremely important. And I really hope that our culture can get back to that. And we won't have a bunch of women out here.
Our culture? Is her culture the same as mine?
These struggle babies.
See, once again, anti-black blacks think we're all
black
bots.
wrote suggests that
we're all programmed the same.
But if you look at something else, if you look at those black husband wife families.
Mm-hmm. That woman.
Sorry, what?
Do you think that woman is an anti-black black?
Yes.
The poverty rate among such families has been in single digits every year since 1994. And so if you look at the external causes, why the husband and wife families and the welfare single mom families all are facing the same society and objective things, but the results are radically different because the cultures and values are different.
So you would roll back welfare. I guess that's the principal policy. So what would Tom Sowell do? One, you'd eliminate welfare, you'd reform welfare. What would you do?
Roll it back.
All right. And what about affirmative action?
Eliminate it.
Just gone.
Yeah.
Colorblind policy completely. What prospect for that do you see?
None.
No black leader of any standing. I'm talking about a political leader as opposed to an intellectual such as yourself. You've got, there's you, there's Walter Williams. Do you get the sense that there's a growing generation, a rising generation of African-American intellectuals who say, enough of this, I'm with Tom Sowell?
Well, I don't know if they'll go that far. There's no point.
That would be asking a lot.
We definitely need term limits. Should nobody be on welfare for 10 years? Unless you're like disabled or you're a senior citizen, should no able-bodied person be on welfare for
I
over
agree
a
with
decade?
that.
It looks like a lot of people are using welfare right now because they make poor decisions. It's one thing to use welfare as a stepping stone. There's reasons why welfare was put in place. It wasn't put in place to be a crutch. It wasn't put in place for you to be on it for 30, 40, 50 years. Or you're on it, you haven't made any type of change, meaning you haven't decided to, hey, you know what? I got this one child. I'm on welfare. Let me get my ass in school and get me a degree so I can provide a better life for my child. Let me see what I need to do in order to fix my credit or in order for me to purchase a house or purchase a home or start a business. It's temporary assistance.
But in terms of political leaders, all the incentives politically are for black leaders to blame all problems in the black community on the larger society.
Yep.
And that enables them to take on.
Okay, who does that? I literally can't think of anybody in 2025 blaming stuff on the larger society, except the larger society isn't that great either. Look at, if you're going to live by statistics, go and look at where America stands as far as medical, infant mortality, mother, I forget what the term is, birth mortality, new mother fatality, education, etc. You can blame the larger society because Black people are part of the larger society. Again, these people don't think, and I think people like Thomas Sowell know better. They just want to say what will satisfy their audience. And their audience isn't Black people, by the way.
On the role of being the defender of the Black community against enemies, which in turn creates the situation in which many Blacks don't feel it.
Infant mortality rate, but there's also one for the mothers.
As a group.
And I can't think of the name of it.
Please click the bell. I would greatly appreciate it. Make sure you subscribe to the channel. Let's get back to the video.
The hopelessness is one of the big products of the race industry. That you have no chance. I remember giving a talk at Marquette, and at the end of the talk, among the questions that was asked, a young Black man got up and he said, "Even though I am graduating from Marquette University, what hope is there for me?" And having gone through college when I was in the 50s, I don't remember any Blacks saying that in the 1950s, when there was a lot more obstacles to overcome than there were when this guy is graduating from Marquette. But you have to produce that kind of feeling in order to serve the interests.
Well, I know that was some years ago, but like everybody's hopeless coming out of college now. So it's not just Black people. I wonder how he would answer that. He can't blame it on the Blacks. He can't blame it on Black culture when, there is a general malaise among Gen Z and whatever comes after Gen Z. Very, very shallow thinking, very, very political rhetoric here. And, when someone like me can split apart someone like Thomas Sowell's arguments, Peter Robinson, they're both at the Hoover Institute. So this is a friendly interview. And I've never known Thomas Sowell to give an interview where he was actually asked hard questions, literally. And I've been watching Thomas Sowell since I was in maybe 8th grade, definitely by high school. Thomas Sowell does not do adversarial interviews. They're all this type of interview where, the white guy is, the white conservative is fawning all over him because see, a black man is saying this about black people. Very Thomas Sowell has been problematic, at least throughout my life, and will continue to be. Only non-thinkers who like pretty words and rhetoric that fits their own thinking, the ones who want to be challenged look beyond Thomas Sowell.
Of those in the race,
Hey, Stanley,
somewhere watching this interview, there's a young Thomas Sowell. There's an African American.
Okay, I'm sorry. What?
Who is your favorite black Democrat?
What the fuck does that have to do with anything I just said?
I'm just curious.
Are you at the point to where you're just kind of like a stream of consciousness? You're just asking random questions. You're just asking random questions, that have nothing to do with what I'm talking about.
Well, you're going on about Thomas Sowell.
Is Thomas Sowell a Democrat? Is Thomas Sowell a Democrat or a Republican? Okay, dude. 12th man, you might be at that stage where you want to just back out and listen from the chat. Or maybe take a nap. I'm going to insist that we talk about what I'm talking about and not some random stream of consciousness question, even if they're related. I'm not John Galt. I'm not Portia. You know who I am. I'm not HB. Okay, no. I didn't say, I'm telling you, I didn't say you said any of this. I will not entertain just random questions for, general amusement. I have a show to run and I plan on running it the way I want to run it. When we talk about Democrats, maybe it'll be more salient of a point. Now we're going to move on, 12th man. We're going to move on.
Do something with his life. It seems to me we've already got one piece of advice you'd offer to him is stay away from the racist industry. Stay away from the what advice, race hustlers. What advice would you give a young Thomas Sowell? How do you make something of yourself as an African American in America today?
The way anybody else would. You equip yourself with skills that people are willing to pay for.
That's game right there. If you want to make it,
that's game right
you
there.
have to be willing to be of service in some way.
Of service? Whoa! Of service. Oh my goodness! This young lady needs to watch more Thomas Sowell.
I only want to help black people, but I want to help all people because I
Why
really
would you want to help all people?
Get over ourselves and feeling as if we're just in this bubble of America, and we constantly have forces that are telling us that we can't get along or that one group of people is better than the next group of people. And we have to understand that the reason why there's so much division and there's so much cloudiness when it comes to success for the black community is really a lot of us that's standing in our own way. I'm gonna get up out of here, y'all. I hope you all enjoyed this.
Yeah, like standing in your own way is a uniquely black trait. The fuck is she talking about? Silly woman. But I'll
Well,
subscribe
she
to a
did have
channel
a
because
bad
it'll give me
childhood.
I'm sorry, what?
She did have a bad childhood. And
You know what? Black people had a bad period of time in America, and they expect black people to do better. I don't, just like the larger community doesn't care about the past and don't want to hear about slavery and Jim Crow being an impediment to black success in 2025. I'm going to draw the parallel. I don't care about her childhood. She's not a child anymore. She needs to be successful, and maybe she is. It's actually the first time I've ever. It's actually the first time I've ever watched her. So I'll click subscribe and kind of follow what she does, and maybe if I have time, do more research. But I don't care about her childhood. It was a form of slavery that she is free from now. It was a type of bondage. Her childhood sounds like, and she's free now.
yeah.
Not even sure I want to hear about it. It's not relevant. So anyway, we're going to transition into some news, and then I've got more videos at some point. So let's see. Let's put this down.
Stanley, can I ask you a question?
Sure, 12th man.
What about that one lady that hunts the lobsters and goes scuba diving and all that? Did she do a new video yet?
Don't know. She might have. So on to the news. I'm sorry, what?
I figured you'd be on top of that.
So on to the news. This actually, I don't know whether it shocked me or not, but the U.S. economy shrank in the first quarter, first 100 days, in reading clouded by messy trade data. So we're going to listen to this. You knew it was coming, and of course, Trump will probably have an excuse for it. Something about bitter medicine or something.
U.S. economy shrank in first quarter, in reading clouded by messy trade data. This article is by Ben Castleman and read by an automated voice. The chaotic start to President Trump's second term roiled the economy at the beginning of the year, as consumers and businesses scrambled to react to a constant stream of tariff announcements and policy shifts. The policies and the uncertainty they created were enough to push economic growth into reverse in the first quarter. U.S. gross domestic product, adjusted for inflation, declined at a 0.3% annual rate in the first 3 months of the year, the Commerce Department said Wednesday, a stunning reversal from the strong growth at the end of last year. The first quarter decline was largely a result of quirks in the way economic activity is measured. More reliable data on consumer spending and business investment suggested that growth slowed in the first quarter but didn't contract. But while the negative number was misleading, it reflected something real about the way Mr. Trump has upended the economy in his first months in office. Consumers raced to buy cars and other goods before tariffs took effect. Businesses did the same with equipment, parts, and raw materials, laying in stores for the trade war to come. Moreover, the first quarter figures were a glimpse at the past, before Mr. Trump announced even more sweeping tariffs in early April. That announcement, and the series of escalations and reversals that followed, caused chaos in financial markets and set off a full-blown trade war with China. Stocks fell on Wednesday morning, as Wall Street remained fixated on the effects of Mr. Trump's trade policies. The S&P 500 fell about 2% in early trading. Mr. Trump, in a social media post on Wednesday, asked supporters to, quote, be patient, and blamed his predecessor for handing him a bad economy, despite data showing that growth was strong when he took office. Peter Navarro, an advisor to Mr. Trump and an architect of the administration's trade policy, told reporters that the GDP figures really should be very positive news for America. Few economists agree. While the first quarter figures showed basically solid growth beneath the tariff-induced noise, forecasters widely expect spending and investment to slow in the months ahead, as tariffs drive up prices and uncertainty keeps businesses on hold. All of this is going to change, said Kathy Bostjancic, chief economist for Nationwide, the insurer. Once everything kicks in, we'll have a slower economy, the labor market slowing, hiring has already stalled, and we expect the unemployment rate to start to rise. Wednesday's data did bring some good news on inflation, which cooled in March. The Personal Consumption Expenditures Price Index, the Federal Reserve's preferred inflation gauge, was up 2.3% from a year earlier, an improvement from the 2.5% growth in February and closer to the Fed's 2% target. On a monthly basis, prices were flat. The March data was from before the bulk of Mr. Trump's tariffs took effect. Still, the slower increase in prices will be welcomed by policymakers, who are dealing with competing concerns of slower growth and higher prices. But it is unclear how long that, too, will last. The longer tariffs are in place, the more pressure businesses will feel to pass along higher costs to customers, feeding into higher inflation, said Sarah House, an economist at Wells Fargo. Businesses can absorb some of that cost and try to wait it out and shield their customers for a period, Ms. House said. But if tariffs stay on at elevated rates, then at some point you have to think about your margins and your overall profitability. Americans have become increasingly worried about higher prices as a result of tariffs, leading to a sharp drop in consumer confidence in recent months. Still, there is little sign so far that their dim outlook has translated into a pullback in actual spending. Consumer spending slowed in the first quarter, growing at a 1.8% annual rate, down from 4% at the end of last year. But economists said that was at least in part because of harsh winter storms that hit southern states in January, causing many shoppers to stay home. Spending rebounded in March, led by a big increase in car purchases before tariffs took effect. Likewise, business investment in equipment soared in the first quarter despite surveys showing that corporate leaders have become more pessimistic about the economic outlook. Rather, the decline in GDP in the first quarter was driven almost entirely by a huge increase in imports, as consumers and businesses tried to front-run Mr. Trump's tariffs. That surge shaved nearly 5 percentage points off GDP growth in the first quarter. To understand why the boom in imports led to a decline in GDP, it helps to understand a bit about how the numbers are calculated. GDP, as the name suggests, is meant to measure only goods produced domestically, not imports which are produced abroad. But rather than measure production directly, the government counts all the goods and services sold in the country and then subtracts the ones that were made overseas. It also adds in exports, which are produced domestically, but sold to foreign buyers. That means that, in theory, imports neither add to nor subtract from GDP. Anything that is imported to the country should show up elsewhere in the quarterly data, either as consumer spending or as an unsold product held in inventory, both of which are counted as additions to GDP. In practice, though, the government is good at counting both imports and consumer spending, but often must rely on rough estimates for inventories, especially in preliminary data. The first quarter figures showed an increase in inventories, but not a surge on a par with the growth in imports, despite anecdotal reports that companies were stockpiling products and materials ahead of tariffs. Economists predicted either that the first quarter inventory figures will be revised higher when more complete data become available, or that inventories will jump again next quarter, providing a temporary lift to GDP. Beyond such quirks in the data, however, economists said the larger takeaway from the latest data was clear. Consumers and businesses began changing their behavior in response to Mr. Trump's policies, even before the April 2nd tariff announcement that sent financial markets into a tailspin. The full effect of those policies won't become clear for months, but economists warn that the damage could be substantial, especially if Mr. Trump continues to change his approach on a nearly daily basis as he has over the past month. Still, the U.S. economy has proved remarkably resilient in recent years, repeatedly defying predictions of a recession. Unemployment remains low and incomes are rising, giving Americans money to spend. Tariff-induced swings in spending patterns may make economic data difficult to interpret in coming months, but many forecasters say a more sustained downturn is unlikely as long as the labor market remains solid. If companies start laying off workers, however, the economic situation could deteriorate in a hurry. Companies have already pulled back on hiring, and forecasters expected growth to slow this year even before Mr. Trump took office, leaving the economy with less of a cushion. "We keep putting weight on the economy instead of lifting weight," said Diane Swank, chief economist for the accounting firm KPMG. Colby Smith and Danielle Kay contributed reporting.
I don't know. After listening to this, it's kind of mixed, but the thing is that 2 quarters of shrinkage like this is going to give, well, I think 2 quarters of negative GDP growth is actually officially a recession. Now, I think, let's say a 2.6 increase versus, say, a 2.0 increase in or growth, economic growth. You're basically growing, but not as fast. That's not the end of the world. However, even if you had problems with, the economy because of inflation's more or less under control. It's done its damage, but like Ryan said, I guess it was yesterday or the day before, businesses like stability, they like predictability, and they are not going to, trickle down their magic golden shower, type economy if they don't know what's going on. You make businesses more conservative when things are this unpredictable. And if you're going to do tariffs, do tariffs. Don't keep going back and forth with it. So anyway, we're going to turn to a couple immigration stories. This is once again going back to the to Trump and Bukele's pact. Goes in, and this is what happens when you start doing what Trump does, basically kind of flying by the seat of your pants instead of actually thinking out policies. Again, I don't have a problem necessarily with Trump's goals. It's how he's achieving them in the slapdash way he's doing it that's just going to come back to bite him and America in general. So the title of this article is "Behind Trump's Deal to Deport Venezuelans to El Salvador's Most Feared Prison." And by the way, Abrego Garcia is not Venezuelan, and he's not a member of Trinidad Aragua or whatever it's Trinidad Aragua. He's not a member. By Trump's own admission. So I'll read a little bit of the article. As they addressed reporters inside the Oval Office in mid-April, President Trump and his Salvadoran counterpart appeared to be operating in lockstep. The United States had just deported more than 200 migrants to a maximum security prison in El Salvador. And President Nayib Bukele said his country was eager to take more. He scoffed at a question from a reporter about whether he would release one of the men who a federal judge said had been mistakenly deported. We're not very fond of releasing terrorists into our country, Mr. Bukele said. But weeks earlier, when the 3 planes of deportees landed, It was the Salvadoran president who had quietly expressed concerns. As part of the agreement with the Trump administration, Mr. Bukele had agreed to house only what he called convicted criminals in the prison. However, many of the Venezuelan men labeled gang members and terrorists by the United States government had not been tried in court, meaning you couldn't guarantee that they were gang members or terrorists. Mr. Bukele wanted assurances from the United States that each of those locked up in the prison were members of Trinidad Aragua, the transnational gang with roots in Venezuela, according to people familiar with the situation and documents obtained by the New York Times. The matter was urgent. A senior U.S. official warned his colleagues shortly after the deportations, kicking off a scramble to get the Salvadorans whatever evidence they needed. Mr. Bukele's demands for more information about some of the deportees, which has not been previously reported, deepened questions about whether the Trump administration sufficiently addressed who it dispatched to a foreign prison. The New York Times pieced together the most complete account yet of the U.S. arrangement with El Salvador in the March 15th deportations from internal government documents, court filings, and interviews with 22 people familiar with the operation or legal challenges, many of whom spoke on the condition of anonymity to avoid retaliation. For months, aides to Mr. Trump had worked to engineer a new system to deport immigrants rapidly to Central and South America with little to no oversight from the courts. The strategy hinged on using an 18th century wartime law and treating the migrants like citizens of a country at war with the United States. But the application of the Rarely Used Alien Enemies Act appeared to be haphazard. Amen to haphazard. Pulling in migrants whose relatives insisted they were not gang members. Government officials hurried to assemble documents detailing who was sent to the prison and justify the deportations in court. The process was so messy that 8 women were among those flown to be incarcerated in the Salvadoran prison, an all-male facility, and had to be swiftly returned. Friends and families of the men locked up in El Salvador are now struggling to extract information about their fate. The White House is in a standoff with the federal courts over how it has applied the Alien Enemies Act, with the Supreme Court expected to weigh in soon, a potentially significant test of Mr. Trump's attempts to expand his executive power. The president has the right to remove foreign terrorists from our homeland, and we are absolutely confident that truth will ultimately prevail in court, the White House press secretary Caroline Leavitt said in a statement. In the meantime, the administration continues to comply with all court orders. Let's see. Let me scan through the rest of this. Let's see. In Mr. Bukele, the White House had a willing ally, albeit one with specific demands, including a list of high-ranking MS-13 gang leaders he wanted sent back to El Salvador as part of the deal. That stoked alarm among some U.S. law enforcement officials. The Justice Department has spent years building cases against MS-13 leaders for criminal activities in the United States, alleging that the gang has been protected by the Salvadoran government. A spokeswoman for Mr. Bukele, who has denied those claims, did not respond to requests for comment. Secretary of State Marco Rubio, who said he worked directly with the government of El Salvador to deport as many dangerous gang members illegally in America as possible, is now looking for other foreign partners as well. I intend to continue to try and identify other countries willing to accept and jail as many gang members as we can send them, Mr. Rubio said in a statement. Stephen Miller, the main architect of Mr. Trump's domestic agenda, had a message for other advisors inside the presidential transition offices in West Palm Beach, Florida. Be bold. Do not worry about potential litigation, especially when drafting Mr. Trump's immigration actions. It was roughly a month before the inauguration, and Mr. Miller knew he needed to move fast to make good on Mr. Trump's campaign pledge of mass deportations. Mr. Miller had long been interested in the Alien Enemies Act, a law passed in 1798 that allows the U.S. government to swiftly deport citizens of an invading nation. The authority has been invoked just 3 times in the past, all during times of war. He saw it as a powerful weapon to apply to immigration enforcement. The law allows you to instantaneously remove any non-citizen foreigner from an invading country aged 14 or older, Mr. Miller told the right-wing podcaster Charlie Kirk in a September 2023 interview, adding, that allows you to suspend the due process that normally applies to a removal proceeding. Venezuelans had arrived in the United States in record numbers over the previous several years, following the collapse of their economy under the government of President Nicolas Maduro. Venezuelan migrants crossed the border more than 760,000 times during the Biden administration, according to the nonpartisan Migration Policy Institute. Many had pending asylum cases. Oh, this is long. Let's see. Let's scan through here. Jesus. President Trump has really made the Oval Office look like Versailles. Interesting. So I don't know. Anybody's interested in this article, just let me know. I'll drop it into the chat. You can finish it up yourself. Let's see, what else do we have here? Next immigration story is federal judge pauses transfer of detained Tufts student until further review by judicial panel. Once again, Trump, wants to just do what he wants to do, and courts aren't having it. So let's listen to this, if it'll play.
Now, Tufts PhD student Rumesa Ozturk will remain held by ICE in Louisiana for at least another week. An appeals court has granted an emergency stay on her transfer to Vermont, with a 3-judge panel set to weigh in next Tuesday. A federal judge ruled last week that Ozturk has to be moved to Vermont despite the Trump administration's objections. Ozturk was taken into custody on the streets of Somerville last month. Her lawyer says it's because she authored a pro-Palestinian op-ed last week. Federal officials claim she supports Hamas.
I'll read the rest of the article because that has changed. That's an old news clip. It says here, a federal appeals court issued a stay on a district court's order to transfer a detained Tufts University student to Vermont. The court ordered that the transfer of the Tufts graduate student, Rumesa Ozturk, be paused until May 6th, a May 6th motions panel. Let's see. ICE custody. Okay, so apparently that stay means she's going to be free until that court hearing. Let's see. Okay, you know what? I misread this. I thought it said she was freed. Basically, she's not to be transferred. So apparently, she's going to remain in custody in Vermont. I would have sworn somewhere I saw that she was going to be released. Or maybe I'm confusing her with someone else. Next article. This is interesting. Supreme Court's conservatives lean towards allowing country's first religious public charter school. And it says here the Supreme Court heard arguments on whether to allow Oklahoma's first taxpayer-funded religious online charter school, St. Isidore of Seville. What's an online charter school? The case arises from the Oklahoma Supreme Court ruling that the school's public funding violates the First Amendment by entangling church and state, which I agree with. St. Isidore planned to enroll 200 K-12 students and aims to evangelize Catholic faith, supported by conservative justices and state leaders, with one justice undecided. Justice Brett Kavanaugh said they seek only equal treatment, not special favor, while lawyer Greg Garr warned that the ruling will dramatically affect charter schools nationwide. If Chief Justice Roberts sides with the conservatives, the schools will open nationwide implications. A tie would uphold the state ruling and leave the issue unresolved nationally. This is a can of worms that's being opened. And one of the things Supreme Courts don't like to do over the years is open a can of worms. And, approving this is just gonna, it's almost going to be to the level of Roe versus Wade, where, the wall separating church and state, Thomas Jefferson's wall is going to be challenged. And actually, I meant to go to see if that. Let me go back and let's have a look at this. Because I wanted to see if any of the hearing was available to listen to. Because I'm kind of interested. By the way, you can listen to some of these cases live, which I almost never do. Oops. Today at the court. Today is the oh well. Let's see here. Oral arguments. Argument audio. Let's see if they have today's. Here it is.
We'll hear argument this morning in case 24-394.
I actually want to hear some of this. Let's get rid of that. This is, I want to hear some of this argument because I'd like to hear like how they're going to argue that public funds should go to a religious charter school. And won't belabor it too long unless it gets interesting. The MasterCard. Let's see. 5 trillion new investments under Donald Trump hurt Stanley's feelings. Well, you know what? If I'd known about the 5 trillion in new investments, I had no idea, so my feelings couldn't be hurt. And then the other thing is the stock market has lost around 7 trillion. So we need about 2 trillion more to make me feel better there. The DiCapriono, most of the people that are in that El Salvadoran prison are Venezuelans. They are not his countrymen. So that Abrego Garcia was born a Salvadoran. So most of them aren't citizens or former citizens or whatever. And I'm guessing most of them won't ever make it back to Venezuela for that matter. So let's hear some of the opening. And this session went on for 2 hours, so they argued the hell out of this.
Oklahoma statewide charter school board versus Drummond and the consolidated case. Mr. Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Chief Justice, and may it please the court. Oklahoma's charter school program relies on private organizations to create more educational options, and it empowers those groups to innovate by giving them broad autonomy over their mission, curriculum, and operations. Fueled by private ingenuity, those schools are thriving as they specialize in diverse subjects like Native American culture and environmental stewardship. But state law categorically bars religious groups and programs, deeming religion to be the wrong kind of diversity. That religious exclusion violates the Free Exercise Clause. This court has held 3 times in the last 8 years that when a state creates a public program and invites private actors, it can't exclude people or groups because they're religious. The Oklahoma statewide charter school board is committed to this principle of religious neutrality. That's why it approves St. Isidore's application based on.
Okay, what he hasn't gotten to yet, he's talking private. He's talking privately funded. He hasn't gotten to the taxpayer part yet. That's what's being contested, not the existence itself of the religious charter school.
On the strength of its proposal, refusing to reject the group because of its faith. But respondent won't tolerate groups like St. Isidore operating in the program, so he sued to exclude them. He now argues that the First Amendment, specifically the Free Exercise Clause, is irrelevant because St. Isidore is part of the government. But it's not. St. Isidore was privately created by 2 Catholic organizations, and it is controlled by a privately selected board of directors. Under this court's test, St. Isidore is neither the government nor engaged in state action. There are already hundreds of families that have signed up for St. Isidore. They're part of Oklahoma's community too. They should not be treated as second class. I welcome the court's questions.
Well, the argument is that either you are engaging in some sort of state action, which is, I'd like you to at least discuss that because this isn't the normal context in which we see that, and that you are a state entity, you're a public school, public Catholic charter school. And I think you should address that because those seem to be at the crux of the differing opinions and the argument.
Yes, Justice Thomas. So to start with governmental entity, there are 2 requirements that this court has established. The first is state creation and the second is state control. There's no state creation here because St. Isidore was established by 2 private Catholic organizations and they applied to participate in a program. They built their own charter school program. They came up with their own startup funding and they asked to be a part. That looks nothing like what this court has found to be state creation in cases like Braun, Biden, and Arkansas. In all of those cases, the entity was created by name through special legislation. Nor is there government control here because St. Isidore is operated by a privately selected board. Again, in all three of the cases that my friend on the other side cites, there was a state selected or a government selected board. And that's different from this case because, as he admits, we don't have that here. Now, why does that matter? It's critical because a state-selected board has government control within the organization. All we have here is government oversight outside of the organization. And this court has been clear in its state action cases that government regulation from the outside is not sufficient to constitute state control is not sufficient to constitute state action, let alone control for purposes of governmental entity analysis. Now, moving to the state action test, which my friend...
Before you move, can I just ask you a question about that? Because I understood that charter schools actually had to be, their curriculum was reviewed by the board, and it has to be evaluated and accepted. Is that not so?
So at the application stage, there's just a curriculum overview that's provided. The court can find it in the joint appendix on pages 19 through 20, and you can see it's very high level. But yes, the board reviews it as part of the application to ensure that this school is going to provide a quality education to the students.
So how does the board do that if the curriculum includes religious components? I mean, what input or oversight or ability to actually review that does the board have?
It's the same way that the board would provide review for a school that focuses on Native American culture. It's not going to dive into the details of the subject matter specific topic that the school wants to focus on.
It does have a duty to sort of assess whether or not that curriculum meets state standards. And when the curriculum is religious, I'm just wondering, don't we have the kinds of entanglement issues that the Establishment Clause worries about?
Not at all, because the state board does not get into the details of the curriculum, particularly any kind of subject matter curriculum. What the state board is looking for is whether the state standards are satisfied. The state standards require things like math and reading and language arts. That's what the state board is concerned with. It doesn't second guess those specific subject matter details.
How about if a religious school wanted to change its curriculum to teach only creatism and not evolution? You'd have to make a judgment, right, as to whether that was a quote unquote quality education, because that's your legal charge, isn't it? To evaluate the curriculum.
It is the legal charge to evaluate the curriculum.
And they have to teach enough to pass the national state test. That's one of the requirements of a charter school.
It is one of the requirements.
So as much as you want to say that you are not looking at the substance, you're charged by law to do that because you have to determine whether it's a quality education, to evaluate charter school performance, to approve or reject any proposed change to the curriculum, to consider whether to renew or terminate one, and to oversee and supervise the charter schools. That's your responsibility, correct?
Those are a number of the responsibilities.
So what would you do with a charter school that doesn't want to teach evolution or doesn't want to teach history, including the history of slavery, or doesn't want to include having children of another faith in them, as this one does? This one does not say it won't exclude children of other faiths, but it said if you want to attend
Interesting
the school,
point, DiCaprio.
you have to attend Mass, you have to accept the teachings of the church with respect to certain principles. So is that something you look at?
It's federal.
No, it isn't. And I want to start at the back end of your question, which talks about St. Isidore. So St. Isidore allows exceptions for anyone that doesn't want to attend Mass. That's on page 27 of the student handbook. But in addition, it does not require students to affirm its religious beliefs. I would point the court specifically to Respondent's Appendix, page 322, where it says point blank that there is no requirement that a student affirm the beliefs of the school.
What if it didn't? Talking about math.
If it required a statement of faith in order for admission to the school?
Yeah, if it required a statement of faith, if it said
has nothing to do
we only want to educate children of our own faith, would that be the same? You know, because I could make the same arguments that you just made. Oh, it was created in some sense by private people, and there's a private board. But this, let's just hypothesize that this school goes further and says we only want to educate children of our own faith. We do insist on a statement of faith. Would your argument have to apply to that too?
I think the argument and the analysis would be different because this case involves a categorical religious exclusion and facial religious discrimination. So under this court's precedent in Carson and the cases that came before it, we have a lack of neutrality on the face of the law. So we go straight to strict scrutiny, and strict scrutiny isn't satisfied here because respondent only has anti-establishment clause interests that have been rejected by this court in cases like Carson. But in that case,
I'm just not, maybe I'm just being dense, but I'm not understanding. If your argument is, look, this is not a public entity, it's a private entity, and so it has to be treated equivalently by the government, that's still true in the hypothetical I gave. So why would there be any difference in outcome?
Because the challenge here is to the facial religious discrimination that says if you have any sectarian program, you can't be a part of the program. But there's a separate requirement to get into the program, which requires that the school be open to all. So if a religious
I guess the question is, why is a school allowed to strike some requirements but not strike other requirements, right? Like Oklahoma law has a requirement of non-sectarianism, for example. Essentially what St. Isidore's did was it struck that from the contract. So the next school says, we want to strike from the contract. I mean, St. Isidore did some other things too, right? It struck out the non-discrimination provision because of doctrines like the ministerial exemption or church autonomy principles. So the next school says, we also want to strike from the contract the requirement that we teach children of all faiths. I would think that your argument would have to apply the same way.
It would be different analysis in those cases. And if we just take a step back and consider how free exercise clause jurisprudence works, whenever a litigant wants to challenge a specific requirement by the government, then it has to focus on that requirement and show that it's either not neutral or not generally applicable under this case law in Smith. So if someone wanted to challenge the requirement that the school be open to all, they would have to show that that requirement is not neutral or not generally applicable. And if they can show that, then they would proceed to strict scrutiny. And at that point, the state would have a very different interest than it has here. The state's only interests here are already rejected anti-establishment interests. The state's interest in that case would be very different, the interest in ensuring that the school is open to all.
Thank you, counsel. You rely heavily on in your brief on a number of cases, Trinity Lutheran, Espinoza, Carson. Those involved fairly discrete state involvement. In Trinity Lutheran, they're going to pave put wood chips on the playground. In Espinoza, it was a tuition credit. In Carson, again, tax credits. I mean, this does strike me as a much more comprehensive involvement, and I wonder what case do you think supports the position with respect to that level of involvement?
We think Carson does, because Carson established the principle that when the state creates a program or a public benefit, that it can't exclude groups or people just because they're religious. And that's exactly what we have here. The state of Oklahoma has created a charter school program, and it's invited private actors to participate, but it's telling religious groups and religious groups alone that they don't belong. Certainly the facts here are different than the facts in Carson, but the principle is on all fours with what we're arguing.
Thank you. Justice Thomas?
How different is the involvement of the board in school operation as compared to, say, an accrediting authority?
And by the board, do you mean the state board?
Yes.
Yeah, so the state board acts in many ways like an accrediting authority. And so one of the things that my friend on the other side talks about is that there are opportunities for private religious groups to get measures of public funding. But in order to access any of those programs, those private schools need to be accredited. And accrediting organizations, they look at a high level at the curriculum to ensure that things like state standards are satisfied. That's all that our board is doing. I think one example to illustrate the point is that if one of our charter schools came to us and said, we want to entirely change our mission, we want to go from being an organization focused on Native American culture and now we want to be a STEM school, that would be the kind of change that the board might look at, but the board is not going to dig into the details of anyone's curriculum. That's not their charge.
Justice Alito? The three cases the Chief Justice referred to, Trinity Lutheran, Espinoza, and Carson, involved grants and tax credits. This involves a contract. Is that a relevant constitutional distinction?
I don't believe it is. In fact, if anything, I think this case is potentially more dangerous because if this contract transforms St. Isidore into the government, then I worry the same thing will happen to other government contractors. For instance, consider the faith-based foster care agency in Fulton. That agency entered into a contract with the city of Philadelphia. And if this court finds government action here, then I worry that it will bleed over and undermine religious liberties in cases like that.
One other question. The respondent says that if you win, some students' only free public school option will be a religious charter school. Is that true in Oklahoma? And if that were the case, would that present an Establishment Clause problem?
It's definitively not true in Oklahoma for two reasons. One, no Oklahoma student is required to go to any charter school. Number two, there's a provision in the Oklahoma Charter Schools Act that makes clear that an entire school district cannot convert into a charter school. And that's provision 3-132.2, subsection C2. So it can't happen in Oklahoma. If it did happen, it would be a very different case, and it would not be a reason, the mere specter that might result in the future is not a reason to categorically exclude religious groups on the front end. There could be an as-applied challenge brought by a family if that situation ever did result.
Thank you. Justice Sotomayor?
Counsel, if the government wanted to paint its Capitol building and it wanted to paint landscapes, would it be violating your theory of contracting if it said, we want a secular landscape, we don't want a religious one? How is that different from this case? Or is it? Are you saying that any time the government contracts for anything, it must include not a religious person, because your charter school doesn't want to just give a secular education. It wants to give a religious education. So what you're saying is that does the government have to accept the religious landscape?
I don't believe so, because it sounds like they're hiring someone to paint the government's own message on the side of a building, if I'm understanding your
but that's what
hypothetical.
There's a contract here with the archdiocese, meaning the contract is with a corporation that is run by the Archdiocese of Oklahoma City and the Diocese of Tulsa. They provide all the teachers. Their handbook requires students to attend Catholic Mass. You say there's an exception for that. But they require students to support the school's mission. Part of that mission is to participate in the evangelizing of the church and to be a genuine instrument of the church.
My Lord, she does not sound well.
Your school doesn't want to be just a charter school. It wants to be a religious charter school, correct?
St. Isidore undoubtedly is a religious organization. It wants to provide religious
I
education.
thought that the essence of the Establishment Clause was that, and Carson said this, Trinity said this, in basically every religious case we have, that the essence of the Establishment Clause is that we're not going to support people, religious leaders in teaching their religion. Do you accept that proposition?
I don't accept if it's part of a neutral and generally
Well,
applicable
that's an
program.
interesting question. So if we decide to fund just a Christian school and no other school, you say that would violate the Establishment Clause, correct?
That very well might violate it. If the government's picking and choosing religions, then yes, that would.
If we pick and choose, as we did in one part of our history, only Catholic schools to teach Indian children so they can become Catholics, would that violate the Establishment Clause?
If the government is picking and choosing a particular religion and not agreeing to allow other religions into the program, then that would be an Establishment Clause violation.
And here they're not teaching other religions, correct? They're only teaching the Catholic religion.
St. Isidore is, but the program is open to other religious applicants to apply to
Sure,
teach
if
other
they don't
beliefs.
teach religion.
Well, under our theory, it would be open to other religious organizations that are willing to
Who to
abide by
teach
the other
theirs.
terms of the program.
So what you're basically saying, there's no longer no play in the joints. This has nothing to do, there's no Establishment Clause, really. What you're saying is the Free Exercise Clause trumps the essence of the Establishment Clause. Because the essence of the Establishment Clause was, we're not going to pay religious leaders to teach their religion. That is and has always been the essence. And here we're paying Catholic leaders, Catholic teachers. You can only be a teacher in this school if you're willing to accept the teachings of the Catholic Church. Then we're willing to say the free exercise provision trumps the Establishment Clause.
Well, one factual point, it's not true that St. Isidore only hires Catholic teachers. It hires teachers that aren't Catholic. That's in the record in response.
But they have to teach it within the morals of the Catholic Church.
That is correct.
All right.
But
Thank you,
Justice Kagan?
Mr. Campbell, you rely a good deal on Carson in your briefs. And it strikes me that this is a fair bit different from that case. You know, when the court was looking at that case, it said, we just don't think that the state is, as it then professed to be, funding only public institutions. We think that they're funding private institutions. And we went through a litany of the ways in which the private schools differed from the public schools. But when I look at Oklahoma and its charter school program, these schools look like regular public schools. They accept everybody. They're free. They can be closed down by the state. There's a good deal of curricular involvement by the state, approvals by the state. They have to comply with all the state standards. I mean, if you just go point by point through all the things that we talked about in Carson, here it comes out the opposite way, that these charter schools are in every respect equivalent to regular public schools. So why shouldn't we take the state at its word and say the charter schools are, except for some things on the margin, equivalent to regular public schools, and as we said in Carson, a state has the right to have its public school system be non-religious.
I disagree that these schools look just like traditional government-run schools. They don't. In fact, the baseline rule under the Oklahoma Charter Schools Act is that none of the rules that apply to government schools are applicable to charter schools unless the act otherwise specifies. So there are dozens of other requirements that charter schools are not subject to. The baseline here is that charter schools have autonomy.
They're subject to the same financial audit and reporting requirements. They're subject to the same state testing requirements. All curricular changes have to be approved. In the end, the curriculum can't go forward except for state approval. Proficiency standards are set by the state. Student suspension requirements are set by the state. I mean, these are state-run institutions. They give the charter schools a good deal of curricular flexibility because that's thought to be a good educational thing, is to have curricular options in the school system. But with respect to a whole variety of things, the state is running these schools and insisting upon certain requirements.
The state is not running these schools. These schools are run by the privately selected board of directors of each of the schools. And if you look in particular at the Oklahoma statute, specifically section 3-136, subsection 7, it says that all authority is vested in those governing boards of the schools. All that the state is doing here is exercising contractual oversight. One of the assumptions of your question, as I'm understanding it, is that the word public equals government run, but it clearly doesn't. Not under this court's case law, where the court has recognized that things like public access channels, public utilities, public defenders, public accommodations, none of those involved government run entities. They all, at least in many instances, involve private actors.
Thank you.
Justice Gorsuch? You made the point that historically states sometimes funded religious schools. Some of the amici on the other side contend, however, that there are historic examples of funding being denied to religious schools and no free exercise claim followed. I wanted to get your thoughts and reactions to that.
Yeah, one reaction is most of those examples that were provided in those amicus briefs came from the early 1800s, and no one understood the Establishment Clause to be incorporated against the states.
Or the free exercise clause.
You're right.
I take that point, but there were state equivalents to the free exercise clause under state constitution, and their point is even there are no challenges.
And I would say that this case doesn't involve those state equivalents. It involves the free exercise clause of the First Amendment. Nevertheless, I do think the history that we cite is important for purposes of this case because it dispels any suggestion that there is an Establishment Clause violation. And in terms of the free exercise issue, I think that's satisfied, that issue is foreclosed by Carson because this court established the principle in Carson that said you can't create a program, invite everyone, but exclude the religious.
And then your friends on the other side and amicus there too pointed out that it's important under state law for state charter schools to be considered state entities for purposes of securing bonds, things like that. And I took your response to your reply brief to say they can continue to do so because what we're asking is whether it's a public entity for federal law purposes. I think that's a fair summary of what your response is.
I think that's fair.
And I'm curious, do you have other examples of entities that might be treated as private for federal law purposes, but public for state law purposes?
I have one example that involved Congress treating an entity as private and this court treating it as public. So it's not a state federal divide, but it is a separation of powers divide. And that's in the LeBron case. Yeah. Congress declared Amtrak to be a private actor, but this court looked at it from a constitutional perspective and said that it constituted an arm of the government.
Last question. You've emphasized the lack of creation and supervision on the board. I can imagine some states might respond to a decision in your favor by imposing more requirements on charter schools in some states to require public officials to be on their board and more involvement in the creation of these institutions. Have you thought about that boomerang effect for charter schools?
We have thought about it, and that certainly is a decision that states are entitled to make. They can set up their charter school programs as they see fit. We think there are significant trade-offs because part of what makes charter schools great is the autonomy that they're provided and the private ingenuity that they bring. But if a state wanted to assert more control over those entities, then it would be free to set up its program that way.
And it would yield potentially.
I'm going to go ahead and stop that here, because I see people are getting bored with it. I'm probably going to go ahead and do a separate video essay or something on it and hear out the whole case, because to me it's kind of interesting, but I won't make people who aren't interested suffer through it. So next story is a veteran NASA astronaut says ISS can operate past 2030. Just, for those who are space fans, that thing is old. And, between the radiation and the little dust-sized meteors, I just thought it was rather interesting that Actually, the more interesting thing is when they do retire it, how do you get rid of it? I can't imagine that you're going to be able to, control dissent and have it burn up in the atmosphere. There are going to be parts of it everywhere. So I just thought I would bring this up. And apparently this guy's 70. He's the oldest astronaut, at least in the current core. You could argue that John Glenn was older when he took his space flight a few decades ago. And this last paragraph here where he says, Pettit, who is 70, who turned 70 years old on April 20th, said he is not interested in retiring. I'm ready to go back when the flight docs say I'm ready to go back. I got a few more good years left. I could see getting another flight or two in. So he is a hero and an inspiration to all us old men that you really can fly at 70. So there we go. So we're going to transition into a few videos here, and maybe we'll get back into news because I haven't really looked at headlines. I had the stories picked out. So we're going to do some incendiary videos just to see who we can get. Nobody went into outer space. Oh, happy. They're not going up in space. It's fake. You know what? Hit the link. Let me drop the link because it's not posted in that chat. Let's hear the argument for Gayle King is not an astronaut. There's the link if anyone wants to hit it. Let's move on to a cult favorite, Lady Boulay. And this is actually, I haven't listened to the video, but the title was pretty hot takey.
We agree with each other or not. And one of the things that we're going to have to continue to do is support each other even when we're under attack or being demonized for doing what is best for ourselves or our children, especially when other people feel like they can make money off of us or turn us into villains so they can get control of our children. Because remember,
Wait, hold it.
during
What
slavery
are
time,
edges?
we didn't have any control over our
Wait,
children.
we need to take a quick detour. Yeah, Oprah's husband, huh? Okay, what are edges? Can someone explain what edges are? I guess I could Google it, but since edges have come up, let's see. What are edges is my question. And I could Google it, but I'd much rather hear it from a woman.
So they could take our children, use them, take advantage
Hairline.
of them,
So
make
she
all the
doesn't
money
have a
they could
hairline?
off of them, and then discard them, as many would like to do today. Because what we're seeing now is something not quite new, but it's more out in the open now, and that is Black men standing on business where their children are concerned. Now, we saw that with the Jackson family. Joe Jackson brought his children to national prominence by being disciplined, by being hard on them, and by being a father. But once they reached the point where other people saw how they could benefit from them and make money off them, because remember now, people don't ever stop wanting to make money off of us and our culture. Once he got the Jackson Five to the point that they were not only a national phenomenon, but an international phenomenon, now it was time for somebody else to step in. But Joe Jackson kept those boys under control for all that time. Now, I'm going to say that Michael Jackson was probably always a little bit on the weird side. That's who was the musical genius, Michael Jackson. And as long as his daddy was running the show, Michael was under control. But then you get to a point where other people decide that as long as your dad is going to be hanging around, we're not going to be able to give you this big money. So then that big money looks good. The only problem with that is you don't ever really get the full benefit of that big money from what we saw, because apparently Michael Jackson was always borrowing money right up until the time he died. Had that big operation out there in Neverland or wherever it was, something that didn't seem to make any sense to just a regular person. I mean, he had an amusement park in his backyard. But all of that cost money, and they let him have all the money that he wanted because they knew they could cash in on his name and his likeness and his gift. But letting him borrow all of that money gave them control over him. And once they pushed Joe out of the way, they had a free hand with Michael. And he's still making money for them, even in death. He's worth more dead than he was alive. But that had to do with them pushing the father out of the way. But my point is that as long as his daddy was running the show, he kept whatever weirdness Michael had under control. It was after Joe Jackson was pushed out of the way that it all fell down for Michael and the other Jacksons too, because the system split them up. Because you know what they do is they take that one and make them a superstar because they can control that one, but you push the other ones out of the way, so you don't have a support system. So now the system is the support system, and then you end up crashing and burning no matter how talented you are. But now we see the emergence of Black men who have made their way in the world by playing by the system. Then their children come along and they're not willing to turn their children over to the system, protecting their children. And that's something in the Black community that we don't see enough of. Black men being the protector of their children. When a Black man does that, now all of a sudden he's a problem. He needs to let his children go. That's what somebody said on Twitter. You know, it's time to let go of your children. You don't ever let go of your children. So they are let go of their children so the system can have them and ruin them, get all the money they can out of.
You know, she's making either intentionally or not intentionally. She's making making the quote system sound like slavery. You know, where parents have to give up their kids to a system. I wonder if that's intentional or accidental. But in a way, she's making a point.
Out of them.
But that's kind of what all parents do,
end up ruining
to be
themselves.
honest.
So I think that Black men acting like men is a real threat to the system, because remember, from the slavery days, they weren't calling them men, they were calling them boys. Boy, come here, boy.
Yeah, I
So
noticed
there's
that,
still this need for Black
SKC.
men to act like
How
children,
many
and the
scientists turn
system
their
is the
kids
real
into
father of Black
scientists?
people. And so when the Black man
And
bugs
when we
back,
do,
then they get
it
labeled
doesn't
a
get this
problem.
kind of
Deion
fanfare,
Sanders
though.
was not a problem
So
for
there's
looking
a
out for his
reason
son.
she's talking
LeBron
about
James
athletes and
is not a
entertainers.
villain
They're the
for
only
saying, I
ones
want my
that
son to
get
play in the
public
NBA.
attention.
He might not be the top player that his dad is, but he can be a bench warmer like a lot of the white ones on there, especially if they get a white one on there. If he's not from Europe, you know he's not going to be able to play basketball worth a flip. But they'll have them sitting on the bench, making it look like they're on the team. And then when the team is up 50 points, they'll get in and come in and foul out. But at least they got in the game. So I'm glad to see Black men turn the corner on this, coming into the 21st century and becoming the men that they ought to be for the Black American community, for Black American people. And I'm going to let them speak for themselves.
I don't know why everybody's blaming me for that shit. I'm allowed to want what's best for my son, just like Archie Manning wanted for his. When his big-headed ass son didn't want to play for the Chargers, no one said shit about it. So why the hell y'all so upset with us? Yeah, we know why. But nonetheless, both of my boys made it to the NFL, and I'm good with that. With that being said, y'all, because I'm going to keep getting this money, and there ain't shit you can do about that. Ha, ha, ha.
I'm not sure who he directed his comments at, but message received, I'm sure. He made it very clear what he thought, right? And here's Chad Okocinco speaking on the same thing. He's Shannon Sharp's sidekick, so I'm not sure how
Okocinco.
credible his statement is, but listen to it anyway.
What we are witnessing once again is the machinery of a system that has never quite known what to do with a free black man, much less in a free black family. The NFL, with all its
up,
passion and
Tyrone?
power, finds itself uncomfortable, even threatened, when the likes of the Sanders family walk into a room, not asking for a seat at the table, but daring to bring their own.
No,
this family
I
has
think
refused to
she's
shrink to fit
actually
the confines laid out for them.
pretty cool.
And so the machine does what it
Happy.
has always done. It seeks to diminish, to distort, to remind
She's
them
pointing out
and
things
us
that
that there is still a
the
place
Happy
for black
Slappies
folk.
and the
And it's
SKCs
not
don't
at the head of
really
the
want to
table.
hear. Maybe
But the
because
tragedy,
of
you
the
see,
way she's
it's
presenting
not
it.
in their refusal to bow, but is in the nation's fear of black excellence unchained. The fear that has
What does
always been
Shannon
the real
Sharp
danger,
have to
not
do
the
with
power of
this?
our stride,
That's what
but the shadow
aboutism,
we cast
Happy.
when we stand upright, unafraid, and unapologetically.
Well, he did some good talk because, yes, black excellence has always been a problem in America. That's why they keep trotting out these test scores and talking about how poorly we did on a test. Everything is about a test that they made up that doesn't measure anything. But, black excellence is the problem. That is what they don't like to
By the way,
acknowledge.
just
So the
let me
system says,
pause it right quick here. She is a retired teacher, so when she talks about tests that don't measure anything, I take her at her word, and her expertise is teaching kids. So she's not just whistling Dixie.
no, it's not your excellence. It's the power that we have over your excellence. And that's what we have to continue to deal with. And last but not least, the Miami rapper Luther Campbell comes in from another angle, talking about LeBron James and his son. Well, I'm not totally up to date on this, but what it sounds like he's saying is that Dallas offered Dion a job and he turned it down. And that's why his son got messed over during the draft.
We're mad at LeBron James for protecting his son, who he know can play in the NBA. You was just mad when LeBron told y'all that his son is playing in the NBA with the Lakers. Now you see. So Prime should have took a fucking job at Dallas, but he didn't do that.
So Dion has been in the game long enough to read the tea leaves. He has a sweetheart deal up there in Colorado that he seems to like. Then if he gets in the NFL, next thing you know, he's fired, and then they've got him out of the way altogether. So, well, I don't know, but he knows what he's doing, and he knows his business. So again, it's good to see black men acting like men. You're not going to jerk me around, and you're really not going to jerk my kid around. And this is the thing. I'm going to end on this. See, the way Deion Sanders is moving, he's cultivating these younger kids, and that's what they want him out of the way, so he doesn't cultivate these younger black players who will turn down a scholarship at a PWI to go to an HBCU just to play for Deion. So at some point in time, the seed is going to be planted that Deion or somebody like Deion could go out and start a league of his own. I think one of those rappers tried to start a league, and he might have a league, but he doesn't have any credibility. He's not a football person; he's a rapper. But Deion Sanders, not only Deion Sanders, but some of these other former professional football players who are taking jobs at HBCUs, that could change the whole culture of college football and professional football. So I think something interesting is happening with these black men, and I'm glad to see it because I'm tired of looking at black men who have a lot of money, who are working in professional areas, acting like children. So I'm glad to see them acting like men. And yes, that's a threat to America. And the thing about it is, we've been here with these white people for over 400 years dealing with them. We've never done anything to hurt them, but they've done things to hurt us. But we're
Don't
the
tell Be
threat.
Brave that.
So all I can say is, if you don't know us by now, you never will. We're just trying to live in America, most of us are, and mind our business and be peaceful with ourselves. And the fact that they won't let us be peaceful with them is really not our fault. Okay, but let me know what you think about this. Black.
Well, that ought to be good fodder for a certain white racist that that likes to listen to the show. SKC, it's not silly if you actually can take off that far right filter and actually listen to what she said and you know history, SKC. So your problem if you can't deal with it, but she's right. And speaking of happy, everyone, make sure you hit the like button, please. Make sure you subscribe to the John Galt Urban Landlord channel if you are new to the channel. Always feel free to share the channel far and wide with all of your friends. We can only go up from here. Please make sure you subscribe to the Stanley Cross channel. It's at Stanley Cross 6000. Much less a popular channel, but it exists nonetheless. And I actually have a couple videos. I started working on a video essay today, and I was tired and just wasn't sounding good. So might even have to wait till over the weekend. But I've got one over my point about, and it's the title of today's show, Punishment is Not Prevention. I contend that, excessive punishment for crime does not prevent crime. If a person wants to commit a crime, they're going to commit the crime and deal with the punishment later. So these people who are so deeply law and order, it's knee jerk, not well thought out. And I'll deal with that in a video essay. And then the Supreme Court thing with the religious charter school, that is worth a video essay too. Probably what I'll do for that one is just listen to the whole Supreme Court session and maybe comment over it. But it's kind of interesting because I went to Catholic schools, K through 12. So, it does interest me. And I feel, let's see. So, Stanley, you don't think 100 lashes is not a deterrent? Not if you want to commit the crime. Let me put it to you this way. There are crime statistics. There is high crime, high violent crime in the inner city. The laws are on the books. They know what the punishment is. The linchpin is if you don't think you're going to get caught, you're going to commit the crime. Okay, that's why I'm saying the punishment isn't necessarily a deterrent. It's really whether you think you'll be caught in the crime. And then sometimes like a crime of passion that's unplanned, you know what? That happens all the time. The punishment does not deter the passion. It can't. So this is what happens when you get someone who basically doesn't read books, who is uneducated in how to think critically, but yet still holds a high opinion of themselves. This is where they beclown themselves. Okay. Taking something, instead of asking questions about what do you mean, Stanley, they just want to just go off and assume I mean one thing or another. And they wind up looking like the clown, not me. So anyway, let's see. New overnight subscribers are for it. New overnight subscribers are in for a shock when they catch the morning show. Which morning show? You mean more the Black Roast, the morning Black Roast? I try to be consistent in my cantankerousness to Capriota. Someone who's been watching Roots. All right, well, let's move on. There's more Shador Sanders commentary by our second favorite commentator.
Okay, my name is Amiose Frimpong, and right now we're just going to talk a little bit about Shador Sanders' situation and his draft slide. Where he was
You know
projected
what?
first
Actually,
round, and
let me ask you a question, though, DiCapriono. Why do you think they'll be in for a surprise? I mean, I don't like to. I like to talk about Black, American kind of interest topics, but I also deal with more newsy stuff. So I just come at it from a different angle. I actually sometimes know what I'm talking about. I don't go on instinct. I try and back up my instinct if that's possible. So the tenor of the shows are different. I don't know that the topics are so different. Just a different take.
he was not selected until the 5th round in a snub to, I think, both Shador and Dion. Now, I think Shador Sanders is a fine quarterback. Like, great quarterbacks don't necessarily do well in the NFL. Like Johnny Football and Tim Tebow. So I think he is a fine quarterback. And it's presumptuous to think that even if he were a great quarterback, that teams have some sort of fiduciary responsibility to draft him.
And by the way, Tom Brady was not a first-round pick. And so, when I say America's a racist country, it was founded with racism. It continues to be a hangover for the foreseeable future. And people who want to pretend that colorblind laws change things, that the 1964 Civil Rights Act and the other civil rights acts after it, America is getting better, but the problem still persists. It'll eventually go away, but it's not going away anytime soon. And the way to address America's problems is not to ignore them by going, oh, I don't see color. Okay, we see color, and I will reemphasize my point. The anti-Black blacks are a bigger problem to the proverbial Black American community than white racists are. Now, that is a huge change. We don't have to worry about the Klan. We have to worry about anti-Black blacks and, the people who see them as holy men. So, again, I usually like to watch these videos through and comment afterwards, but today I seem to be in a talkative mood, and I apologize for that.
The NFL is in the entertaining owners business. It's not in the butts and seats business. It's not in the touchdown business. It's not even in the winning games business. Because if you don't win games in the way that entertains the owners will let you go. They'll rather lose with you on the sidelines or on another team than win with you winning it your way and not their way. You are owned by them. They are owners. They own you. This isn't an individual sport. This isn't tennis. This isn't golf. You have owners, and they expect you to comport yourself in a certain way. They don't care if you're Black. They don't care. I mean, they might care if you shoot yourself like Plaxico Burress did. But they don't mind a Black person acting a fool in a certain way. You just can't act a fool in a way that upstages them. And Deion Sanders' career is a career that's made things about him, and he's kind of had a casual relationship with teams. And so he was a really free agent insofar as he didn't really have a loyalty to any of the teams he played for, but he turned his teams into winners but he wasn't a company guy. They want a guy like Shannon Sharp. Cruz, Terry Crews. Shannon Sharp might not be the best example, but company Shannon Sharp's company in a way that, for example, I am not. But they don't want a free Negro like a Colin Kaepernick or a Shadur Sanders, insofar as Shadur might be more loyal to his dad than he is to a coach or a GM. Not that his dad is a bad guy. In fact, I think more black boys need better dads, and we could take the hit on coaches and GMs if we had dads named Shadur. I mean, dad like Deion. So I think it was a humbling. It was the owners trying to humble Deion because they don't want the team to turn into Deion and Shadur's team. They want it to be their team because they don't care about winning. They don't care about money. They're all rich. They care about being entertained. And they don't want to be, and they don't think that Shadur Sanders and the Deion Sanders show would be entertaining for them. The NFL is.
If you don't mind pausing it, it's like this is what I'm talking about. So far as people being completely out of their element and allowing racial idolatry to be able to.
Okay, what has he said that was racial?
That team owners don't want Deion and Shadur to run their team.
Correct. So how is that racial?
Okay, it's racial because
it's racial because you're injecting race into it. That is literally a colorblind statement. They're not talking race, they're talking Deion's personality, his reputation, etc. How is that racial? And dude, don't beat around the bush.
I'm not beating around the bush.
Seems like you are. You say it's racial. My question is, how is Deion's personality racial?
He didn't make that statement. He said that this was a racial thing.
Well, what if it is?
And that
but
is
no. Before you skip away, you said what he said, and you want to say it's racial, and I'm trying to.
I didn't say it was racial. He said.
Okay, you literally said, dude. Do you ever listen to what you say? Because I'm not exactly sure you're listening to what Aramiose Frimpong is saying.
He said it was a racial.
Okay, not wanting Deion and his son to run the team. Did Arami say that or not?
Yes, he did.
Okay, how is that racial is my question.
Because his previous statement stated that this was
okay. No.
Idea.
You brought up that specific example, not what he said previously. How is that little quote that you gave racial?
Because I'm following his entire context of what he's saying, not just one.
Are you now?
Quote. Yes, I am.
Mm-hmm.
His argument.
You don't think any of this is racial? You like Tyrone, who just joined us? Hey, Tyrone. You don't think this is racial either?
And if I could give my explanation as to why,
dude, I might not be interested in your explanation because you're not gonna look. See, dude, I am not really that interested in your conclusion. I don't really care. To be honest, you want to talk about sportscasters and who's a sportscaster, who's out of their element, etc. This dude doesn't claim to be Stephen A.
That's not my point.
All right. Well, maybe you should get to it.
If I could.
If you can do it quickly.
My point is that when he began with all of this, he said that he believed that
start it over. Let's start it over because I think you're absolutely wrong. But you want to start it over. We can do this line by line. And then you can make your point in context as he develops his context. How about that?
Sure.
Okay, and Tyrone, good to see you. You haven't been up here in a while. How you doing?
I'm doing all right, Stanley. How you doing? What's up, SKC? Everybody in the chat.
Not too bad.
But yeah, if you want to play from the beginning, it's fine. It's a racial argument, though.
Okay. Well, you could be right, and Irami does.
No, I am right.
Irami does act like. Let me ask you a question: does race in America play a part? in day-to-day life in America. Not for everyone, not in my life day to day, but sometimes it does, even if it's getting on a YouTube show and talking about it. Does race play a part in American culture in 2025?
Yes, for
SKC.
those yes, for those who need it to be.
Okay, and then you and I disagree on that. It is literally in the weft and warp of the American fabric. Race. This is a country founded with a core of racism. It continues to be. It's better year by year, but pretending that it's only racial for those who need it to be is a little bit of hyperbole, in my opinion.
Yeah, well, I mean, there are certain scientists that they
I
follow.
don't care about the scientists. I care about your opinion.
Well, my opinion is
Are
that
you a
there.
scientist?
No, I was using an analogy before you interrupted me.
Oh, I'm going to keep interrupting. Didn't you hear
I
that
know.
Supreme
It's
Court?
fine.
Didn't you hear that
That's fine.
Supreme Court session where everybody was interrupting everybody? It's the way it's my particular Socratic method.
Yeah, I
Make
don't
a
have any
bad
problem.
point, I'm going to interrupt you in real time.
Yeah, I don't have any point with that. But again, sometimes you just have to allow the point to be stated.
Not if it's a bad point.
Well, like I stated, this guy here, he's looking at this situation through the lens of race, and he has
No, I don't agree with that.
and his analysis of sports is extremely poor.
Okay, he's not a sports analyst. He is literally an
Well,
academic
then,
philosopher.
then don't
So
use well, he shouldn't
he
use
does
comments
make
like,
a
"I think he's a good
about
quarterback." Then,
individual sports versus team sports where you have owners. And the analogy for the NFL being some analogous to a plantation sort of system, I think that's always been spot on. And he wouldn't be the first to point that out.
well, there's these types of sports with owners all over the world, and people don't say that.
And once again, you're doing that Thomas Sowell bullshit. That's
No,
basically that's basically a version of whataboutism. We're not
no,
talking about the world. We're not talking
there's
about the
teams,
world,
there's owners all over
SKC.
the world.
We're
There's
not
owners all over
talking
the
about
world.
the world, SKC. We're
No, we're talking
talking
about
about the
reality.
United States of America and the NFL. The
Okay,
NFL is not worldwide yet. I hate this Thomas Sowellism. By the way, you missed Thomas Sowell. We watched a reaction to a video of his by someone
so would
else.
it be a difference if the owners were black?
No.
So it would still be a plantation if the owners were black?
Yes.
Okay.
And as people like you are so fond of pointing out, there were black slave owners. So why would it be different? The problem isn't necessarily the color of the owner's skin. The problem is the system. Okay, racism is literally a system. And in my opinion, racist behavior is the only thing in America that is colorblind. Anybody can be a racist.
You have people that own a system, and then you have people that want to play.
Well,
into that system.
Do owners really own the system?
Yes, they own the team. Their money.
Okay, but no. The NFL is the system. Does one owner of a team that participates in that
those
system?
owners
Now
own the
there is
NFL.
there is a group of owners who kind of maintain and add to or detract from the system, but no one owner. Jerry Jones does not own the NFL.
The owners own the NFL.
Yes, as a group, there is no one owner, was my point.
Correct. And that group has the responsibility of
the individual owners have to operate within that system. The commissioner of the NFL does not own the NFL.
Yes, they're the ones that choose the commissioner.
Right. And the point is it's a group decision.
Correct.
No one owner owns the system. They are maintainers as a group.
Correct.
If you want to believe in group ownership, I guess that's a point. but no
Right.
one owner owns the system. They are participants. They benefit greatly from the system. I think
The
it's
system that they
analogous.
made.
I think it's analogous to that 1% in, the antebellum South. And it does racist behavior, racism is actually colorblind, oddly enough.
It's a really poor analogy that you guys try to put up with this whole plantation thing.
Well, it's a
So
poor analogy in your opinion, and your
okay, so
opinion is your opinion.
okay, so tell me the plantation where slaves were
Don't care about. I'm not
were
telling you anything.
were attempting to
I
get
just
on the
made the
plantation to
analogy.
get
I'm
paid.
not going to get deep into detail. I'd like
Yeah,
to
because
watch
it
the
doesn't
video.
fit. Because it doesn't fit.
Okay, you know what? That it fits or doesn't, we could actually do a whole show about that. Again, just like I fussed at 12th Man, I'm really not in the mood to, deal with ephemera. The bottom line is that the NFL is very analogous to the antebellum, plantation system.
It is not.
Maybe not the best analogy in the world, but it's been made before. I'm not the first. I'm not the first one.
Okay, well then
I'm
show
not the
one. Just
first
show
one
one
to
line to line
make.
comparison.
I'm not the first one
Just one.
to make the analogy. It
Okay,
is
so just
not
make
me
one line
being
to line
an
comparison.
original thinker on this. Bottom line is that you find this racial. My response to that is America is literally built on racial. So don't be
I am
surprised.
not making it
And
racial.
why you criticize it, people of your ilk tend to do that and want to pretend.
I am not making it racial.
You want to pretend that America doesn't have to be racial. And my
I'm
argument
not
is that
pretending
it doesn't
anything.
matter whether it has to be or not, it is.
I'm not pretending anything. I'm just stating that it's beginning.
Oh no, I'm putting words in your mouth, of course.
Of course. But in the whole thing of when I came up here, you stated that how is the guy stating that it's racial? And I said from the very beginning, if he's making the idea that the NFL is like a plantation, he's starting from a premise of racism.
I don't know that he made that analogy. If he did, we'll hear it in a few minutes. My point is that he wouldn't be the first, neither would I, to make that analogy. And whether you think it, whether you agree with it or not,
It doesn't matter.
it'll just be something we disagree on.
Right.
But I think
But I will
his
be
point
right
about
by
the
it.
owner, so he did make that analogy.
See,
His
so I
point
will be right
about
because he
his
was using
point,
a racial lens.
SKC. His point about ownership is valid, and maybe you just don't want to accept that.
So
And
I
they
guess
do not want Dion involved in their team, because Dion tends to be primetime and gets a lot of attention. When he shows up on that, is it the Browns who took him? When he shows up on that sideline, somebody's going to interview him.
I have a question, Stanley.
What does that have to do?
I was about to get to you, Tyrone. What's up, man? I've been talking, SKC's been talking, and you have not, and I appreciate that. What you got to say?
So what you just said, Dion showing up on this, Dion will not be showing up on the sidelines because Dion has a job in Colorado. Dion will be coaching the Colorado Buffaloes. Dion
So
will
you
have nothing
think
to
he'll
do
be
with
too busy
the Cleveland
you
Browns.
think he'll be coaching on a Saturday and won't feel like
Yep.
flying in on a Sunday? Colorado is not that
Well,
far
if he
from Ohio.
flies in, it's just going to be to watch his son play. He won't be on the sideline causing any
I
trouble.
guarantee. How much you want to bet?
We can bet whatever. We can bet whatever. This is
Okay, and
all bread and
not
circus.
only will he
Come on,
be on
Stanley,
the
man. Come on, Stanley.
sideline,
You gotta
not
let me
only
talk
will
too,
he be
Stanley.
on the
Come
sideline,
on, Stanley.
he's
Stop
gonna
cutting
be
me off,
he's
Stanley.
gonna be he's
Stop
gonna
cutting
be
me off,
dressed
Stanley.
as a
Stop cutting me off, Stanley. Stanley,
dude.
stop cutting me off,
Hold on,
Stanley.
let me make
Let me finish my
what
sentence,
is
Stanley,
it
and then
with
you say
you
what you
folks?
gotta say.
What is
What is
it
it with
with
you,
you
man? What is
folks?
it with you? What is it with you? What is it with
I'm
you?
gonna say what I'm gonna say, Tyrone.
Well, I'm gonna say what I'm gonna
Which
say. You're not gonna keep cutting me
is
off, man.
not
Nobody
only
cuts you off.
not only will Dion be on the sideline, he's gonna fly in on a private jet.
Man, this is all entertainment, and people are all caught up in this. This is about money. This has nothing to do with racism. Period. This is all about making money.
I don't
Period.
agree with
Thank you,
that.
Rating,
Tyrone. Thank you,
Uh,
Tyrone.
have you
rating.
ever
Do you know, Stanley?
heard, dude,
Stanley, do
race
you know that
hustle?
this was
Wait,
the
hold
most
it.
watched
So there is no such thing as race hustlers? There is no.
race
I've heard
hustlers?
people like you and SKC talk about people making money off of a race hustle. So now you want to say there's none?
So when the NFL was all
It's
white, was
just
that a race
about
hustle?
money. So nobody's
Was that
going to
a
be
race
making
hustle?
money
When the
off the race
NFL was all
hustle.
white, was that a race hustle? Was
Y'all,
it a
this is
plantation then, Stanley?
the
Come on,
wonderful
man.
thing about the anti-black blacks. They're
Come on, Stanley.
nothing
Tell
if
the
not
truth now.
that
Answer the question, Stanley.
anti-black blacks are nothing if not
Anti-black
inconsistent.
black.
You forget your own arguments, and the lack of consistency is why I say
Lack
anti-black
of
blacks
consistency.
are worse
You
for the
won't let nobody
proverbial
get that
black
fucking comment out
community.
without putting them off, Stanley.
Anti-black blacks are worse for the community than the
You are
Klan.
the most anti-black
The
motherfucker in the
current
community.
version, John Galt is worse for the black community than Jason Kessler.
Man, motherfucking Stanley Cross is worse for the black community
Hey,
than
you know
John
what?
Galt.
You are entitled to your opinion.
It's not an opinion. That's a motherfucking fact. Just because he speaks out
Okay,
on the
well,
wrong that black
John
dude,
Galt
that does
is an
not make him
anti-black
anti-black,
black.
Stanley.
John
That
Galt
does not
is
make him
what
anti-black.
John Galt literally is what he complains about.
And John Galt is pure entertainment, like all of this shit is, just like the
You
NFL
know
is.
what? And you know
It
what?
has nothing to do
That's
with
what
racism or fucking plantation.
blacks are. Blacks are famous for their entertainment value. People like John Galt don't take himself seriously, and neither does Jason Kessler. So
Stanley, we're not
you're
talking
right.
about John or Jason. We're talking about Shadur and the
You were
NFL,
spot
not John
on.
and Jason.
Hey, bruh. You're spot
bruh.
on about
Hey,
blacks
bruh.
blacks are good at entertainment. So thank you for confirming that fact. You said fact. You got my attention with that fact.
So will you answer my question, Stanley?
You asked a question?
What?
Is it a good one?
Yes. You was talking
Is it
so
a good
fucking
one?
much. You was talking
Is it
so
a
damn
good
much you
one, or
didn't
is
hear
it
it.
going to be one of them black entertainment questions?
It's gonna be whatever the fucking question is. Are you gonna answer the motherfucker?
Oh, I will. You're going to force me to?
Nah, I'm not gonna force you to do a damn thing. I'm just gonna ask you the fucking question.
Ask the question instead of acting like an anti-black
So
black.
was the NFL a plantation when it was only white players, Stanley?
Yes. Hold on. It wasn't a plantation. It was like a plantation. If you remember, way back in the day, people, like in the 70s, and basketball was kind of the same way. All these players had to work like regular jobs and play football. So hell yeah, these people they were actually probably more like a plantation. They weren't even getting paid millions of dollars.
We're talking about the white guys now, right? Because no black guys were playing.
I heard your question.
So Tyrone, basically, the white slaves were treated worse than the black slaves.
I said yes, it was like a plantation back then, maybe more so.
So those people
were not making millions of dollars. Those white guys were not making millions of dollars. Yes, it was like a plantation. And if you want to be more historical, it was like indentured servitude.
And Tyrone, this is why academics should not be in sports.
He's just doing a commentary. And as a matter of fact, if you knew the show before this, somebody in the chat asked him to talk about Shadur Sanders. He was actually just kind of doing a request for comment. So he doesn't usually talk a lot of sports.
Tyrone again. This is why
Oh,
academics.
Tyrone again. Let's
They have
ignore what
no idea.
Stanley said. Let's
They have
ignore what
no idea what
Stanley
they're
said and go back to my bad point. I'm going to ask for Tyrone to agree with me.
Everybody is not an expert in every subject.
Well, neither are you, right?
Yeah, that's correct. I know more about sports than this guy does, though.
I don't think you do. Prove it.
Okay. Well, when
I honestly don't think you do.
Okay, so Tyrone, I'm pretty sure you watch a lot of sports.
I don't watch a lot of sports, but I can see the bullshit.
See, you're black, and he just assumed. Well, hold on. Let me make this point.
Is this a BS statement?
He assumes you watch a lot of sports because you're black.
No, I didn't assume that. Is this
This
a BS
is why I
statement,
think
Tyrone?
the anti-black blacks are worse than the worst Jason Kessler. He assumes you watch sports because you're black,
I think
Tyrone.
he's a good quarterback. Therefore,
No, he assumed that I watch sports because we're talking about sports, Stanley.
Correct.
And we're men. That's why he's assuming that.
Now, let me ask y'all a question, both of you. Do you think I watch a lot of sports?
No, Stanley, you don't watch a lot of
Okay,
sports.
but we're talking about sports. Why can't you assume that I'm black?
Because you said that you said that you read a lot of books and you don't have time for like
Dude,
carnal
I've been
bullshit.
reading all
And
my
sports is
life.
bullshit for you.
I've been reading all my life, and literally from the time I was like in 7th grade till the time I joined the Navy, I watched sports incessantly. Everything from football to tennis, and read books.
When this academic made his statement, I think he's a good quarterback. He didn't substantiate it with anything. It was just a flat out opinion. That's it.
Well, of course it's opinion. He's not an expert.
Correct.
Just like your opinion is opinion because you're not an expert. In that your opinion might be better. That's very subjective. Stop acting like you were some guru.
I'm not stating that I'm a guru, but
you're acting like
that
it,
with
though.
some. No, I'm
My
not. I'm just saying
opinion is
substantiated
that
with
you
some
are
sort of
acting
facts.
like you know what you're talking about.
Substantiated with some sort of facts.
Fuck fact. This is
Exactly.
opinion. This is opinion.
He's fuck facts now, Stanley.
Exactly.
So I got one more question for you, Stanley.
That's when you get
What's
that
that,
checkmate when
Tyrone?
people say things like, you know,
This
you get
pseudo
facts.
expert here is just going to go blather on and on.
Yeah, I learned it
You're
from
not an
you.
expert, SKC, any more than me or Tyrone or Irony here.
Right. So I learned it from you.
Well, thank God someone's learning something.
Correct.
So what's your question, What's your question, Tyrone?
You said when we were in the chat, you said that this had everything to do with racism, right?
No, I did not.
What did you say? You said it was
If
racism.
I did, then I misspoke. Not everything.
Oh, then you must
Everything
have
to do with
misspoke then.
racism. Whoa.
Yeah,
That's
The
you know
country
what? Then I definitely
in its
misspoke because
are racism.
I don't really watch the NFL that much. To be honest, it fascinates me that Shedeur Sanders and what's his name? Shannon Sharp in this Carmelo Anthony thing has preoccupied the black YouTube that I tend to subscribe to. It is truly amazing. And yeah, I've talked about it, but I've tried to avoid it, with actual important like news and domestic policy. So that we're talking about it now, that's cool. This is dessert after I've done some actual newsworthy stuff.
Well, I agree with you, Stanley. I'm not into it like that, but I can see entertainment, and I know entertainment, and the whole thing is entertainment. It was three top. It was three top. Let me finish, Stanley.
No. I'm agreeing with you.
It was three top picks: Shedeur Sanders, Cam Ward, and Travis Hunter. If they had took all three of those guys in the first round, people would have tuned out of the draft. So they came up with this plot and concocted this. They didn't draft Shedeur. He was going to be drafted the whole time. He was going to play in the NFL regardless. They are about ratings and money. So they pushed it all the way to the 5th round, where it was the most watched NFL draft in history, Stanley. And it was all
You
about
know
the
what I'm
drama
going to
that they
say to
came
that,
up with,
Tyrone?
the Bill Sanders shit.
You know what I'm going to say to that, Tyrone?
What are you going to say to
Excellent
that, Stanley?
analysis. Whoa, excellent analysis, and I can't dispute it. It sounds plausible. So no critique is what you got. You could be right. It actually makes sense to me.
I like that analysis better, Tyrone, of follow the money.
And the other thing that I thought of is that, you know what? If you're a good quarterback, it doesn't really matter what round you go in. You prove it once you put on the uniform and play. What's his name? Tom Brady wasn't a high drafted quarterback. So, go out and be a Tom Brady.
I think
It's all about marketing and money, and that's the biggest show for the NFL right now. The ratings in the NFL are down. They're going to ride this Shedeur Sanders
Are they
thing
down?
all the way into the NFL season. Yes, they're going to make
And
much money off
he
of it.
went to the Browns, right?
Yes, he went to the Browns.
Okay.
He's
Well,
got the
you know
number one
what?
selling jersey right now.
My
but he was picked,
my brother-in-law
149.
is from Cleveland and a huge Browns fan. It'll just be me and him over at my sister's house watching. Now they're also saying they don't think. I think it was John Galt, who I won't even get into his take on it. Which I didn't watch any of the John Galt Shedeur Sanders analysis because, just for my own mental health. They're predicting that he really won't play. It'll be interesting, to see if he gets playing time.
Yeah, so how many people going to tune in for that to see if he plays or don't play?
Yeah,
A whole lot. You
I'll
had
be
women.
one
You had
of them.
women watching the draft this year because of Shedeur. They want to know when he was going to get picked. They didn't know nothing about football. Now you hear females say, "Where can I get a Shedeur Sanders jersey from? What can we do to support Shedeur?" Come on, man. This is all entertainment.
Okay.
They're making money. They're making money hand over fist. She's getting paid backdoor. Money that we don't know about. We'll never know about.
Mm-hmm.
I think they're making a lot of money off of the kid and his father's arrogance.
Did you see they had 3 different sets set up at that home for each day? They were in 3 different spots with 3 different looking sets. It was all pre-planned. They all knew. They was all in on it. It was cameras everywhere, man. This is straight just a money grab. They're gonna get all the money they can get.
Yeah. And here's another thing. He's really not that good.
What makes him not that good? Because he went to an HBCU or his dad coached him his whole life. I mean, what do you get that he's not that good at?
In the pocket, dropping back, he makes rash decisions, especially under pressure. And I'm just looking at scouting reports that people that get paid to look at these guys state. He's not.
He had a better offensive line. He had a better offensive line this year than he did last year, and when he was in the HBCU, that was part of his getting rattled in the pocket. You got to have a line.
Let me interject something here, though, and this goes back to John Galt's thing about black quarterbacks. He seems to have this weird fixation that blacks can't be good quarterbacks. I think he's almost at a stage where it's biological that blacks can't think or be patient. He goes on when we just had Jalen Hurts, who I think is actually a rough parallel. And again, I haven't kept up with football in like 10 or 15 years. So y'all can shoot me down, but Jalen Hurts is the perfect example of a black quarterback who was patient, was confident, and won a Super Bowl. And he wasn't necessarily, I know at Alabama, he wasn't a stay in the pocket kind of guy. whether John Galt likes it or not, and the other anti-black, quarterback people, the game is moving away from the Tom Brady's of the world. They're moving towards quarterbacks that can do both. And you know what? They're not the best runners. Quarterbacks don't get 1,000 yards anymore, or rarely do. And they're not as accurate as a Joe Montana. Now, I've also heard that Shador is pretty accurate, but I haven't watched him play, so I can't attest to that. But I've heard he is actually an accurate passer if he has time to pass, which I guess any quarterback would be. So any comment? You two have probably watched him play.
All I have to say is he's a good quarterback, just like there are a bunch of other good black quarterbacks, if you want to say that, in the NFL. Just like there used to be
Well, I
good
mean,
black
to
quarterbacks.
be in the
Doug
NFL,
Williams
you got to be
and the
good.
likes of
They're not
those
just.
people, Warren Moon. I mean, like, you had a lot of good black quarterbacks.
Yeah, I would think. I mean, one just won a Super Bowl. And as a matter of fact, if I recall, no, I didn't watch the Super Bowl. He threw like a shitload of touchdowns, didn't he?
I don't know. I didn't watch the Super Bowl myself.
Okay.
I don't.
SKC, did you watch the Super Bowl?
No, I didn't watch it, and I'm not
Okay,
making
so none of us
and
really watch
I'm
these things. We
I'm
just
I'm
have
not.
theories.
Yeah, and I'm not. I'm not going
We're
down.
all motherfuckers, apparently.
I'm not going down the line of a John Galt. I'm not making some sort of comparison.
Oh no!
Hey,
Hey, SKC, I have too much respect for you. I would never make that comparison unless it's a joke, but not a serious comparison. Please know, I would never do that seriously.
And so the idea of making some comparison between Hurt and Sanders is like, nah, they're two different. They're two different individuals, and
well, that's obvious. Thank you, Captain Obvious.
And I think one shows a lot more locker room leadership than the other one.
Well, how can you say that when both of them are quarterbacks and led a team?
You compared him to. Did I hear right? You're comparing a pro quarterback of several years who just won a Super Bowl. Who are you comparing him to?
I mean, I can look at their college careers and compare that.
Okay, one's a pro and one is not.
No, I can just look at their college careers.
Okay, you know what? You go back and look at their college careers.
Yeah, one of them was in the running for a Heisman. The other one wasn't.
Historical lens, so I admire you for doing that. But you got to know when that historical lens isn't relevant, and it's not relevant now. Their college careers are way different. One played for Alabama and was a starting quarterback, and the other went to Jackson State. And is it Colorado State?
Yeah, Colorado.
Colorado State is not the SEC, for God's sake. That's like apples and oranges. Don't compare their college careers because one didn't play in the SEC, which is the best. The SEC is like
one did not play in the Big Boys League.
Right, so that's how you're going to compare
But they're both in the NFL.
Yes, that's exactly.
Okay. It makes sense now.
Yeah, that's exactly how I'm going to compare them. One didn't play.
Oh, I thought you were doing apples to apples.
Yes, and in that apples.
Are you doing apples to apples comparison or apples to oranges?
In that apples to apples comparison, because they would have to be. They would have to be. They're looked upon by their college careers.
Tom Brady didn't play in the SEC either.
This has nothing to do with Tom Brady.
Tom Brady did not play in the SEC either. He went to Boise State.
No,
North
he didn't.
Dakota,
he went to Michigan.
Something or another.
He went to Michigan.
Tom Brady did?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
You know what?
He sat behind.
I thought he went to like University of North Dakota or something.
Michigan.
Wolverines.
That's right. So again, in this comparison, one didn't play in
Okay,
the
well,
big boy league.
Michigan isn't in the SEC.
Okay, and that's fine, but it was much more competitive than what Shador is playing in.
Okay, and your point would be what?
My point is that these other
Are you
quarterbacks
saying that Shador is less equipped?
What I'm saying is that these two quarterbacks that people are throwing into the picture played in much
I
harder
threw it
situations.
into the picture.
They played in much harder situations than Shador.
Okay, well, you know what? I'm not the football fan anymore that you are, so I'll have to be chasing on that analogy.
I mean, do you disagree,
But,
Tyrone?
but I'm just saying, Jerry Rice didn't go to a big school, and he was one of the greatest receivers in the NFL. So that's irrelevant when he's talking about the size of the school.
Where did
So now we're comparing a wide receiver to a quarterback.
Man, we're talking about schools, man. Stop the bullshit, bro. You
I'm just
always trying to
saying.
come with some dumb shit, man. He went to
No.
Mississippi State or some little small school like that. He's one of the greatest receivers. I'm saying that Shador went to an HBCU too. Doug Williams did too. I'm just saying, man, it doesn't matter where the fuck you go. It's when they put you in that system to play in
Right.
and who they surround you with. That's
and
the
how
whole
you
thing.
grow? I mean, you know what? I agree with Tyrone on this one. And you know what? Shador Sanders may crash out. He may, crash and burn.
That's likely.
But I think I'm sorry, what?
That's very likely.
Well, statistically, you're right.
I don't think so, because the game of football has changed, and it's a younger, faster game, and he's the type of player that's playing in the game now. So that's why you have quarterbacks like Jalen Hurts that can play, Lamar Jackson. The league is not the same. It's about scoring points and stuff now. It's not about defense anymore.
Run and
So
gun.
any player coming out of college and wherever they come from, they can adapt to the new league. It's a whole new league now.
Rebuttal.
And yet the majority of successful quarterbacks are coming from large systems in college.
Really?
Yeah, well,
where did the black guy? Where did Kansas City quarterback come from? Well, did he come from a big school?
Do we understand the what?
I'm asking you a question. Can
Answer
you
the
answer
question,
that
SKC.
Yeah, I'm answering the question. Do we know what the definition of
You know
majority is?
What is it with y'all conservatives that you see? This is another thing.
I'm just
and
using
this
your
is a
rules.
this
Words
is a
matter,
little
right?
bit off topic. Why do people answer questions with parables? What is it?
I'm not asking a
How
parable.
about just answer the question succinctly? We don't need
question.
homiletics to answer a question.
I'm not asking.
I just want to know what school Patrick Mahomes played for in college.
You tell me.
Did he play for a big school? Did he play for Alabama or Michigan? Ohio State?
You tell me, and then tell me how that equates to my majority answer.
Well, I think it equates because he's not sure you're right. There are name me a quarterback from a big school that's won the last 2 or 3 Super Bowls.
Okay, again, how does that have to do with?
Okay, no. You said you talk about success. We assume the Super Bowl is the pinnacle of success.
I didn't say that.
I'm not sure. Mahomes has won a bunch of them. I'm not sure that your assessment reflects the reality of the past, say, 5 years. And I couldn't name the teams that won in the last 5 years. I generally only remember the last Super Bowl winner. Now, Jalen Hurts is Alabama, and that is a major school. But then, we're talking about style. So are you saying, SKC, that, that scrambling sort of, I can run it if I want to, or I can, throw it, but not always accurate, if that type of quarterback comes from a big school, they will be successful.
Well, the most successful quarterbacks come from in the NFL come from big programs. I didn't say
Okay.
anything about style or any of that stuff. Heck, Lamar Jackson came from Louisville. That's still a big
Mhm.
program.
Is it?
Louisville is not considered a big program. Stop it, man.
Well, I think we know what Louisville is, so that's big. I mean, I think the argument is valid, and I'm not even finding fault with the argument, SKC. You're probably right, but I
And
think
to bring up your
I think Tyrone's point is that is quickly changing.
and for Tyrone's point, Patrick Mahomes, the Texas Tech, the Big 12, that ain't a big program.
No, it's not a big program. Texas Tech was always at the bottom of the barrel. Come on, man. Stop that, man. We talk
Well,
about the
he's
history and
talking
the wins and
when
losses.
SKC. Hold on, when SKC says big program, have you heard of the school? Is big to him.
Texas Tech. Who's her? Come on,
Texas
man.
Tech is it Texas or Texas? It's Texas that's in the SEC now, right?
Texas. You hear more about Texas A&M than you do Texas Tech.
You know, if you played for Tennessee Tech, is that a big program? For that matter, are ACC schools big programs?
And think about how much money they bring in. That
Certain
tells you.
schools they consider the big programs.
You're judging it on income, not
Yeah, because
not
that's what it's all
coaching.
about at the end of the
So
day.
the more money a school makes, the better the quarterback. Is that your argument?
My argument is that the quarterbacks that tend to dominate the NFL come from big money programs.
I don't agree with that. No, that's not true.
Not anymore. But anyway, let's go ahead and at least listen to a portion of this, just to satisfy my curiosity as to.
Yeah, was he talking racial? Yeah, he was.
Okay, well, you know what? Let's listen.
America, my name is Amiose Frimpong, and right now we're just going to talk a little bit about Shedeur Sanders' situation and his draft slide. He was projected first round, and he was not selected until the 5th round in a snub to, I think, both Shedeur and Dion. Now, I think Shedeur Sanders is a fine quarterback. Like, great quarterbacks don't necessarily do well in the NFL. Like Johnny Football.
You agree with that part so far, SKC?
No.
Okay.
What makes him great?
I
mean, this guy.
Well, you know what?
He wasn't
that's why I asked you. What makes a quarterback great?
That's what I'm saying. Shedeur was never even in the running for a Heisman. That's greatness. What are we talking about?
So you can only be great if you're in the running
Hurts
for a
was
Heisman.
in the running for a Heisman.
Hold on, listen to my
Sanders
question.
never was.
Listen to my question. You can only be great if you're in the running for a Heisman.
You would at least get to be considered. You would be considered if you were.
Well, you don't. Okay. Well,
there's a difference
if you're
between
not in
good-
the running for a Heisman, you're not great. Gotcha.
Yes, the words matter. You can
Okay,
say he's
well.
good. Great? No.
Okay. Tyrone? Any comments so far?
Nah, I'm just listening to I'm just listening.
You're listening, ready to crouch. I hear it in your voice.
Smoking my weed and listening.
Ready to spring.
and Tim Tebow. So I think he is a fine quarterback, and it's presumptuous to think that even if he were a great quarterback, that teams have some sort of fiduciary responsibility to draft him. The NFL is in the entertaining owners business. It's not in the butts and seats business. It's not in the touchdown business. It's not even in the winning games business. Because if you don't win games in the way that entertains the owners will let you go. They'll rather lose with you on the sidelines or on another team than win with you winning it your way and not their way. You are owned by them. They are owners. They own you.
Okay, so you touched on that ownership part, I think. Anything racial so far, SKC?
Yes, the point where he says they own you.
Okay, you're full of shit, dude.
Okay.
You know what? Owners. I'm confused, and this goes back to my point where race is woven into the very fabric of American society. Even when race isn't mentioned, because he has not mentioned anything, in my opinion, that's racial.
Okay,
but it's racial, and I'm guessing the reason you think it's racial is you just don't like this dude. You do not like Aramiose Frimpong, and much like Be Brave. In the past he's talked about race. In the past, so you're judging a man on his past, but not the first minute and 18 of nothing racial. Dude, you are weird.
Okay, well, let's see if I'm a prognosticator.
Okay, but you think something racial has been said so far.
Let's see if I'm a prognosticator.
Okay, so we mentioned owners. Okay, all I'm saying, and I didn't ask you
let another minute go.
I didn't ask you what he was going to say. I asked you up until now, has he said anything racial? Do I need to restate the question?
Oh, I'm sorry. My abilities of forethought are,
Okay, you know what? Your abilities of forethought are rarely challenged. I'm asking you about the last minute and 18. Has he said anything racial? Now, I know your forethought, your predicting the future sometimes overrides your sense of the present and the past.
Yes, I think he went 78 seconds without saying something racial. I agree with you, Stanley. I think he went 78 seconds.
Thank God you have shifted gears from your Minority Report predictability pre-crime mode back into the present.
I think he went 78 seconds without being able to do that. Go ahead.
Hey, that's better than nothing.
This isn't an individual sport. This isn't tennis. This isn't golf. You have owners, and they expect you to comport yourself in a certain way. They don't care if you're black. They don't care. I mean, they might care if you shoot yourself like Plaxico Burress did. But they don't mind a black person acting a fool in a certain way. You just can't act a fool in a way that upstages them. And Deion Sanders' career is a career that's made things about him, and he's kind of had a casual relationship with teams. And so he was a really free agent insofar as he didn't really have a loyalty to any of the teams he played for, but he turned his teams into winners, but he wasn't a company guy. They want a guy like Shannon Sharp. Terry Crews.
Okay, so we gone 2 minutes and 13 seconds. Anything racial yet, SKC?
Not yet.
I didn't think there was, but thank you for confirming the obvious.
Shannon Sharp might not be the best example, but company Shannon Sharp's company in the way that, for example, I am not. But they don't want a free Negro like a Colin Kaepernick.
Oh, he said Negro, so it's going racial.
Shadir Sanders, insofar as Shadir might be more loyal to his dad than he is to a coach or a GM. Not that his dad is a bad guy. In fact, I think more black boys need better dads, and we could take the hit on coaches and GM.
Wait, he went racial. Black boys need better dads. Oh
Yeah,
God,
free,
that's
free,
horribly
free.
racial, isn't it?
Yeah, free Negro, huh? But that's not racial. But continue.
Yeah, free Negro, which is actually a good point.
It's a
We
dog
need to be,
whistle.
and no. Now we can talk about these 2 points for the next 20 minutes. I agree with him. We need to stop thinking we are a community and be free Negroes. Do you disagree with that point?
He never mentioned community.
Okay, motherfucker, you need to address my question. He didn't say what I just said. Please address my question.
Oh, I believe
Free
being free
he meant, in
community.
my opinion, he meant free Negro, as in we need to stop caring about what the community thinks and
What
be
community?
Negroes. Okay, you use the word community. Come on now, you don't use
Yeah,
that.
yeah, it's towards a particular set of people. How does that equate to the NFL?
I think when you say community, you mean the whole community. When John Galt says the black community, because he thinks there's a black community. And the funny, and I don't want to bring John into it yet without him here.
I don't think there's a black community.
Okay, well then you and I actually do agree on this. So when you say community, I hope you mean a very limited. I wouldn't even say most black people think it's a community. Now I could be wrong on that. That is very controversial. And now that I think about it, I probably am wrong. We need to get out of that. However, there are people, and not you, SKC, and I've never heard Tyrone say this either, who think we need to be like Asians. Well, Asians aren't like Asians. I know a lot of Asians, and they are not, they are very family oriented. There aren't, and I won't go down that road. I think that we are literally people like, these anti-black blacks who keep asking, why can't we be more like Asians or Jews? Which, in my opinion, is not being a free Negro. Instead of being yourself and working it out, you want to be like a Jew or you want to be like an Asian. Very not free Negro. Black people thinking that there is a community made more sense in 1912, more so than in 2025. And we need to stop this. And his point about black boys need good fathers, while racial, seems a very valid point. Do you agree with that racial point?
Oh yeah, I agree. But that's not the racist.
However, I will also say that fatherhood across when America catches a cold, the black community catches the flu. I think that's absolutely a valid point. White boys need fathers too. You have Frederick, what's his name, talking about the crisis of boys in general. This isn't just a black problem with this fatherhood, this parenting problem. And people, the anti-black blacks who want to pretend it is particular to the black community are wrong. It is not particular to the black community.
Right.
It's more acute
pronounced
in the black community.
Yeah.
So, you and I agree on a lot of stuff, SKC. We just don't want to admit it, or I don't.
I think the only part that possibly where we disagree is that the acuteness, I believe, needs to be called out more than,
You don't think it's called out enough?
No, not at all.
I mean, you got a whole Thomas Sowell and a Glenn Lowry, talks, and even John McWhorter to a certain extent, but definitely Glenn Lowry. Thomas Sowell is getting older, but you got Byron Donalds. There are all kinds of people, and this leftist right here talking about it. So I think and this is going to be a hot take. I think young black males the YNs are just ignoring the shit.
As they
Mostly.
should. As they should.
Why? Ignoring you should be a good father if you father children? Why would they ignore that?
Because it's part of the programming of the community. They're doing what they're
Okay,
programmed
and
to do.
again, this is where we're going to disagree. Who's doing the programming?
Does it matter?
Yes, it matters. It matters who is doing the programming.
It's on autopilot right now.
Okay, we thoroughly disagree with that, and you're basically saying you've got a whole community without a brain. We're just basically automatons following programming. That is so anti-black as to make that point makes be brave and think seem like a thinking man.
I'll even go even further than that to make it worse.
Well, no, don't go farther because you've gone far enough. Be brave and think at least gives black people enough credit for having a choice to excuse the 3%. You just think we're all on automatic pilot.
Yeah,
see, and this is exactly what I mean about the worst white racist.
Yeah, I think
is less problematic than the anti-black thought that black people don't have a brain and can't even guide their own futures. They're on automatic. That's horrible.
Yeah, I'm not saying that they don't have a brain. I'm saying that they.
Well, no, when you say the whole thing is on automatic, you don't have to say it. You're implying it, or at least that's what I'm inferring.
Well, let me use a word that's better than automatic.
Well, you should have used that word in the first place.
Or phrase. Basis, more base instincts. Animalistic.
So now we're animalistic, lizard-brained. That's even worse. How do you go from bad to worse?
I told you I was going to go further.
I didn't think you were going to go further down.
Yes, I told you that.
I thought you were at least going to go sideways or elevate a bit.
No, I told you.
You know what? Silly Stanley.
Yes, animalistic
What's up,
is
Lou?
a better term.
What up, man? I wasn't even gonna come up here, but a truck done smashed into a Beamer, so 10 minutes turned into 30.
Well, hopefully not your
chilling.
Beamer. Or
No,
your truck.
absolutely not.
Yeah,
absolutely.
All right. Well,
I just
what
I
are
didn't
your thoughts
I didn't
on
expect
this,
to
on
see
this travesty of anti-blackness that is being foisted upon us by SK?
Well, I don't know where he's going.
He doesn't.
When I put in the chat, that's as much as
the
I've heard.
community is on automatic, so SKC does not necessarily know what this is going to lead to.
I watched the
and Samuel Guru. Oh, let me address Mr. Guru here, who says he doesn't. He gets bored by this race talk. Everything that is anti-black, everyone who is anti-black,
I thought you were arguing about sports.
We were, but indirectly.
Conversation, not
directly,
arguing.
but about race in sports, essentially. But I need to address this. Samuel, yes, anti-black blacks are anti-black all the time. Did you not watch John Galt Street interviews yesterday? If you haven't, then maybe you'll get my point. I suggest you do. You'll get my point. So sorry for that diversion.
No, you're good.
Samuel Guru, you kind of muddy the point by calling everything you disagree. I disagree with anti-black blacks. So yes, I'm not muddying a point. And funny you should say muddy. Are you talking about skin tone, or are you talking about thinking? Animal instinct overrides logic. You know what? There are many animal behavior type psychologists who would disagree with Sometimes animal instincts are pure logic. If you're hungry, eat something. How is that not logical?
Yeah, if you're
SKC, you were like Thomas Sowell. You speak on things that you really don't know about just for the
just
pithy comment.
just like this guy on the screen.
I could make an argument that animal instinct is pure logic. You
Yeah,
take
if
care
you're
of your needs. When is that not logical?
yeah, if you and
Do
I
better, SKC. Do
if you're
better.
in heat,
Okay,
bend over.
no. Don't do the if. Don't do the whataboutism. I commented
In
on
heat, bend
what
over.
you thought was a good one-liner. I've corrected your orientation. And I
Oh, okay.
didn't do it automatically. I thought about that comment and very quickly came up with a purgative. I won't even call it a corrective. We need to vomit that dumb statement from our brains because it makes no sense. Animal instinct is almost pure logic.
So you believe that animals act logically?
I believe that animals satisfying their needs like hunger is literally logical. If you're hungry, you get food. How is that
Okay.
not logical, Mr. Laughing SKC?
Okay.
Tell me that's not logical, SKC.
It's not.
So when you're hungry, getting food, and you have to go out and kill for food. Now we're assuming these are wild animals, not human
Yeah,
beings.
and that's
We're
what I'm
assuming
equating it to.
you're assuming that if a lion gets hungry, going out and killing something and eating it is illogical.
Well, maybe it's illogical when you
Okay,
equate it to
dude,
the
you know
unitype,
what? You lost.
which
You
is what I'm
lost with
doing.
that. Once you said maybe, you're injecting human thought into it. You're
Exactly.
injecting some sort of weird form of moral argument. Logic is not
I'm glad that you
necessarily
went
more.
down.
Okay,
I'm glad
you
that you
don't
went down this
understand
line.
philosophy. Logic is neither. Logic is amoral. Okay, so you need to stop. You're not that good at this sort of stuff.
So animals act logically.
Okay, I don't even want to continue this argument. You lost.
Okay.
So let's get back to an actual philosopher.
If we had dads named Shadur, I mean dad like Dion. So I think it was a humbling. It was the owners trying to humble Dion because they don't want the team to turn into Dion and Shadur's team. They want it to be their team because they don't care about winning. They don't care about money. They're all rich. They care.
Goes back to Tyrone's point about money. And that's, you know what? I have to listen to Tyrone's point because maybe it is all about money. And, you know, old men like me tend to be a little bit utopian and hopeful. Nothing about race so far other than the black boy comment, which you can't dispute. That is a valid point. And forget what the one before that was. Something about free Negroes, which was a valid point. Anti-black blacks hate free Negroes.
They care about being entertained, and they
Is
don't
this an old
want
video?
to be. And they don't think that Shadur
No, it
Sanders
was
and the Deion Sanders
less
show
than
would be
24
entertaining
hours.
for them. The NFL
Oh,
is an
okay.
entertainment league, but
It
it's
just
an
looks old,
entertainment
Free
for
Zone.
the owners.
Same
It
talking
look
point.
yeah, that's what I'm saying.
If you win and
It
win
looks
and
like
the owners
It's
feel
that
bad about
curtain
themselves,
like
behind
this
they
was
would rather
filmed in a
lose.
cult, like in a cult room in the 80s.
Yep.
Well, the thing is it's in his
Same
basement or
mindset.
somewhere, and that curtain behind him. Don't know why he likes it, but why does it matter? Shadur
No,
Sanders is a very relevant point. I won't call your question a dumb one, just out of pure respect.
Oh, I didn't even know he was talking about Shador. I thought he was talking about like general concepts and stuff. That's why I thought it was an old video. Like, so go ahead.
No.
You let it play.
Well, the free Negro part and the we don't want, the teams don't want a to be led by Dion and Shador. Yeah, you can't be confused by that point and mistake that curtain as something from the 1960s.
I didn't hear that part, but yeah, I got you.
And his
Yeah, when
now
I came in, he was just talking
irony
about
is a
concepts
little
and
bit.
stuff. You know what I'm saying? He
Irony.
didn't
So you
actually
don't want
say
to support
Shador.
that.
He didn't say
What you're
Shador
saying.
any of that stuff. He was talking about concepts.
Yeah, he did.
When I came,
He literally just
No.
said Dion and Shador.
I missed that part.
Oh, come on. He literally just said it seconds ago.
Yeah, I missed that part.
Oh, well. Now, the dude is quirky. You know, we need to get over that part, maybe. And Sam, how you doing? I haven't seen you in these chat streets in a while. Is this the pro-black, anti-white guy married to a white woman? Sam, you know what? You sound silly. Get up to speed. I'm not pro-black. If not being anti-black is pro-black, then I'm pro-black. I'm not anti-white guy or anti any race. I'm anti-stupid. If you're stupid, I'm anti. And I was married to a white woman about 12 years ago. My wife died. So fuck you, you moron.
Yeah, Stanley. I think he was talking about the guy that you have on the screen. I think he is married to a white woman.
Okay, well, he's not pro-black. Well, anyone
Stanley
who's
was a
black.
hit
He's
dog.
he's not anti-black, anti-white guy. You know what? I've never heard him say much about other than whites are fucked up, and they are. And yeah, he's married to a white woman. Who are you married to,
Stanley, you
Sam?
sound like a damn hit dog, Stanley.
A what?
You sounded like a hit dog there.
Oh yeah. Well, you know what? I'm similar. So yeah, I was a hit dog. I thought I was a hit dog, but you know what? The car beeped and said I didn't hit you, dog.
He hit you because you fucking responded.
And drove off.
He hit you because you fucking
Well,
responded.
wait, hold
And,
it. Well, see, HB says he's not talking about you, Stanley. Okay, well, you know what, HB? My bad. I apologize.
he was talking about Stanley.
Hold on. Let me apologize. Let me apologize to Sam, please. Sam, I apologize. I thought you were talking
No,
about
Stanley,
me.
he meant you, Stanley. He meant you. They're being sarcastic.
No, they're not
Yeah,
being
whatever.
sarcastic.
I
That
apologize,
guy is
Sam.
married to a
He
Please
meant
white
you,
accept my
Stanley.
apology.
He was talking about you, Stanley. You're right.
Tyrone.
Get his ass, Stanley.
Tyrone.
He was talking about you, Stanley.
Tyrone.
He was talking
All I
about
have
you,
to
Stanley.
say,
Get his ass,
all I
Stanley.
have to say is get your jollies in now while you can.
Get his ass, Stanley. He was talking about you.
He'll be talking about you next.
I don't give a fuck though.
And that tells you something. That's like indicative of America. Both
I'm
the
not
right
you.
and the Democrats
I give a
and the
fuck.
left, the Democrats and the Republicans. They would rather lose than win in a way that makes them feel bad about their irrational.
Oh, now he's
or at
talking
least,
about Democrats.
Unjustifiable prejudices. The Dems would rather lose than do the right thing to defeat, the MAGA red, right? And the Dallas Cowboys would rather.
SKC, any race so far other than those two specific points? Anything that you disagree with?
No, not at all.
Okay, just
like I
checking.
said, I was
I
leaning
have
into my
to
skills.
check. I don't want you to be offended by the race man here.
No. I'll just
rather
lean into
lose
my powers
than
of prognostication.
be upstaged with a Shador Sanders and the Deion Sanders, unbridled, right? Because it's not obvious that Shador can be controlled. Like he's going to do things. He has other interests. He is not a good field Negro, right?
Oh.
I'm not saying Deion and Shador are house Negroes.
Yeah.
I'm just saying that they're free Negroes.
Uh-huh.
And they're paying a tax for being free Negroes. And I talked about this in a previous
Good
video,
grief.
but there's a black double day. One is your job.
Should I
You have to
change
do
my
your
name
job,
to Nostradamus?
and you also have to make white.
You know what? If you, well, no.
Get him, Stanley. Get him. Get him, Stanley.
You know what? You know what? See, now it is also racial when good racial points are made. SKC does not want free Negroes. He just doesn't want Negroes. He wants a colorblind world where no one talks about actual issues. He wants what Sheila Mason would call a raceless society where we pretend that we were not a racial country and have been for almost 250 years. SKC wants SKC wants SKC. Dude, you need to let me get my point out. SKC wants a white man's utopia.
You can say all that, but I was right about this guy.
Oh no! I'm gonna say it. Do you want me to say it again?
But I was
do
right.
You want me? Do you want me to say it in a more funny way?
Yes. I want you to pull it out.
What
more,
you need to
the
do.
original thing was I right about this guy?
What you need to do, SKC, is accept my opinion. Your logic is pro-white, anti-black,
slam,
pro-white, anti-black, and just plain old utopian. You know what? Hey, Butter Biscuit. Butter Biscuit.
Yes, I like butter biscuits. Throw the butter biscuits.
I bet you like your biscuits. You like your biscuits white and flaky.
Yes. Plenty of put butter on it and honey. Throw it in the air, and I will.
You like the white man's butter.
Yes.
All right. Let's continue. Let's continue with this very valid and, in my opinion, constructive point about race. Hey, you won this one. It is about race.
There it is.
You won this one. It's about race, but it's also race when you try and point out the positives about free Negroes and all that stuff. That's what anti-black blacks like you cannot stand. If you try and put out, dude, I will put you in the back, SKC, just for the fun of it. I will get my message out, and then you can respond. You have a problem. The anti-black blacks have a huge problem with a positive message about blacks in America. So that's my point.
I'm making a racial argument from
I think in a situation where they're upset that this kid got the fifth round pick, in a situation where another black quarterback got the first draft pick, I don't think it's about race. I don't understand the racial conversation in this. Like,
well, you don't understand.
Is Cam Ward not a free Negro?
You don't understand race in America, and neither does SKC, I argue.
So they picked so Cam Ward must not be a free Negro then, and that's why they went with him with a first round draft pick.
I'm sorry, who?
Cam Ward. Cam Ward was the number one draft.
Wait, hold on. You mean this year?
This year, yeah.
This year,
the NFL.
Okay,
yeah.
Wait, hold it, Lou. The only reason I even know about the NFL draft was Shedeur Sanders. Otherwise, it would have just passed and me not noticing it. So to Tyrone's point, he may have a point about the money. I'm paying attention to it. So you know what? I don't know that, ordinarily I would go, well, how do you know? But it makes a lot of sense. And really, I don't care enough about the NFL draft and the NFL in general these days to really give it like, hey, sounds good. I'll go with it.
No, I'm with you. I heard a lot of people just talking about it, and then just 5 minutes of looking into it, you just realize, okay, this is a nothing burger.
Right.
So, see how that plantation conversation just goes away?
No, it didn't go away. It's still valid. Why do you think it went away? He also mentioned the ownership part. There was never, I'm kind of stretching because he's not real specific about why he mentions ownership, but it's still in my mind, and nothing he said so far has invalidated it. And you asked me a very good question. Was the NFL like a plantation when there were only white players? What was my answer, SKC? Do you remember?
Well, Tyrone asked you that.
Well, no. Do you remember my answer was my question?
Yeah,
Tyrone's not
yes.
here.
Yeah, you said yes.
I said what?
You said yes.
And I stand by that. Yes, it was even more of like a plantation because they weren't paying these men any money.
Yeah, I agree with you.
Okay, so I want you to appreciate my answer in that the NFL has always been kind of like a plantation.
Right.
So,
and I agree.
Okay, and I know I'm right. I'm glad you confirmed it. I just want you to understand. I just want you to understand that my thinking about race in America tends to be a bit more nuanced, even more so than yours, in my opinion. Just my opinion. So don't act like I'm so pro-black when I'm saying even when the NFL was all white, it was like a plantation.
Right.
That's not pro-black. That's not pro-black. That is anti-system.
I agree with you.
Don't call me a pro-black when I'm saying. And by the way, speaking of pro-black, you do realize that racism hurts all Americans regardless of race. I also said racism and racist behavior is probably the only thing that's colorblind in America.
Yeah, the racist whites treated the white slaves.
Okay, nope, not where I'm going with this. You can go ahead and halt. You can go ahead and halt that. What would you call it? Retrograde. SKC, you need to move out of the 1970s and into the 21st century. I say racism hurts all people. Not just white people, not just black people, not just Hispanics.
I agree.
It hurts all Americans.
I'm accepting
racism is probably the only colorblind system we have in America.
I'm accepting that. And the only thing I'm
now you don't need to say more. I want to play this video. Do you mind if I play the video? You can hold that thought.
Yeah.
You got some quotables today, Stanley.
People comfortable.
For be brave.
That's the job. That's the job. You do your job and you make white people comfortable. If you're not willing to do both aspects of those jobs, then you are not qualified for a job in America. Now, when liberals are in power, that means making white feminists comfortable. And when conservatives are in power, that means feeding different varieties of anxieties. But make no mistake, black people have a double job in these United States. The first job is to do the job, and that's not even the first. They're co-equal. But the second job is to make white people feel comfortable, feel a certain sort of way as you do it.
I agree with that point.
So other people might have one job.
Yeah, that's called basic business.
But black people have two jobs.
Well,
and it's the second job is a job we don't talk about. Now, when you talk about this in feminist theory, it's called the double day. Like women have two jobs. They first have to, if they go to work, they got to go and earn money. When they come home, they got to do all of the they do all of the housework and raise all the kids, and they call that the double day. But there's a black double day, insofar as black people have two jobs in any one job they have. The only person who doesn't, unless you work like I do, not only do I am I not beholden to too many white checks. I am beholden to
not too many.
Check. That's my wife, but not too many white checks.
The white man's check is colder. What are we doing here?
So I'm allowed to only work one job. I can actually say what I think. I can actually say I can do the thing. I can read books and then give you my theory about the books or analyze pop culture.
Here's an interesting thing that you two racists want to make everything racial. The white man's check, a check is a check, I would think.
He said white
check. He said white checks. What you talking about?
His point, which you two cannot seem to understand, is that he's talking about being free. Okay, and that might mean being a Deion Sanders, who I argue is not free. He's working for a football team.
Yeah, they still get
His
white
point,
checks.
his point is being free to think and say as you please, just like you two anti-black blacks are free to be anti-black black. There are those who disagree with you, and they are free to be me in this instance.
At some jobs, they pay you to shut up.
And you know what? You're free not to take that job.
Yeah. You just get outside of it and then complain all
If
day
you
about
work for that job and shut up,
and want
that
to keep
is literally now. If you're hit, and to be honest, irony would go here with that wage slavery argument, which I've never really agreed with. I don't think there's such a thing as a wage slave. And if there is, you are making yourself a slave by not either going to get a job or doing what you need to do to qualify for a better job. So that wage slave thing is never actually hit home. However, I think anti-black blacks don't like blacks stepping outside of their own of their own self-made plantations. Anti-black blacks, and you might be the exception, SKC, and probably you too, Lou, thinking that there is some sort of coast-to-coast black community, in my opinion, is imprisonment. But it's self-imprisonment. No white man is telling you, well, there are some white racists like Be Brave who assume there's a coast-to-coast black community. But most people, I would imagine, don't care.
Yeah, most people in the real world don't care. It reflects very differently on the internet. They try to do the coastal coast
you have
thing.
no clue. HB, you have no clue what a good argument is. I've never heard one from you. It's all race-based bullshit, both you and John Galt. The arguments that you present to me tend to be what about, and I'm tired of dealing with that style of argumentation. I'm over it. Deal with the point or don't, but Deion has never been free. He doesn't have an argument, Stanley. Obviously, you don't understand his argument, HB2N.
It just
And
sounds like rhetoric, Stanley.
Honest,
like free to do what?
And by the way, he is like an expert in what freedom is. It's like his PhD thesis thing that he's been working on for 10 years. So when he talks about freedom, he's actually studying it and thinking about it. I think most people on this panel, and well, you know what? I'm going to say almost everyone in the John Galt space doesn't understand what freedom is.
He needs to free himself from that curtain.
Well, you know what? It's his home. It's his problem. HB2N, I think you're more clueless than Irami is. I've heard you present arguments. He does a better job of it. Of course, your profession is not philosophy. So, that's understandable. Oh, I see Wicked's in here. What is Wicked Racist have to say? Yes, you do. You hear it in person about the black community. No idea what the fuck that means. On TV and news segments, I don't watch TV. I literally don't have cable. Pretty much all the video I see is on YouTube or from news clips. So you watch TV, you need to tell me about what you think TV is. Good for you, Wicked. The politicians.
Stanley, who is Wicked?
Politicians. Oh, Wicked. You don't know Wicked?
No.
You know him if you heard him. Stop pretending. Oh, wait, hold it. Stop pretending like the black community isn't a hot fucking mess already stand. I don't think there is the black community the way you racists and anti-blacks, who are racist too, by the way, y'all think there's a black community. I don't. And so I can't pretend to find fault with Santa Claus when I don't believe there's a Santa Claus. Doesn't understand freedom. What an asinine statement. Nick, Wicked, you don't you think there's a black community. I don't even know what to make of that. He doesn't understand wait, hold it. Let me read this again. Doesn't understand freedom. What an asinine statement. Oh, Wicked. And finally, is it anti-black to marry a white woman? No, it is pro-black to marry the woman of your choice, especially if you love her. It is anti-black to feel obligated to marry a skin color. If you're marrying a woman because she's black, that is anti-black. Thank you, Sam. I am.
Is that an argument, Stanley? I'm just curious because we were
Is
talking
what
about
an
this
argument?
that if you marry someone else, then you're not really black.
It's an argument that goes on, and people like John Galt and HB actually think if you marry a white woman, you are anti-black, or you're not. You know how people will question, well, are you for black people? If you marry outside the race, these idiots think you're not for black people. Like marrying outside of your race means you are not for your race. And it's
But you are
mostly
anti-black, Stanley.
well, no, you're full of shit, Tyrone, and I'll shoot you down once I'm done with SKC having an adult conversation. I think Martin Luther King or Frederick Douglass, who I hold in high regard. If I had a hero, my father's my hero. If I actually had a hero outside of that, it would be Frederick Douglass. You know what? Frederick Douglass, Martin Luther King, Booker T. Washington, all these black leaders did not struggle and risk their lives for black men to be chained to what other black men or women think about them. Okay. I would argue that even someone that I don't necessarily align with philosophically or politically, like a Thomas Sowell or a Glenn Lowry or a Booker T. Washington or a Bob Woodson, motherfucker, we fought for your freedom. You will marry who you choose to marry. That is freedom. Being bound to what idiots like HB2N or Sam I Am think, that's slavery.
Man, you really touched a third rail with this one. I was just looking at some of the comments in the chat, like, wow.
Man, Stanley's fucking anti-black, man. That shit he's talking, man.
Fuck them. And you know what? This is my specialty. I love touching third rails because maybe these motherfuckers will get a brain growing from their stem and think.
Wow. I mean, they are really on this white woman thing. I mean, wow.
That's not why I'm saying Stanley's anti-black. The reason I say Stanley's anti-black is because Stanley said himself on several occasions that it's not his obligation to reach back and help his people.
No, it is not. It is not.
So that's why I say Stanley's anti-black.
I've never lived in the hood. Why would I reach
But Martin
back
Luther
and help?
Martin Luther King is more pro-black, if you want to call it that. But Stanley, you're anti-black.
Oh, no. You know what? And you think I'm going to dispute that? You're right.
Gold star for Stanley. Stanley, I think that is amazing that you hold that stance. I hold that stance.
Wait, I've always held this stance. Now I have, and there's a buddy of mine who kind of laughs because I used to insist. SKC, you remember Fred, right? from Charles's
Fred?
Discord? Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, he and and Ogie used to go back and forth over whether there was or was a black community. And you know what convinced me that there's no black community the way we think of it? There are a bunch of black communities. Like, where I live, there are black people who live here. If we ever got together and, had a cookout, which we've never done in the almost 10 years I've lived here, then we'd be a community. But you know what? There is no coast to coast black community. Okay, we are not living in like the 1930s where, more black people were kind of under the same pressures. If anything, if Martin Luther King is to be credited with anything, it's a blessing and a curse. Okay, I don't have to think like my
Martin Luther
next door
King
neighbor.
was a sucker. Martin Luther King was a sucker
Hold
that set
on
us
one
back.
sec, Tyrone. You're interrupting what I'm saying.
You interrupt, so what?
Dude, you know what? The thing is I can put you in the back. You can't do the opposite. How about hold your horses, please, sir?
I don't care about being put in the back.
You interrupted my train of thought. What I was
Your
saying
train of
is
thought
that
was a bunch of bullshit.
it does not matter whether you agree, and I tend not to hold the assimilationist views that Booker T. Washington does. But there's one thing you cannot deny. There's one thing you cannot deny about Thomas Sowell. They are thinkers. They were leaders, more so Booker T. Washington. I don't really consider Thomas Sowell a leader. They didn't fight for me to give a fuck about what HB2N or Sam I Am or Tyrone Sly thinks of who I married. Motherfucker, I married somebody and did it right. You have
You're a disgrace to your family, to your race, to your dad and mom.
With my monologue.
You got a
Do
black
not
mom and a
why
black
you
dad, and
giving
you
me-
married a white woman.
All right.
Wow. What is
All I'm saying is, motherfucker, my parents, my two black parents, who were very accomplished in their own right, did not raise me to give a fuck about what dumb black people think, and certainly not anti-black blacks. I think for myself, and if I go against your grain, fuck you.
And
sorry, that was a long monologue.
Why does that?
But the same goes for everybody, like hood-servative. And you know what? If you're white, there are plenty of white people that I will go toe-to-toe with. Want to know why? Same reason that I go toe-to-toe with a John Galt. I think you're wrong, and there's not a goddamn thing you can do about my opinion except deal with it. That's what Martin Luther King fought for. Content of character.
Martin Luther King.
And if you don't know my character, fuck you too. So SKC, I am heartened for you to at least know you and I don't agree on a lot of politics, but there's certain fundamentals of what it means to be black that we actually do agree on.
Yeah, this is fascinating, man. It's like you said.
I haven't changed. I've always been this way, with a few tweaks there. About the black community. I've changed. Oh, by the way, I meant to mention. You know what disabused me of the thought that there was a black community? John Galt, HB, and others, hood-servative. They convinced me that there is no black community because I fucking totally disagree with their worldviews. This notion that that the racist Be Brave has, that 70% of the black community excuses the 3% committing crime. 70% of the black community, that 70% either left the ghetto or never lived there. Why would I care about a neighborhood I never lived in? There are so many of them. It would be impossible for me to care.
Man, that is a profound statement. And I agree.
Not particular. It's common sense. Okay,
Well,
motherfucker. Now, I might have an affinity. If I'm walking down the street and I see a young black child in extremis and I can help, but that would be any child, to be honest. The commonality would be helpless child. I might have more affinity. I mean, people are going to have an affinity. You know what? If you are like a computer person, I'm going to have an affinity for you because we can talk computer stuff. Okay, but honestly, at this stage in my life, if I went walking down, Buckhead, if I went walking around down Peachtree in Atlanta, you know what? I might have more an affinity because, hey, you're black. I might not. A lot of it would have to do with how you present yourself.
Hey, Stanley.
Yes, sir.
You're the real definition of a house nigga. That's what the fuck you are. You know that.
And let me ask
nigga.
you a question, Tyrone. Are you your definition of a real nigga?
Nah, I'm just a nigga.
Okay, then
I'm not
what the fuck?
real.
What if you're not a real nigga? Then why are you criticizing?
Jesus Christ.
Tyrone,
Because
you
you're
know
a
what I
house nigga, man. You're a real house nigga, man.
Tyrone,
I'm just
you're
sitting here
not up
listening
to
to
it.
you, man.
You're
You're a
not
real
up to
fucking
it.
house nigga, man.
That was
You're
crazy,
a real
Tyrone.
fucking
Tyrone,
brainwashed,
unless you're a real nigga, don't be
indoctrinated
defining
house
other
nigga.
niggas. You are
You're
out
a
of your
real house
depth,
nigga,
son.
man.
You are out of your
Hey,
depth.
you're a
You
real
need to
house
know
nigga,
your
man.
place on this panel. If you're not a real nigga, don't criticize other niggas.
You criticize niggas so I can criticize
And I
niggas.
do it all the time because I'm a real nigga. You're not.
Okay. I'm just a nigga, but I'm gonna criticize niggas like you do.
You know what? You can criticize all you want, but you and I both know the real truth.
The real truth is you're a fucking house nigga.
Your truth is real to you.
You're a real house nigga. That's the truth.
You keep saying the same thing over and over.
You say the
Anything
same
else?
thing over and over. What the fuck
Anything
makes
else?
you saying it over and over again and
Anything
nobody
else?
else?
Any other criticism, or you just gonna dwell on that N word, which obviously
You
comes
dwell
naturally to
on
you
anti-blackism,
after you
as
have
you call it.
after
You
you
dwell
have
on
waked
that.
and baked.
You dwell
After
on
you
that.
have waked, after you have waked and baked, that's the best you can do. You're not any more philosophical or anything like that. That's the best you can do. Use the N word. We need to get you some stronger weed.
Really?
Yes, really.
So what's the
You want
difference?
to put
between
your cash app up so we can buy you some better weed?
Nah, man. Put my cash up so I can buy you a thong,
Dude,
man. We're gonna buy you a
hey,
thong. That's what we're gonna do.
Tyrone, you're out of your depth, son. So now that
Well,
you've
how you
had your
figure I'm out of
say,
my depth?
I
How
hope
do you
you
figure
feel
that, Stanley?
better.
How do you
I
figure
hope
that,
you
Stanley?
feel better
How do you
now
figure
that
that,
you have
Stanley?
spewed. Now
How do
that
you
you
figure
have
that, Stanley?
spewed. Now that you have
Stanley, how
spewed
do
your
you figure that,
N-wordness,
Stanley?
do you
Because you
feel
like to
better?
talk down on people, and I really want to
You
know,
said
how
the
do you figure
N-word.
that, Stanley?
You
How do you
said
figure that,
the
Stanley?
N-word.
How
You
the
said
fuck
the
do you figure
N-word.
that, Stanley? Answer the fucking question, Stanley.
What's your
Quit fucking
question?
talking so much
Let
and
me
answer the
humor
fucking
you
question.
now. Let me humor you.
Answer the
Wake and
fucking
bake
question,
time.
grown ass man.
What's
As you
your
like to
question?
say, answer the question.
What's your
Fucking
question?
man.
What's your
You
question?
talking so fucking much you don't hear the
What's
question.
your
Shut the fuck up
question?
and listen. Shut the fuck up and listen
Motherfucker, I don't have
sometimes.
to shut up. Hey, wait, hold it. Is that an order? Is that an
Hey,
order
is that
for
an order
me
when
to
you
shut
say the
up?
shit,
Are
motherfucker?
you
Is that an order
ordering? Are
when you
you
say it?
ordering me
Is it
to
an
shut
order
up
when
and
you say
listen?
it, motherfucker?
Okay,
Is it an order?
motherfucker.
You
You
shut
know
up and
what?
fucking listen.
you need to reassess your importance to this panel. Oh, dude, you are so far off base. That weed is not doing your reasoning faculties any favor. So, Lou or SKC, anything to add?
Yeah, I just wanted to know what makes a real, the real N word.
Which, by the way, the other thing I meant to mention is I banned the N word from this panel. Tyrone is just bending rules. Don't know why. You know what? I don't agree with him. I think is the root cause, and I don't agree with you on a lot of things, but some things we do. And Lou, same way.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
I actually agree with you. I just don't think you were making an intellectual argument. That was pure emotion right
Well,
there.
does every argument
So,
have to be intellectual?
well, from an intellectual guy like you, it's.
Am I not a man? I can make emotional.
Uh-oh, Stanley.
To paraphrase, am I not a woman? Bottom line is not every argument is intellectual.
Yeah, I didn't think that required an intellectual response. And bravo for the real end. I thought that was another gold star.
Bravo for what?
The rebuttal of real ninja.
Why would I get a gold star for something that is obvious?
Nobody, we all grown here.
You done missed it, SKC. He called me the hard R like 2 weeks ago.
Grown than others.
When you're not on YouTube, so fucking say it now. Just say nigga.
Oh, Tyrone, maybe you weren't here or in the chat. I don't like the use of the word. It is not a natural go-to. Dude, I grew up in the deep South with 2 black parents in a black neighborhood, and only the kids used the word on the basketball court. Or when, we used to call it checking, not roasting. But it's the same thing. That's the only time the N-word, like in my household, an all black household, the word never got used like that. Now, my mother could be racy sometimes. She might describe someone outside the house. I've literally never had either of my parents use that word when applied to me. And I honestly, and I'm not bullshitting, I don't think I've ever heard my father say the word. I'm sure he's used it. I'm 60 years old, so I'm sure somewhere way back in the deep past, I literally have never had either of my parents not even stop acting like they never applied that. It was not used in my house. So it's not natural to me to use as even a pejorative. The only time I use it is in retaliation to someone using it, applying to me.
Wow,
So I'm sorry I don't meet your expectations of what a real black man is, but I can tell you right now, I don't doubt who I am. Rarely ever have in the past 40 years. Y'all need to understand who Stanley Cross is. I don't doubt who I am. I doubt who you are. I often doubt.
I feel the same way about myself that you feel about yourself, Stanley.
Hey, you know what? That you feel that way.
And by the way, Stanley, fuck you too. Fuck you too. Because you said that earlier to me. Fuck you too, Stanley.
Dude.
Fuck you too.
Yep. Well, oh well. If that is your way of saving face, I accept it. Now,
it's not a way of saving face.
Can we
It's the way
move
of me
on?
saying what I'm saying to
Can
you, like you saying what
we
you saying to
move
me,
on?
man.
Can we move on
Well,
now,
move on, man.
Tyrone?
Move on.
You've had your
Move on,
say.
Stanley. Move on,
Thank you.
Stanley.
Is that an order? Is that an order? Hello? Oh, it must be an
Hello?
order.
I thought you were gonna move on, Stanley. I'm waiting
No,
for you to move
motherfucker.
on.
No, motherfucker. Is that an order? Was my question.
Was that a question?
How about just
See, you
say
think you still in
no
the
and
Navy.
we
You
can
think
move?
you still in
It's
the
not
Navy,
an
but you in a
order now.
second. You're
Hey,
back in the
is it an
civilian world, man.
order?
That shit
Is
don't work
that an
over here.
order,
Not with
Tyrone
me.
Sly? Tyrone Sly.
I'm not your. I'm not.
Are
Hey,
you
I'm not your
ordering
sarge.
Stanley
I'm not your
Cross to move
lieutenant.
on?
I'm not your general. I'm not none of that, Stanley. But at the end of the day,
Motherfucker, you're
take it for whatever you want to take
barely
it.
on this
I'm
panel.
meeting you where you are. I'm meeting you where you are. So whatever you want
You
it to
know,
be, that's what it
whoa,
is.
whoa, whoa. I appreciate you meeting me where I am. And where I am right now is host of this panel. So don't overstep your place.
And don't overstep your plate because we're two men. Don't forget that.
We see you can be a man. A man is a man, but the bottom line is some men have more power than others. That is the real world, Tyrone. That is a world you don't seem to understand currently. We are not equal.
Because you're caught up on that fascination of
Yep. I got power. Deal with it. Deal with it accordingly. When you get the power, I will have to deal with you accordingly. Motherfuckers, I don't even get where you're coming from. I'm just going to assume you're high as a motherfucking kite and are not in control of your faculties.
nothing, Stanley. That doesn't bother me, Stanley. I'm very
It
confident in
shouldn't.
myself. You
It
can't make me
wouldn't
feel
matter
any
if
kind
it
of way
bothered you or
trying to
not.
trying
It
to
would
trying
not
to talk
matter if,
hierarchy to me. Man, you're a
motherfucker,
peon your
why do
fucking
you
self,
think
man.
you matter on this panel? What is up
Why do
with
you
you?
think you matter,
What
motherfucker?
is up with you
Why
this
the
morning?
fuck do you think you matter?
Well, no back. That's why I matter currently. Now, after the show is over,
So I fucking
I don't
matter
matter.
currently because of the same thing, motherfucker. Who the fuck are you, Stanley?
I am the host of this show.
And what the fuck does that mean, Stanley?
Are you?
Not a
What
goddamn
show are you
thing.
hosting
Not a
right now?
goddamn thing. This is YouTube inner fucking tainment.
You
You
know
take your
what?
character
And
too fucking
this
far,
is my
man.
own
Fuck
little
that shit
corner
you
of
on, man.
YouTube, and I am going to control it.
Man, you don't control shit. The only thing you can do is
I don't.
put me in the back.
I
Put
don't
me in the back.
control
That's
shit.
your little power. Put
Would
me in the
you
back
care
as if
to
I give
think
a
about
fuck
that?
about that.
You know what?
I just go
I'm
out
not.
in the chat. I go back
You
in the
know what?
chat. That doesn't bother me.
I'm gonna. You'll come to your senses. I'm not going back and forth. This content bullshit is for the birds. Save that for B Bray's channel. So, SKC and Lou, maybe you'll be interested in how I started on this kind of tirade, a weeks-long tirade. And I probably knew this all along, but I was reminded of the United States. White culture in America is not one culture. There are many cultures contained within quote white culture. And the assumption that white culture is American culture is a fallacy. To me, it's people who don't think and are basically looking at America through a racial lens. You will think that there are different cultures that are distinct. Anyone who's even looking through a historical lens or just a humanistic lens is going to understand, in the best way I've heard it put, America's not a melting pot. It is a mosaic where you've got little pictures, and if you back out a little bit more, it makes a bigger picture. I just find that a better way to describe American culture. There are many little cultures in it, but it makes up a big picture. And I read this guy, Colin Woodard, probably 10 or 20 years ago. Can't remember when his book came out, but it all of a sudden started making sense to me in light of talking to John Galt and Be Brave and HB and all these Black conservatives. And Black conservatives aren't necessarily anti-Black, but it seems to be kind of rare that way. Most Black conservatives, at least in this John Galt, even Sharon Bracey, all these people, because we share some audiences, are anti-Black. They just do not like Black culture. They actually think Black culture is like a central programming and that all Black people are alike. And, you can go, N-words aren't all Black people and all Black people are N-words. Falls on deaf ears. I think you're just anti-Black. And so we go. Excellent, SKC.
Would you consider...
hold on. SKC, I may be here. This is going to be a shorter show. I'm probably not going over 5.5, 6 hours is my limit. That's the other thing I'm not going to do anymore. I'm not doing these 12-hour marathons. I'm sorry, Lou. I cut you off.
So my question was going to be, what Tyrone just displayed for us, per I forgot the guy's name from
Well, Tyrone's a good guy. He's still here, by the way. You don't have to refer to him in the third person.
Oh, he's still here. Okay, I'm saying though the
Tyrone's a good
had.
guy. He's just mad at me, and we go.
No. I wasn't finna punch on him. I wasn't finna punch on him.
Don't attribute that to me, Stanley. I'm not mad at you, Stanley. You know that. Don't do that, Stanley. Don't do
You
that.
sounded mad.
I'm trying to understand the
sound ain't got the goddamn thing to do with whether I'm mad or not.
All right, Tyrone, I apologize. Damn, man.
I'm trying to understand what Frimpong meant by the free Negro thing, right? So
Okay,
the exchange between you and Tyrone.
No. I want him to go ahead and finish saying what he was about to say about me when he thought I wasn't on here. Go ahead, man.
So
finish what you was about to say.
The exchange between you and Tyrone.
What I just showed you. Go ahead and finish that, bro.
The exchange between you and Tyrone. Did Tyrone just exhibit traits of a free Negro?
Yes.
Okay.
He's fucking. Whoa. He spoke his fucking mind. Why would that not be what a free Negro, a quote free Negro, by the way, why would that not be him saying what the fuck he wants to say? Yeah, it's his right. Now, I can eject him from the panel and all that, but I also know, I've known him for a little bit in these YouTube streets, and we just go back and forth like that sometimes. But yeah, that's exhibiting freedom.
Okay. So when Frimpong talks about the two jobs, he's displaying, I guess in this situation would be Tyrone's ability to not say all the stuff that he just said.
I'm sorry. See, this is what anti-Black blacks do. They want to compare one Negro to another Negro instead of understanding that in this case, what Irony was talking about really had nothing to do with what Tyrone was talking about.
I didn't compare them to.
You see, connecting dots that really aren't dots is what anti-Black blacks do. And Lou, I'm not accusing you of it, but
how did I not connect dots? What are you talking about, Stanley?
Okay, no. See, Lou, I'm asking you the same thing. What does what Irony had to say have anything to do with Tyrone and I's back and forth?
I'm trying to understand this.
Okay, I'm trying to understand your question.
So, okay, I'll give you my premise. My premise is this whole like free Negro thing where Black people feel like they can't express themselves in the workplace or
Okay,
wherever for
okay.
white
No,
man's
no, no, no,
checks.
no, 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 no. Free Negroes can express themselves. They're not free if they can't. So when you go to work and you want to curse out your boss because he's being an asshole to you, if you
Uh-huh.
can't just go and say, "Hey, fuck you, I don't like what you said," you're not free. That's what he means.
Ah, gotcha. Continue.
And you can make a very valid counterpoint that no one's free on any man's job, and that would be
I
true.
was just about to say that, but I didn't want to go down that road because
Okay,
it just seemed
it's
it
an
would get
easy
redundant,
premise.
you
It's
know?
not a complicated argument.
Yeah.
What he means now, the thing is freedom. There is no one in America right now who is truly free. Okay, even our dear leader Trump is beholden to people. Okay, because if he does what he absolutely wants to do, there will be repercussions. He may get away with it in the short term, but in the long term, he's going to affect his goals, which might just be, to continue the MAGA movement. No one is truly free. Okay. And then this goes back to the state of nature sort of arguments, which I've never really um, agreed with, but I'm not a philosopher. I could probably be shot down in 5 minutes by someone who knew what they were talking about. But even in a state of nature, man isn't free because there are natural laws. And I don't think natural laws actually apply to American citizenship, for instance. But that's a whole like different series of shows. No one is truly free
Mm-hmm.
on earth. You will always be beholden to something, and in a like a actual society or community, you will be beholden to your fellow man, or even if it's some dictator saying, "Hey, you shall not do this," there is no one who's truly free. Because if you were, you'd be able to murder people, just wantonly and get away with it. There are things you cannot do. There is no such thing as perfect freedom. There are levels of it. And even in a state of nature, there are laws. Like if you're hungry, you can't just not eat. You
Mm-hmm.
will do, and even these laws, if you want to call them that, are encoded into genetics. Okay, if you're hungry, the instinct is to eat. You are not totally free to go hungry, even in a state of nature, because there are consequences. So anyway, I'm done with all that stupid diatribe. And Dolomite, it's rare that I'm in a whirlwind. Um, it happens occasionally, but usually not. So what you might call a whirlwind, I call a fresh and cool breeze that's refreshing. Yeah, that's the term for it, SKC. Absolute freedom, I guess. Only dummies do. And I agree with that point. So Lou, did I answer your question?
Absolutely.
You sure? Because I went on at length and probably just kind of sprouted off. I tend to do that.
No, you pushed us to the logical conclusion. Because I
Well,
was gonna say that before I said never mind, but I knew it was gonna come down to this, and I knew that I was gonna agree.
well, the
Because
thing
there is
is
no absolute
that
freedom.
don't always depend on logic. Sometimes, you know, I am a Trekkie to a certain extent, and you know what? How many times did logic not serve Spock well? You know, sometimes logic can be a cage.
I have said that many times.
Especially if you've ever been in the military, flying by the seat of your pants, logic doesn't and shouldn't apply sometimes. So, you know, just if it's just an element of surprise, you know, the enemy expects you to do the logical thing and you do something crazy and you win. So
yeah.
Anyway, Tyrone,
is SKC still here?
He's in the chat. He's having breakfast.
That shit he just said. I don't want absolute freedom. Only dummies do.
He's right.
But what is absolute freedom?
It literally means you're dead. There are no
Stanley,
rules to it.
we're talking
There are no
reality
rules.
right here.
Hey,
He's saying absolute. He's talking about absolute freedom in this
no, I know
reality.
what he's.
And
I read his comment.
is, what is absolute freedom in this reality we
Death.
live in?
Death. That's absolute freedom. Death. If you believe in an afterlife, I'm not even sure that an afterlife is total freedom.
You went all the way there. You went all the way there when you're so intelligent. You're so intelligent, Stanley. You know what I'm talking about. Come on, man. Come on, man. Come on, man. We're talking about laws that bind us, and you know exactly what I'm talking about, man.
You just proved your own point. There
Man, come on, man. Stanley, I
if
couldn't
there
have
are
proved my own
laws,
point. You just cut me
there
off.
are laws, there is no absolute freedom.
So that's why I said what he said was he doesn't want absolute freedom. You don't want the freedom to be able to go and drop your fishing pole in the water
There is no
without.
such thing as
Man,
absolute
here we
freedom
go. There we go.
unless
Cut me
you
off
cease to
again. Cut me the
exist.
fuck off again. You're so fucking rude, man. But you want people to fucking respect
Motherfucker,
you.
I don't want you to seem like
Nah,
a fool.
motherfucker. Nah,
That's why I'm cutting
motherfucker.
you off.
You're the motherfucker. You
All right,
always
you
like to
go
talk
ahead.
like you're
You
so
go
fucking
ahead.
intelligent,
You know
but
what?
you don't fucking
My
listen.
apologies, Tyrone. You go ahead and be you.
Nah,
Say
you're
what you
being
want to
you.
say.
You're being you, and I'm not
I don't
allowing you
like
to do that.
I don't like black people looking foolish.
Man, you're looking foolish.
That's
You always
my
look foolish,
ultimate
but you think you always
pro-black
look
goal.
intelligent. Come on,
My
Stanley, cut that bullshit
ultimate
out, man.
pro-black
I done been on
goal
this motherfucker
is
when you've been
to
drunk. I done been on this
get
motherfucker
this
at all times when Stanley has been Stanley. So stop the bullshit. I know what Stanley does on here. So stop that shit, Stanley. Stop that
I
bullshit.
don't want you to seem foolish, but you go ahead and be you. Say what you want to say, bruh.
Nah, I'm good, man. Because you kind of think I'm below you, beneath you. So you go ahead, man.
Do
Do
I
your
think
thing,
that?
man.
Do I really think
Yes,
that?
you do. Yes, you do. So go ahead, Stanley. Do your thing.
What if I actually think you're better than me and I just want you to prove it?
So reverse psychology. Here we go. Dumb shit
Boy, it's
again.
so easy to do.
Come
How
on, man. Stop that,
do
man.
you know it's even psychology? What if I actually believe
Stop
that?
that, man.
What if I
You don't
actually
believe that.
believe
You don't
you
believe
are
that. You
better
don't
than
believe
me
that.
and cutting
You
you
don't
off
believe that.
so you don't
Because you
sound
talking about
silly
the
is
black people who are
actually
beneath
lifting
you.
you
So
up?
stop that shit, man. Stop that shit. I'm not going with that shit you on right now, man. You on some
Lou,
bullshit.
we can go back and revisit that point. If you've ever read W.E.B. Du Bois, I think he's kind of alluding to double consciousness, which in my opinion is a very metaphysical point, but is a thing. So is this why Negroes have two jobs at work? Lou, he literally said it. You have to do your job and you also have to appease your boss. Now, maybe you think that's part of your job, and maybe you'd be right, but I think that's what he's getting at. You have to do your job, but you also have to make sure your boss, It's almost like office politics. You can think office politics are part of your actual, say, programming job or something, but it's really not. It's really like two jobs if you want to frame it that way.
It's definitely part of the job. I've seen very
And I
competent
would
people
tend to
get passed over because they couldn't play office politics,
and
and they
I
were
would
better than
tend to
everybody.
disagree. However, I'm not saying you're wrong. I would just disagree. But there is the phenomenon where, the smartest person, at the job can't play office politics because all he cares about is the job. But in my mind, and I'm maybe introverted in that way, I just want to do my job and go the fuck home. Okay. I don't live for work. I
Correct.
work to live. So it's really a framing. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying that, there are really two ways to come at this. And I think irony is more like, hey, you know what? If I can't say what I want to say on my job, saying what the
start
boss
your
wants
own,
me to say or playing the office politics is a job separate from me tapping on a keyboard. You disagree with that. I agree with that. I don't know that either of us are wrong.
Wait. Say what you just said again. No, the
Playing
last
office
part. Yeah, the last
politics
part.
is a job. Tapping on a keyboard, say you're working in a cubicle, as I did
Uh-huh.
for a while, doing computer stuff. Those are two separate things in my mind and always were.
They are, but you of all people know because you were in the military as I was. Office
Well, the
politics plays a
military
huge
is
part.
kind of different than a civilian job.
Correct.
Now, of course, I didn't have a family at the time, and I was in my 20s. So the deal is I know I've said this, I am my job. My job is me. Of course I felt that way in the Navy. I am
Uh-huh.
my job. However, I might have felt that way all the way up till I got married. And I got married, in my very late 30s. So my idea of what work is or should be changed after I had a family. Now, had I gotten married in my 20s, I know plenty of people in the Navy who, were divorced or were going through marital problems. The only people who seemed to be happy at my level in the Navy were the people who weren't married. The married folks. I know one guy is what, they used to have Navy wives, and you were in the Army, right?
Air Force. Yeah.
Air Force. There were Air Force wives who, their husband's career was kind of what they did. I had a buddy of mine who's a 3-star admiral right now. His wife was a Navy wife. She was into his career. However, they got married when he was at the Naval Academy, so she knew what she was getting into. My point is that I probably wouldn't have been as successful in the Navy had I been married, because for some reason or another, maybe it was age, or just, I bifurcated my work life from my home life. I had to take work home sometimes because I worked a lot from home, but I tried to, not let the two mix.
Correct.
Like, I'm not going to get mad at my wife because my boss yelled at me.
Right.
And my wife never asked me, how was your day? I'm sure she asked once, and I told her, never ask me that again.
Uh-oh.
Hey, I didn't like my wife calling me at work. Unless it's an emergency, don't call me, because I'm working. I don't need the two to intermix.
Right. Yeah, there it is. I mean, you gotta play the game.
You do, but you don't have to play it within your four walls.
Correct.
Now,
I just
again,
think
this could be
I think when
this could be
people
a
say
whole nother
freedom,
show.
I think when people say like they're not free at their job, a lot of times when
They
I hear them
shouldn't
talk,
be.
I think a lot of them when they say that they want to be free to do things that are counterproductive to the whole business entirely.
Well, I'm not saying you should be free at work. I'm just saying you're not free at work. So if you want to be a quote free Negro and call yourself that, you're not a free Negro on your job. You're not a free white man. You're not a free anybody on your job unless, and even if you own the business, that's the other thing, this entrepreneur bullshit. Yes, own your own business. You get more freedom to do what you want to do, but you're still working for somebody, and that somebody might be the customer. You mess up with your customers, you don't have a business. Therefore, you are not totally free, even as a business owner. Now, there may be exceptions, but I can't think of any right now.
Yeah, and yep, and that's why to the absolute freedom thing, you just can't have it. I mean, because absolute freedom for one person means no freedom for everybody else or others. Let's say I ain't gonna say everybody else, but yeah. Because if you're absolutely free, that means you could do whatever you want with no consequence or anything. And so there's nobody to check you.
Well, I thought about this on the fly. I haven't given it deep thought, but I think the only way you can have absolute freedom is be dead, not be alive. That's the only time, people can't have expectations of you, if you're not there. So,
yeah.
So anyway, finally, we get to move into this point, and Colin Woodard wrote a book decades ago. I'd have to look up the year it was published. I think it was in the 90s, actually, or definitely early 2000s, about it's called 12 Nations. America is not, and I think it's probably self-evident, to use a phrase, America is not Switzerland. We are not homogenous. And where I started thinking about the diversity within the Black community, besides it being a Pew poll, a Pew report, there is no white culture in America. There are white cultures, plural. And there is no Black culture in America. There are Black cultures. And same with other communities. And you know what? I think if there's transracial, which my beautiful darling Rachel Dolezal was transracial, I think you can be transcultural too within limits. Race is the delimiter. So, and again, I'm thinking of this on the fly. I haven't really given it deep thought, but this is worth watching. And I've shown stuff like this before, but this goes into my thinking about why there is no singular Black culture. And it's bullshit and basically racist if you think all Black people share a culture.
One nation is how the United States refers to itself, but in reality, this isn't correct. In fact, within the United States, there are 12 competing regions that have their own cultures, values, and priorities. And these regions really act more like independent nations under a single flag. So what are the 12 nations of America?
That's a little hyperbolic, but
the United States has long been viewed as a single nation, a union of states under one flag and one constitution. But beneath the surface lies something deeper. America isn't one nation. It's 12. I'm not the first person to notice this either. Journalist Colin Woodard originally proposed 11 American nations in his book, American Nations. But what I've done is expanded his nations to reflect two major changes:
I'm
the
sorry, it's
inclusion of
American
Hawaii
nation.
as its own unique nation, and the creation of a Spanish Caribbean nation that includes both southern Florida and Puerto Rico, both areas that are distinct from the nearby regions. So with that said, let's get to the nations. If you were to look at a cultural map of the United States, you'd see something very different from the one you learned in school. Instead of state lines, you'd see 12 fluid, overlapping territories stretching across traditional borders and sometimes even national ones. But for this video, we're going to focus just on the nations within the United States, starting in the Northeast. Rooted in New England and stretching into upstate New York, Michigan, Wisconsin, and parts of Minnesota is the nation of Yankeedom. On a map, it hugs the northeastern part of the US and most of the Great Lakes. Centered around New York City and parts of northern New Jersey and the Hudson Valley is the nation of New Netherlands. Moving south in central Pennsylvania and heading westward across Ohio, Indiana, Illinois, and parts of Iowa and Missouri is the Midlands. Found along the Chesapeake Bay in eastern Virginia and parts of Maryland and North Carolina is the nation of Tidewater. It resembles the remnant of old colonies along the Atlantic. West of Tidewater is Greater Appalachia, a broad, rugged band that stretches from the hills of western Pennsylvania down through West Virginia, eastern Kentucky and Tennessee, into Arkansas and parts of Texas. Moving south once more and dominating much of Mississippi, Alabama, Georgia, South Carolina, and parts of Louisiana and Texas is the Deep South. In the far south and consisting of southern Florida, especially Miami, and Puerto Rico, is the Spanish Caribbean nation. Tucked in between the Gulf of Mexico and the Deep South nation is the nation of New France. Moving westward, spanning from Southern California and Arizona across New Mexico and into West Texas is the nation of El Norte. North of El Norte and covering a vast swath of interior California, Nevada, Utah, Arizona, Montana, Idaho, Wyoming, parts of western Texas and the Dakotas, and much of mainland Alaska is the Far West nation. In the far north and west is the left coast, a narrow but powerful strip along the Pacific, stretching from the San Francisco Bay Area up through Portland and Seattle and into the Alaska archipelago. And finally, thousands of miles away from the mainland is the nation of Hawaii. These 12 nations have different politics, cultures, values, and social trends, and they don't follow state boundaries, which were often arbitrarily made at the time and didn't really factor in how actual cultures might develop. For this reason, the American nations expand beyond in ways that we're not really accustomed to. Which brings us to the geography and history of each nation. Before we dive deeper into the 12 nations of America, it's worth asking, how can we all live in the same country and yet see the world so differently? That's where today's sponsor, Ground News, comes in. Ground News is an app and website made by a former NASA engineer who
Hey,
saw
I
how
have
news
Ground
outlets
News.
and social algorithms often feed false biases. Ground News counters that by gathering all of the world's news in one place, so you can see what's being reported on and how it's being reported across the political spectrum. Take this headline with 30 different sources. Walking faster may reduce the risk of abnormal heart rhythms. Sounds simple, right? What's wild is that even something as simple as walking can become regionally charged. In places like Yankeedom with denser walkable cities, it might be framed as common sense. In the Deep South, however, it's more of a lifestyle shift. Ground News helps me explore these coverage divides in real time and understand the bias baked into our national discourse, something that's never been more important in a country this culturally fractured. So if you're looking for a way to see through the politics of news reporting, go to groundnews.com/GeoByJeff to get 40% off their Vantage plan for unlimited access. Remember to subscribe by using my link in the description or by scanning the QR code to get this discount for a limited time, so you can cut through the biases. Where people settled and how they came to shape the land are at the heart of how each nation came to be. The cultural lines that define these 12 nations don't align with modern state borders, because that's not how nations are actually formed. Look at Europe, for example. Each country looks organic rather than the artificial straight lines that make up the individual states. This is because they follow linguistic and cultural borders that were formed over hundreds of years. Because of this, each nation in the United States similarly grew from a distinct historic root, which was influenced by its surrounding landscape. Here's how the geography and history shaped each nation. Yankeedom emerged from the Puritan colonies of New England. Settlers arrived seeking a religious utopia and quickly organized around towns, churches, and schools. The geography, rocky soil, dense forests, and harsh winters wasn't ideal for large plantations, but perfect for close-knit, self-sufficient communities. This created a legacy of town halls, universities, and civic institutions that still defines the region today, even as far west as the state of Minnesota. Meanwhile, New Netherlands was originally founded by the Dutch as a commercial trading post and grew in the sheltered natural harbor around modern-day New York City. Because of its unique geography, New Netherlands encouraged maritime trade, immigration, and urban density. The Dutch legacy of religious tolerance, multiculturalism, and commerce remains central to its character today. And then there's the Midlands, with its rolling hills, fertile farmland, and navigable rivers. The Midlands were settled by English Quakers and German immigrants who envisioned a pluralistic, agrarian, middle-class society, primarily focused on the colony of Pennsylvania, but encompassing places as far west as Missouri and Iowa. Its geography lent itself to family farms, and its central location helped it evolve into the political swing region of the United States. Tidewater developed along the Chesapeake Bay and eastern North Carolina. Its wide, navigable rivers and access to the Atlantic made it ideal for plantation agriculture and transatlantic trade.
Oh boy.
This region was settled by
People are migrating away from this boring stuff. Oh well. This is interesting. Why are you
lent itself to family farms, and its central location
So
helped it
anyway,
evolve.
seems my usefulness has run out. So Tyrone, you still there? Well, even Tyrone has fallen asleep. But bottom line is this anti-black bullshit that people seem to want to push. It is more nuanced and it is less nuanced, and most people here do not make arguments that are really even entertaining at this point. So I guess we will have to fuss about that. So everyone, please make sure you hit the like button. Please subscribe to the John Galt Urban Landlord channel. Share the wealth. Share this channel out. It is a trip. Please subscribe to the Stanley Cross channel. It's at Stanley Cross 6000, all one word. And we will leave it at that. Hopefully, there have been some substantive points that have come out. If not, oh well. Can't teach old dogs new tricks. Oh, are you really? Okay, Yeti. Then let's fire it up. I thought everyone was like kind of bored with it because the numbers have dropped drastically. It always amazes me. Why do they want to go back and serve all those different? I'm lost at that question, SKC. I'm not sure I understand your question.
Yeah,
SKC.
What I was wondering is earlier, a lot of them stated, and I was enjoying the video like Yeti Life as well, but I was wondering, why did they state something about you not being, I guess, a real black person because you don't go back and
Well,
serve
I don't,
those?
I think it was maybe more a rhetorical point. Here's the deal, and you know as well as I do, each one help one, that sort of thing. And I thank you, Virgo. You're bored. Why don't you hit the link and be thrilled? Come on up here and let's kibitz. Help a brother out. There is, and oddly enough, people like the anti-blacks will go, well, for instance, if I'm a plumber, I've heard American Man, you know who he is. He has literally, talked about, and I think validly so. I don't have a problem with this argument, but you go, if you're a plumber, for instance, and he's not that type of plumber, by the way. He's more a contractor. He doesn't do like fix your toilet sort of plumbing. And he will tell you that he doesn't. He is like a senior plumber, like a plumber's plumber. You go, and hell, I did it myself. It's like, hey, hey, brother, you know, you're my skin folk. How about give me a couple $100 off? And I learned that, a black plumber will get offended by that because, hey, I'm not pricing this on my skin color. I'm pricing it on my skill, availability, and, all the other normal business factors. So, hey, black people shouldn't expect a black discount. However, those same people will say 70%, and this is a be braveism. And maybe I think I've told you this, but there are people in on this channel picking up on a white racist's point. Number one, he says black culture is destroying America. Huge problems with that. There is no one black culture for starters. However, he's saying that 70% of 45 million people make excuses for 3% of 45 million black Americans. The crime they commit in the inner city, like inner city culture, the violence, the violent crime rates are destroying America. And that's just fucking ridiculous. And it is 70% of the people are making excuses for the people in the inner city making crime or doing crime. And by implication, I'm inferring from that statement that 70% of those people are responsible for the 3% crime, which I thoroughly disagree with. I also disagree that 70% of black Americans, of that 45 million people, are making excuses, because I'm one of that 70%, if you want to put it that way. I have no fucking clue. I live near Atlanta. I have no fucking clue what's going on in the hood in Atlanta. I don't even get the local news. And my local news isn't the Atlanta Journal-Constitution. And that's mostly because I'd have to pay for it. You actually have to pay for the Atlanta Journal-Constitution. Even an online subscription. I never, like, if I go to the Marietta Patch, they don't do Atlanta Journal Constitution articles because they'd have to pay. So totally aside, 70% of black people in America are not responsible or even care about it, let alone make excuses for what's happening in the inner city because they don't live there. And why should the 70% be responsible? I'm not sure they make excuses. I'm not even sure they care. They don't live there. And for someone like me, for instance, I've literally never lived in the hood. Okay. Pick a hood. I'm not responsible for it, because why would you care about a neighborhood you have no connection with? But
Yeah, I agree with you. The
racists and the anti-black blacks think that skin folk are kinfolk. And I'll give you another example. All this talk about Shedeur Sanders, which I kind of understand because there's a sports connection. The Carmelo Anthony thing in Texas. People have been did shows about that for 2 or 3 weeks over the racial angle. And to be honest, I keep up with, some of the left tube or bread tube, whatever they call it, like the Sam Cedar show, those sorts of things. They didn't talk about Carmelo Anthony. It was really only far right black channels, the ones that I'm kind of associated with, and some of the black, like Revolutionary Black Network. They did a show or two, but not for 2 weeks. It was the far right blacks who did weeks worth of a week's worth or 2 weeks worth of shows, making it talking about the racial issues. I literally had someone who shall remain nameless tell me that, you know what, those black people had just moved into an affluent neighborhood, and that kid, Carmelo Anthony, because his school was mostly Asian, he felt a way about it because compared to the richer Asians or the richer whites, he was relatively poor. Therefore, that's why he was acting out, which is the fucking height of stupidity. You have to, basically, the only way you can make those dots connect is to think all black people, regardless of their upbringing, regardless of where they came from, or even how long they've been somewhere, have a problem because there are richer people in their elite school. And, speaking from my personal experience, fuck, I went to a pretty exclusive high school. Hell, I wasn't absolutely poor, but I wasn't driving a BMW. I wasn't driving a BMW. My first car was not a BMW, though I did have a first car. And in my opinion, that's fucking lucky as shit. As it turns out, it was a pretty cool car, but it wasn't a BMW. So this being beholden because we need to act like a group. Why can't black people be like more Asians or more like Asians or Jews? To me, that's just sheer racism. And it's anti-black racism. We have a different history. Why would we want to be like people we aren't? So that's my rant. Black sports, their sports talk becomes less analytical if they can't inject racism due to their lack of talent. No idea what that means.
Yeah, I was just replying to Free Zone. Would you say that there are dominant or prevailing cultural norms within groups?
Yeah.
Yeah, well then, yeah, we agree. I just think that sometimes people use the...
Well, I mean, and not to cut you off, but let me point out something. I think that in American culture, there are groups, and really, this video literally points some of this out, but in a different way. Materialism is a commonality that runs throughout all types of cultures under the American culture umbrella. Okay, we like our stuff. Does not matter whether you're black or Asian or any other white, doesn't matter. We just like different stuff, but we like our stuff. That's just one down and dirty example. Materialism runs through all the subcultures under the umbrella of American culture.
And as for the other thing earlier, so far as freedom, Yeah, I mean the people calling for absolute freedom, I just think they're using that as a dog whistle for they want
Well,
to
there's no
have
such thing. Why do they think there is? It's
be-
bad education that they think that is.
well, I
It can be.
like I said, I don't think that they've thought it through, and what they're really calling for is just uncivilized behavior. That's what they really
Well, I'm
want.
gonna go even worse than you. I think they weren't educated to know better. It's not them, wanting something. It's them not having the proper education to understand that that's not critical thinking.
Oh yeah, but I think the fatal flaw of it is you have people that don't understand how societies and civilization works, and
Yeah, because they weren't. Now, high schools can't do everything. Some of that work, like you well know, probably better than me, some of this heavy lifting you have to do yourself. Schools are there to kind of give you the basics and, socialize you. Um,
yeah, but I think certain things are just common sense. I
I
don't
don't
think
know.
I
Common
don't think it
sense isn't that common.
I don't think that
That's
it
how the saying
requires
goes.
I don't think that it requires a lot of heavy lifting for someone to understand that you have to work well with others, even on
Mhm.
a job, because
Mhm.
it's like you're not there to be able to give your opinion at any given point. Because if you were able to extrapolate that out to everyone else and not just be so egotistically um, centered, you would understand that if everybody did that, you would not be able to get the job done.
Well, I don't know that I follow where you're going with this, but mostly I agree.
Well, think about it. If people were
Oh,
spending more
no,
time
I
at
have to think through it. I understand your point. I'm not sure I actually. It's obvious that to hold a job, you have to be socialized. Okay, some of the stuff you say it's common sense. I don't disagree. I think it's more complicated than common sense because common sense is not that common. But I think, the part about you should learn socialization in like kindergarten,
yeah.
you know, some to hold a job, you really have to, kindergarten skills, the socialization you learn in kindergarten will get you into the entry level. Now you have to be more sophisticated to play office politics to move up the ladder. But I mean, I'm not disagreeing with you. I just think it's a little bit more complicated than that.
Well, it can be complicated, but I think it can be dumbed down to for the average Joe. And maybe in the future, if you want to have that conversation, I think it would be basically centered around the idea of limiting principles. But then there we got to go back to that whole thing about principles versus laws. I think laws are necessary for lawless people. Principles are for people that really don't need laws to tell them to do the right thing.
Well, funny you should mention that. And you were here yesterday, and you know, I got roasted by roasted by a racist because I made the comment, and maybe I didn't qualify it enough. Today's show, punishment is not prevention. That is true. If someone wants to commit a crime, they are going to commit it, even if there are laws on the books. I don't see laws as prevention outright. That they can be a preventative measure, but they it's not a hard and fast rule. Like, oh, it's against the law, to
Well,
jaywalk. Well, people are
well,
going to
so,
jaywalk,
yeah.
even though
Well,
they
I mean,
know you shouldn't.
yeah. I mean, at the end of the day, certain animals need big sticks in order to prevent them from doing stuff. So that's
You
what it
know
comes
what?
down to.
I'm afraid to follow up that comment.
Yeah. I mean, it is what it is. You need big sticks for certain animals that You know, that will not comply unless they see you with the stick in their hand.
I'm not going to give you the satisfaction.
You
There
already
is
have.
no unified Black community in America with unified interests. Instead, we are divided into middle class and abandoned minority and poverty, wealthy elite, mixed race, and Black immigrants. Nothing wrong with that statement. And, you know, in a way, you're kind of making, you know, kind of implying, at least I think you are, Chuck Wu, a kind of class-based, a class analysis, which, you know, does work or can work, except race is how the country was founded. So you would almost have to rebuild this country from the ground up to make it, you know, the class analysis, like the only analysis. Class intersects with race. You know, that's obvious. Now, let me ask you a question. You say an abandoned minority in poverty. I'd like you to expand on that particular phrase, an abandoned minority in poverty, because I think there are probably several. So if you could expand on that or hit the link if you want, I'll drop the link. There are several abandoned minorities if you want to look at a class analysis. Poor minorities or working class minorities. And again, I'm not going to go much longer. 6 hours is going to be my limit, so that gives us a few minutes. So, Chuck, expand in the chat or hit the link, which I just dropped. And let me drop it in the other one too. Yeti, I meant to get back to your comment. Yeah, I'm glad you liked it. I'm probably going to show more videos like this because this is the basis of my thinking for, you know, the whole Black culture is not American culture thing. I just think that's I think that's racist and only based on, you know, looking through a racist lens. I think the reality or other contexts are, you know, contradict that. So we'll start this up again.
Evolve into the political swing region of the United States. Tidewater developed along the Chesapeake Bay and eastern North Carolina. Its wide, navigable rivers and access to the Atlantic made it ideal for plantation
Beautiful part of the
agriculture
country.
and transatlantic trade. This region was settled by English gentry, and its flat coastal plains supported a hierarchical society based on tobacco, enslavement, and exporting agriculture for wealth. The rugged Appalachian Mountains, of course, define Greater Appalachia. This nation is isolated and heavily forested in the east, but rich in natural resources. Originally settled by Scot-Irish frontiersmen, Greater Appalachia developed a fiercely independent culture shaped by subsistence farming and clan loyalty. The mountains both isolated the region and protected its traditions. This rough and tough rural mentality extended as far west as northern Texas. Formed by slaveholding elites in the South, the Deep South's flat, humid coastal plains and river deltas were perfect for cotton and sugar plantations. This geography enabled a brutal plantation economy supported by enslavement, which in turn gave it its distinct African-American culture today. Its original aristocratic culture, racial caste system, and economic inequality can be traced back to this colonial foundation. Southern Florida and Puerto Rico form the Spanish Caribbean nation. This region is tropical, coastal, and deeply influenced by Caribbean migration and trade, and the Spanish language. Spanish colonial roots, Catholicism, and African Caribbean cultural influences are strong here, especially in cities like Miami and San Juan. This geography makes it the prime gateway between the US and Latin America. New France is tucked geographically at the mouth of the Mississippi, making it unusually small, but united by its French heritage. The Mississippi River and bayous enabled trade and settlement by the French and
Hey, what's
later
up?
Creoles. Because of this historic settlement pattern, Catholic
I'm sorry. Is your mic breaking up?
Oh, can you hear me? Hello, hello.
I can. What's
Okay.
going on?
What's up? What's up? I haven't been on this panel before. Very interesting.
Well, it's just me right now. I've seen you over in other panels. So welcome to Stanley versus the World.
Yes.
It is a blessing and a curse.
I see that the topic is punishment is not prevention. But
no, it's just the title of the show, not necessarily the topic. I have this convention, which is probably ill-founded or not thought out well, but usually the funniest comment that makes me laugh the show before is the title of the next show. So this particular topic was brought up on another show. It made me laugh. And actually the comment wasn't punishment is not prevention. That's me responding to someone saying the law is prevention. I find that ridiculous. It can be, but if someone wants to commit a crime, even if there's a law forbidding it, they're going to commit the crime. Therefore, law is not a preventative in and of itself. You know, it's not like if there's a law, you can't do it. It's you shouldn't do it.
I think that the criminal justice system can't detect 100% of all crimes. Only like a subset of crimes criminal behavior can ever be detected. So people who commit the most crimes expose themselves to more opportunities to be caught up in the criminal justice system. So I think the way
really not my point. My point, and it was literally a simplistic point, is laws are not intrinsically preventative. I didn't want to get deeper than that.
Okay. But I think the way the laws are enforced can help, put more people behind cages than others.
Could be. But again, it was, laws of enforcement can be a preventative, knowing that the law will be enforced. I think if you think you can get away with something, you're going to do it. Even right. If it's jaywalking, you look both ways, don't see a cop, so you're going to jaywalk. And you might be a little old lady who's a grandma, but you will break the law if you think you can get away with it. There's a law against jaywalking. Having the law on the books is not intrinsically a preventative. And, the reason I even titled the show is I had some idiot tell me, well, you're crazy for saying that. Of course, laws are prevention. Totally. That person is not able to think deeply, at least, about what laws are.
Well, yes, I agree with that point. But if the laws are enforced and the more times
I didn't think any deeper than that. We haven't really been debating, how laws are enforced. Of course, if they're enforced. However, to enforce it, there has to be a presence. You have to know that the law will be enforced. If you don't think it's going to be enforced, then the law is not a preventative. Literally, it wasn't deeper than that.
Understood. But when you say punishment, to me, in my mind, that equates to enforcement, not just a law on the books.
No. The two aren't the same. Punishment comes after you're judged guilty. Enforcement is basically, hey, we think you committed a crime. We're going to actually enforce the law. Now, you can choose not to enforce the law. If you're a DA and you go, oh, hey, this isn't, we're not going to be able to, we suspect he did it, but we're not going to be able to prosecute or actually get a conviction. Enforcement in my mind is basically thinking or noticing or detecting that a law was breached. Punishment means you're convicted. So the two aren't connected in my mind. They are. If you look at a linear progression, then yes, punishment will be the result of enforcement and an effective prosecution. But enforcement of a law does not ensure punishment for breaking the law.
Well, in my mind, any interaction with the criminal justice system, any ticket, any being arrested, that is a punishment. So the idea is
Okay, well then you and I don't agree on that.
okay. Yeah, I don't see it as a win.
Being stopped because the cop thought, let's use, hey, you look like a black suspect.
You fit a
That
description.
might be a punishment. Some people would just call it an inconvenience.
Is stop it, would you say stop and frisk is a punishment or an inconvenience?
Depends on context. Probably an inconvenience if it only happens once in your life. If
What
it
if it
starts become, hold on, let me finish. If it starts becoming something that you're subject to every time you walk down the street to the bodega, then it becomes, a punishment.
Right.
So
And
it depends on the context, the frequency, etc. Being stopped once for stop and frisk is not a punishment. It is an inconvenience in my mind.
Risk is something that is an enforcement aspect that produces situations where you
Okay,
can
well, I just answered your question. Enforcing that law isn't necessarily a punishment. You and I won't agree that being stopped by the cops and being let go because they are enforcing a law, you and I disagree whether that's a punishment or not.
right, but continuously being seen as a suspect who fits a description.
You know what? That's not punishment unless that's racism.
Okay, but
It's basically profiling, which is a racist, and if that's part of the law. And this is the weird thing when people talk about colorblind law. Okay, stop and frisk is on the face of it colorblind, but the results are a community that is profiled. Okay, and this is why CRT and things like that back in the Derek Bell days are absolutely valid. Okay, but it is a totally different thing. It's kind of a separate show from what we're talking about.
Right, but from the point of view of a person who's continuously stopped and
Don't
frisked.
care about an individual point of view.
Right, but you don't.
I literally don't care.
Okay.
I've kind of covered that when I talk about context. I do not care about an individual's point of view.
You don't care about any view that could.
I do not.
That's very interesting. Okay.
Yeah. Well, you know what? I'm an old man. Sometimes you can't care about every little thing.
It's kind of limiting.
And that an individual thinks it's punishment when another individual like me might think, hey, if it doesn't happen a lot, it's really inconvenient. And you know what? There's some problems with, being inconvenienced a lot. I'm not sure it would rise to the level of punishment unless they are targeting an individual.
Right. But even if it has a disproportionate impact on a specific
even if it has disproportional impact. Now, and again, I'm not an anti-black. I'm not a soul brother, Thomas Sowell. I'm not a soul brother. I tend to be rather left of center. However, I'm also an older black man. And
Right.
sometimes what a 20-year-old would think is a punishment, a 60-year-old would just go, hey, there are worse things, young man. It's not really a punishment. It's an
This brings to
inconvenience.
mind a concept called standpoint epistemology. Are you aware of this concept? It's this I
No, I know what epistemology is. Explain standpoint. Do you mean context, like individual point of view?
It means that your view of the world depends on which particular standpoint you're in. You could, if you're a white.
Okay, so that's context. You don't have to use too fancy words to say context. I get it.
Right. So if you're rich or poor, male, female, black,
Yes,
white,
absolutely.
right?
Black or white. Essentially, it is something that would go into CRT. It is your point of view from your individual point of view. So yeah, I get it.
Right. So, but the reason why I bring that up is that your view of a specific policy could be affected by which standpoint you're looking at.
Absolutely. That's why wouldn't it be?
Right. So if you're
there's no other standpoint. Epistemology is literally almost a physical or natural law. It's point of view.
My reason for bringing that up is if you're not likely to be stopped and frisked, then it's meaningless to you as an individual.
Okay, I disagree with that. I understand where you're going with this. That is, again, your point of view on it. If you're likely to be, my question to you would be, what are you doing to fix or lessen the likelihood? And if you're a 13-year-old, you have a lot less power than, say, a 33-year-old.
Well, for me, that stop and frisk is not a policy that I've ever lived under. It's something that
then why are you even bothering with it?
No, because
Why do you have so much concern over something that really never affected you?
Okay,
and there's a reason I'm asking this question, and it's a loaded question. So I warn you now, it is a loaded question.
That's fine. That's fine. It's a person who I live in Florida, gated community, near a golf course. This is not anything that is going to impact me directly, but I have children, and I don't want them to live in a world where they feel like the color of their skin is going to be, they're going to have a bad outcome just because they have black skin.
And I honestly, and again, when I was your age, I'm guessing you're in your 20s.
30s.
30s. Well, a little bit better, but kind of the same. Stop worrying. What you need to do is prepare your children to live in that world. Now, I live in Georgia and am from Savannah, Georgia, South Georgia. So Florida, I'm kind of familiar with that part of the United States. A lot of it is how you're going to carry yourself. I think what you do, and I am a father. I got a son who's at Georgia Tech, who, by the way, will be home tomorrow, and I'm pissed off because I converted his room into my little studio. But he's a black child, and there will be people who will say, well, he's a mixed kid, and he is. But he knows he's black, at least, in some backwoods sheriff in Georgia's eyes. But you know what? I didn't raise him to be hypersensitive to race. What I did raise him to be is aware of it and being able to problem solve. Okay, I think a lot of it is how you carry yourself. Okay, and to sound horribly like Bill Cosby, dress the part. If you are in the hood, wear your saggy pants. But if you're not in the hood, if you're in a gated community in Florida, do as the Romans do.
See, that's very interesting. My parents, I was born in Nigeria. My mother is a Black
Mhm.
American. My father is a Nigerian.
Mhm.
And I lived in Nigeria until the age of 5, where when we move
Nice.
back to the States.
By the
But
way, I have a Nigerian friend. We're supposed to do a show later today. So I've never been to Nigeria, but you might want to tune in. There's a channel called Critical African Thinkers, and Charles Ekukutu, who is the kind of the proprietor of that show, is in. I think he might be in Lagos. I can't remember now, but anyway, you mentioned Nigeria. We have a Nigerian connection.
nice.
On Stanley versus the World.
No, but my parents, when when we're moving to the States,
Where was your mother from, by the way? Which part
Florida.
of the United States?
Also from Florida.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah. My parents met. They both went to an HBCU. That's where they met. So anyway, my parents gave me this talk. Like, America is a racist country. If
It is.
you can't do what you see these white people doing, because you will be judged.
I had that talk.
You can't be out here, drinking and driving, using drugs, skipping school. The punishments for breaking the rules will be applied more harshly to you. They grew up in a different time where they experienced more racism.
How old are your parents? Because my father's 81. My mother died over a year ago, and she was 80 or 81. So did your parents grow up during Jim Crow? I know your father didn't.
My father he's in his 70s. My mother's in her 60s. So
okay. Well, she's my age then. I'm 60. So unless she's much over 60, she didn't. I don't think she's going to remember that much about Jim Crow.
No, but
she grew up in Florida. Now, Georgia and Florida, South Carolina, Alabama, maybe, Mississippi, definitely. Louisiana, the deeper South. It was slower to change. So your mother, I kind of understand your mother's mindset. I can identify with that because, I graduated in 83 high school. So, the N word was thrown around in my high school, by white people. Usually, boys are cruel. I went to an all boys Catholic military school. So boys are cruel, teenagers are cruel, but I might understand your mother's mindset. However, my son is 18, so he's quite a bit younger than you are, and I'm more or less in your mother's age cohort.
But
I never gave my son that talk.
You didn't tell him.
I think she was right, but I think times have changed.
Well, what they were doing, they were preparing me for the time frame that they lived in. They experienced
Absolutely.
more negative racial profiling than I grew up with. So they were preparing me for a much harsher environment. Thankfully, I didn't experience much racism.
Right. Now, let me ask you a question, because I get where you're going with this. The other weird thing about you having kids, you don't have to repeat the same mistakes or be as hyperbolic. Times have changed. You in your 30s know this. So you don't do the same thing. Don't raise your kids the way you were raised, because you don't have to.
Well, no, but I think racism is like, there's never going to be a time where there is no racism.
In America, I hope there will be, but not in the foreseeable future. I agree.
I think as long as people prefer their biological relatives to complete strangers, there will always be an element of my group is better than your group. Racism.
And I disagree as to the severity.
Well,
and the reason I disagree is I married into a white family. So I know it can be. And oddly enough, in this John Galt anti-black space, not so much Sean's space, because I actually recently started, maybe in the last month, started watching Sean Bracey's show. And there's some problems, I haven't come up on a panel yet and not sure I will, but there's some, not Sean himself, but there are some problematic black folks who come up on his panel.
Yep.
And I'm on a very anti-black far right Trump voter channel, and I'm center left. I would have just as many problems confronting some folks on Sean's channel. Though Sean Bracey, in and of himself, he seems like a pretty solid thinker.
I don't know. He's very progressive leftist.
You're right. Well, I'm not as progressive as he is, but I'm also older.
Right.
You tend to become less progressive as you get older.
Right.
But here's the deal. You're still young. You will learn. And I don't mean that in like, hey, you're a foolish young man. There are things you learn. If you know that you don't necessarily have to give your kids exactly the same talk you got. Now, Florida, I'm going to be honest. I think Georgia is way better than Florida, mainly because of our governors. Kemp is a Republican. He is conservative, but he's not Ron DeSantis crazy.
Understood.
However, I don't think DeSantis is Trump crazy. So, there is some leeway there.
But you mentioned you married into a white family. So that means
I'm sorry, what?
You mentioned that you married into a white family, so your children are biracial?
Well, my child, I've only had one.
Okay. So this is very interesting. Are biracials, do they experience the same things that black people experience, or is there a separate biracial experience?
You know what? I have no idea. I never asked him.
Okay. So
this child will be 19 next month. And people in this John Galt space, I don't know how familiar you are with it. I've never talked. Excuse me. I've never talked politics with him. I have told him, because he was born in Virginia. We lived there for years. Moved back to Georgia. Kind of long after his mother died. So it's been me and him. I'm a single father. Widowed father, all that stuff. So I basically raised him to think. And that's really the only criteria that I insisted upon. He knows about race, because I have had some talks with him, but not the talk. Like, you have to be scared of cops and all that stuff.
Right.
You don't necessarily have to be. And the reason being is my father is a long retired cop. So I don't have a fear of cops. You just have to not do anything to threaten them or, make them feel that they're threatened. Might have to say, yes, sir, more than you want to say, just to make sure they don't get jumpy. But I don't think that's necessarily a punishment. It's understanding what America is.
You don't think that it's like a second-class citizenship experience?
No.
Where the police are going to be harsher with you if you have any infractions of the law. You don't see that as a cross you have to bear, or some kind of extra punishment that you have that's on your shoulder.
Well, I'm not saying it doesn't exist. When it exists, see, here's the whole thing. Don't anticipate it. In this case, assume you're equal until you're proven not to be equal.
Understood. Yeah, that makes sense.
Okay, don't go in. Now, usually you plan for the worst. Hold it. You expect the best, but plan for the worst. I'm saying almost the opposite, and it's counterintuitive. Plan for the best. And then And then if the worst happens, you have legal recourse.
Okay, one question for
Okay,
you.
you treat that officer because he has the gun and you don't. He literally, or she, has the power of life and death. Whether you agree with it or not, the one thing is that he has the gun. Don't care about race, don't care about all that bullshit. This becomes a matter of survival.
Right, but one
If
one
you want
question.
if you want to reduce it to that, I don't think it has to be that stark, but if you must be that way, if saying yes sir or yes ma'am means you survive the experience and you can deal with any problems that the cop or the system may present, you need to survive it to sue it.
Yeah, my parents taught me the exact same thing. What you're saying
Right.
must.
So, but the thing is no, I was not as stark, and I had that same talk, but I'm 60. I had that same talk like back in the 70s or the early 80s that you can't do what white people do and get away with it. I agree
Right.
with that 100%, even in 2025. That's obvious.
The question I have for you
Okay.
is,
There can be no black version of Elon Musk in
oh,
America.
but this is precisely my question. Will there ever be a post-racial society? Is racism something that will?
Not within your lifetime, maybe even your kid's lifetime.
Okay, but will racism always exist the same way that stupidity will always exist? There will always be a segment.
Stupidity, well, racism is a form of stupidity.
Right, but my question is
Well,
this:
I'm sorry, racist behavior and racism is the result of stupidity, but racist behavior, when people say that everybody's a racist, I think they're sometimes kind of hyperbolic about that. However, if you accept the premise that being a racist is stupid, being a racist behavior, racism is a form of stupidity, then no. If stupidity never leaves, racism is one of the forms. Probably not would be my answer.
But okay, for me, racism, classism, nepotism, nationalism are all expressions of tribalism, and human beings are tribal creatures. So I'm was born in Nigeria. I'm Igbo. My wife is
Hold on one sec, Shredder. Um, I understand you want to be cool and all that. Don't do that in my chat again.
Oh,
Now, listen, look at this motherfucker.
what did he say?
How is that respectful of anyone's chat? Be Brave just went live if anyone wants to listen to something interesting. Ultimately
Oh, shit.
disrespectful. I'll ban your motherfucking ass and get away with it, Shredder, if you want to do this bullshit. Okay, you better motherfucking don't ever do this again, Shredder. And I will talk to Portia about this bullshit because my instinct is to just outright ban your ass.
I think you should, Stanley. That's very
Nope.
disrespectful.
You know what? If it's gonna happen, I want someone who knows him to do it. It's bullshit, Shredder. I don't appreciate it.
Yeah,
motherfucker. You know what, Richard? The only thing I want is him not to ever do this bullshit again. I will give a dumbass one chance to not be a dumbass again. So anyway, I'm sorry. I let this idiot fucking. Well, if your reaction is ha ha ha, well, I have an answer to that. Not apology. Ha ha ha. Let Portia sort it out. And Virgo, you'll have to be my witness on this. That's bullshit.
I will be. I don't like Shredder anyway.
Well, I actually like Shredder. I'm just not going to put up with that level of disrespect. So,
Hmm.
Richard, say hi to Shredder over in B Braves chat. So, I'm sorry, I got so derailed by that. And
Okay.
this is kind of what I mean. Stupidity,
Hmm.
it can only be timed out because somebody's going to excuse that stupidity. So,
The
I'm
point.
sorry, y'all have I've got an old man's brain. What I'm saying
Mm.
is that don't overthink. We know America's a racist country. What we need to do is outthink it.
No, but my.
Don't put yourself,
Mhm.
if saying yes, sir, to a cop means you live another day to sue the cop, I say live and sue the cop.
So
But
is
not all cops are your enemies either.
Of course not. Of course not. I I like the police. I think they reduce crime.
Well, let's not go that far.
Well,
let's just say, hey, I like individual cops. You know what? Cops are cool, but not all cops are cool.
but let me
The
ask you.
fact that you are a cop does not make you cool. And by the way, Virgo, you're always my co-pilot. I haven't said hello enough, but you know how I feel about
Hey Stanley, how you doing?
you. Hey,
Hmm. No, but I was going to ask you. Do you think that your interactions with police differ from that of if you were from white people? So if you were white, do you think your interaction with police would be any different? Go ahead.
no.
So if
And
that's
I mean, yeah, that might be a little bit too presumptuous, but for my purposes of answering your question, no. Now, let me also tell you something. My son is biracial. He is 19. He is in a major city. The motherfucker's in the middle of he's I don't even remember what part. Um he's literally in the middle of Atlanta. Now,
mm,
the one thing that I did tell him about the cops is you want to do everything not to even have contact with them. The more
exactly.
times, the more, but this goes for white people or any other group. The more times you interact with a cop, the more risk you take. And the reason being is generally, unless you break a law or they suspect you of it, you won't. If you're on on an interstate, don't be doing 100 in a 70-mile-an-hour zone. You increase your chances of contact with, state cops.
But do black people enjoy the same presumption of innocence that, let's say, a white person enjoys?
Okay, but that's the same. The same thing applies. If you are a white person, don't, you know, decrease the number of times you have to interact with the cops. White people get killed too, and I'm not taking that John McWhorter, Tony Timpa bullshit. I'm just saying when I said earlier, when America catches a cold, black people get the flu. It applies here.
Right.
White people are in danger. It's just black people might be more in danger, but you're both in danger.
Okay.
Don't
Project.
break laws.
Mhm.
Don't break laws if you don't have to, would really be the bigger point.
I completely agree with that. But does a future in America exist where
Yes.
there is no racism?
Yeah,
Or is this a utopian vision?
not in I can't predict the future. I would say no if you're forcing me to predict. And at a minimum, it won't be within your grandkids' lifetime. However, racism is not the brick wall it was back in, the antebellum South.
Agreed. 100% agreed.
Okay,
Yeah.
so why obsess about it?
I'm not
If
obsessing
you
about
can if you can overcome it, then why obsess about it? And
nobody.
here,
Yes.
let me give you a good example. And these motherfuckers in the chat are going to say, "Oh, that Stanley's crowing again." I didn't. I did. My son got into a major U.S. university, and not just because it's a D1 sports team. The motherfucker academically got into it. Didn't get an athletic scholarship. He got academics.
Respect.
Shit. I didn't know money after college because I scholarshiped my way through it. Not to the level my son did, but you know what? I know it can be done. Bottom line is that I didn't raise him to be a black to go to Georgia Tech. I raised him to be a motherfucking Georgia Tech student.
Excellent. That's
Okay.
fantastic.
There was no, oh, hey, if you make 1,200 on your SAT and then you check the black box, you might get in. Motherfucker, I raised him to dominate. Like, let's not pretend. Let's not. My thing was put your work in ahead of time. Don't wait till the last minute and hope you get in. You motherfucking dominate. Okay. And I would not accept a C in high school because I knew he could do better. Now, my lament is his first B in fucking math was made at Georgia Tech. But I also know he wasn't working hard. My son does not make B's in math. He never has. And you know what? Oh, well. However, he did make a C, which he knew. It's a weird thing. We don't make C's. B's are failures. Well, B's are passing. A is excellent. C is failure. That's how I raised him. It had nothing to do with the color of his skin or his heritage.
It's very similar. My parents raised me to be, to exist in a hostile environment, and it really
I didn't. Now hold on. I didn't raise him. I just told him the environment is not always going to be your friend. Okay, but don't assume it's hostile. Sometimes when I understand what you're saying. I understand your mother because she's in my age range, so I understand her totally. But she did not raise you. Well, you know where your parents may have gone wrong. Shit.
I think they did
I used to get spankings as a child.
Me too.
The last time I put my hand on my son's butt, he was wearing a diaper, so it was more a swat, like, hey, you need to pay attention. Literally, he was 2 years old. So he will be 19. So I haven't put my hand on my son in a punitive way in 17 years.
Oh, no, I got whipped
Didn't
up.
need to. He had the talent of listening, and I had the talent of never talking to him like he's a kid and can't understand shit.
But let me ask you a question. If you're preparing your children for a journey in a hostile environment,
I'm preparing them for life, not necessarily a journey. Let's not
a journey, but
mythologize.
You're preparing your children to exist in a world where you're not there. Isn't it a good idea to prepare them for an environment that is not going to, things aren't going to go their way?
It doesn't stand to reason.
It doesn't stand to reason. So
I'm not there does not necessarily change the world. The world is going to be the world long after I'm gone. The two questions you asked are not, in my mind, related.
Do we live in a safe world?
The world today, if I die tomorrow, it's going to be the same environment.
Right, but is the world a safe place? Is it a fair place for
the
your children?
world is not fair. The world is not safe. Now, what
are
you do
doing
as
them
a
a
human
disservice?
being, because we tend to be fairly smart, you try and make it fair, through laws or, democratic norms or whatever. You try and make it safe by not fucking doing 100 in a 70-mile-an-hour zone and getting stopped by the cops, a cop who gets jittery, at a traffic stop with an itchy trigger finger. You try to make the world safer, but inherently, the world is not safe.
But let me
Inherently, life is not fair. You have to try and kind of smooth the curves, make them straight.
Okay, but let's say the journey of life is like climbing Mount Everest. Are you going to dress your children in shorts and t-shirt, or are you going to have them?
Life is not like climbing Mount Everest. Pick a better analogy.
Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry. I said analogy. It's a simile you made. Make a better simile.
What have you? Okay, let's say the environment is cold, right? Let's say the environment is not it's not a warm environment. It's a cold environment. Are you going to dress your kids up with thoughts and ideas for a warm environment when they're actually going to encounter a cold environment?
One of the things that people don't seem to comprehend is I don't think all questions are good questions. So bear that in mind.
Okay. So that's not a good question. I'm trying to figure out a way
No, you're just asking the questions you asked earlier in a different way. No, not all good questions. That's the other thing I taught my son. Don't ask me dumb questions. I'm not one of these there is no bad question sort of guy.
Got it. Okay, so if there's a lot of children falling by the wayside who were given bad advice by their parents, should we just walk over them? All these drug addicts, all these kids who are school to prison pipeline, all these, baby daddies, step daddies, are they just bumps in the road that we should just, take the path no matter what happens, just look out for your family and just keep it moving?
Well, I kind of hate to answer a question with a question. So but I will have a question. My answer is yes, we should. If we can't directly help them, you can't do anything about it, move on. So the answer is yes, leave them by the wayside. Now, my question to you is, how can one single individual address the magnitude of this problem? It's a government level problem, not something that an individual can address. And you know what? I'm not going to pretend to be St. Francis or the Pope. No, I have a child to raise. I have a life to live. If you have a family to raise, I'm not going to take away from my family. If I can help an individual, child or something like that I come across in my personal life, absolutely I'll help. But you know what? If there is a homeless problem or a baby daddy problem or anything like that, that's what institutions are for. We are a republic. We have institutions that we vote for that are supposed to address our concerns. And the problem is if the majority is not concerned with baby daddy problems in the Black community, then what are we going to do? We complain about it, we do shows about it, etc., but all we can do is protest.
Right. But is there a unified Black community in America?
No, the answer is no. Don't even need to elaborate on it. I've literally gone on for several shows about there is no unified Black community. There are communities, but a coast to coast national leader, we need a Black leader to speak for all of us. No, there really hasn't been in decades.
Right. I would say since desegregation, since the 1960s, I think that Jim Crow kind of forced everybody into the same community, but as soon as that was lifted, it fractured
Well, that's
almost.
even, I agree with you in large part, but the Great Migration kind of, made some permutations to that. I also think that the Great Migration is something no one ever talks about. That's where the problems with Black family life started. I think people like Thomas Sowell are just really not good historians. They want to think that the Black family breakup started with welfare. I argue it started with during the Great Migration.
Very interesting. Very interesting. Now, do you
I've read a couple books in my life.
do you perceive any class differences in Black people?
Absolutely. Go back and read E. Franklin Frazier, who just recently completed. He talks about that.
Mm.
Black
So-
bourgeoisie is it's either black. Oh, shit, I'd have to look it up. I think it's black bourgeoisie or black bourgeois. I can't remember. But he talks about the class differences, how they came about in the Black community. He wrote that book in the 50s. So there's literature on it.
Are there Black underclass, these poor people who live in inner
Most
cities?
Black people are not working poor.
No.
At blackdemographics.com.
Of course, most people are middle class.
You can answer that question for yourself.
Right, but I'm asking specifically about a subset of Black people who are living, in large cities on government assistance. Who have dysfunctional families.
So you're saying everybody in the hood lives on government assistance?
I'm talking only about. Let's say you have.
Okay, let's bring me hard data.
Okay,
I don't want to talk to a Black version of Be Brave.
That's not what I'm saying at all.
No. You need to understand. You need to understand what I'm saying.
Okay.
Let's say will only go so far with me.
Okay, but you agree that there are class differences in the Black community. Can we agree on that?
Well, yes, but my question to you, do you think that's unique to the Black community? And
Not at all.
We just said there was no coast to coast Black community. So even your question is problematic.
Okay.
It's inconsistent
with
something we just talked about before you asked the question.
Okay, even in my
I'm looking for, sir,
Florida,
what I'm looking for is logical, sir. I'm looking for logical consistency in these questions, and you don't seem to possess it.
If you allow me to speak for 10 seconds,
I don't care about allowing you to speak. That's not my show. Makes sense. I literally told you there are bad questions. If you ask me about class in the Black community, yes, there is. However, I thought we agreed that there really is no Black community. There are communities.
Right. And I was
say conceptual Black community if you want to, just speak hypothetically, not like it actually exists.
Okay, but let me ask you this question. The class differences in this hypothetical Black community, are there people in a Black underclass, and what are their characteristics?
Don't really care about that question.
Care about that question?
You know what? If you want to call them an underclass, that's fine. Let me ask you a question just to contextualize your very bad question, by the way.
Okay.
There are bad behaviors in underclasses regardless.
No doubt.
Of race. Okay, then why are you honing in on the Black community? Are you anti-Black?
Of course not. I'm Black.
Because this is what happens all the time. We want to talk about a Black underclass, racialize the whole point of class. That doesn't always work with people who can think through that very anti-Black context.
Okay, let me take it away from Black America. I'm Igbo.
Well, good for you.
Okay,
Let's start talking that way.
okay, fine. Let's take it off of Black America. Let's talk about Nigeria for a second. There is income
Well, I don't
inequality.
know that much about Nigeria, so you are
Okay.
at an advantage.
All right, there's income inequality in Nigeria.
Mhm.
That is to say that there is
Now, wait, hold it. Before we go there, are Nigerians black?
yes, they're black.
Oh, you know what? I've talked to so many Nigerians who didn't realize Chimamanda.
Chimamanda Adichie, she's Igbo. Yeah.
Yeah, I can never get her whole name right. She didn't realize she was black until she came to America. Have you ever
Okay.
read her?
Yeah.
Have you ever read her?
Of course, I've read all her books.
Okay, well, she didn't know. So
point.
she didn't
You're
know she was
misunderstanding her
black
point
until
there.
she did not know. The reason I asked the question is not all Nigerians think they're black. They think
No,
they're
that's not true. That's not true at all.
okay. Well, you've been there. When's the last time you were there, by the way?
December.
Okay. Well, I have to defer to your expertise.
All right, but when Chimamanda Adichie says that she didn't realize that she was black, what is she saying is that okay, Nigeria is an environment where 99% of the people are black. So there's a difference in an environment where everybody's black, where you're in a black majority, to where you're being in a black minority. In America, blacks are the minority group, something like 14% of the population, versus 99% of the population. So,
well, let me ask you a question. Is
from a
it
black
like white?
majority?
Hold on one sec.
Uh-huh.
Is it like white people in America don't have to think about whether they're white because they're the majority? Is that
Yeah,
the same
it's like that, and
Nigeria in reverse?
it's exactly like that, and there's also no negative connotations attached to being black in Nigeria, but there are negative connotations in America. This is why my
Do
parents
you
had
know why there are negative connotations?
the specific history of slavery, Jim Crow, one drop rule, Willie Lynch. This is an
Okay, so
environment.
what's your point overall?
Okay, but
That Nigeria is not America and vice versa?
No, you talked about. She said that she's not black. There's different.
Oh,
okay.
no. She said she didn't realize she was black until she got to America. Now, the thing is, I read it as an American. I'm going to defer to your expertise. So if I misunderstood her point, then you'll have to just win that argument.
But the point is this: there's a difference in black consciousness. So in America, black consciousness is a result of the specific environment that black people were experienced here in America. That included slavery, Jim Crow.
Okay, dude, you don't need to remind me. I've read Du Bois.
Okay, but and also a history of enslavement is a different experience in the history of colonization. So in Nigeria,
that is true. However, you're pretty much right, but there are a lot of commonalities as well. Think of Congo.
I'm talking about Nigeria here.
I know
this.
You're talking about Nigeria,
Mm-hmm.
but I'm going to do what a lot of people do. And well, basically what I'm saying is you don't have to explain the basics to me.
Okay.
I know them. So let's get to your point.
A lot of black people miss this point. So when you're colonized,
most black people, and I'm going to go out on a limb, most I talk to in these anti-black spaces miss that point.
Right. So when you're colonized, you still retain your ethnic identity. So we were colonized in Nigeria. That's a fact, but we still retained our ethnic identity and our history. But the experience of enslavement is an experience of being forcibly assimilated into somebody else's society, and also being put into like a caste system where you are toward the bottom. You see what I'm saying? That's two different experiences. Colonization was dehumanizing as well. Don't get me wrong.
Right. Whoa. I'm not comparing the two.
I'm just saying
I never have.
Okay, but
well, wait. I mean, I understand you're bringing it up, but to what end? I'm not one. I'm not. To be honest, I don't even compare the two because I literally am a domestic policy guy.
Mhm.
I'm not like I know Nigerians. If I ever
Right.
have a question about Nigeria, but this whole, African immigrant versus FBA thing, I
I'm
don't
not
do that.
interested in that. I'm
Well,
not.
no. I just need to kind of define where I come from.
Mhm.
Yeah, I don't ever compare colonialism to American slavery. They're not the same animal.
They're not. But the only reason why I bring it up is because it produces a different consciousness. So
Okay,
it,
I could see that point.
right. So when you're in an environment where everybody's black, being black is not the primary this thing that distinguishes you from other people. It
Right.
becomes your ethnic group, the language you speak, your religion. But in
Mhm.
America, where you're the racial minority group, your entire essence is summed up in your racial category. So
Okay,
when
well, let me kind of deal with that very good point. We've
Mhm.
had 400 years to deal with it. I think we should have outgrown that. To me, it's immature. If you don't recognize that a black man from Savannah, Georgia, who grew up in Savannah, Georgia, is going to be somewhat different, there will be commonalities, different from a black man same age who grew up in LA. If you
Mhm.
think that skin folks are kin folks, then you're not facing the reality. So I
Mhm.
understand your point, and it's a valid point, but we've been a minority in this country forever. You would
Right.
think there's some things you would outgrow as
Right.
a community if we have to use that concept.
Right. But this is something that's also experienced by other blacks in the diaspora, blacks in Canada, and
Oh,
blacks in
okay. I don't care about blacks in Canada.
okay.
I'm
But
not I'm not a pan-Africanist by
no,
any means.
no,
So
okay.
I don't care. I
Me
I
neither.
mean, more than I have to. I've never had the black Canadian experience, though I do know a couple, Somalis in the
Right.
Toronto area. Like I grew up, we got Samuel Guru, who grew up, his family has like deep roots in Vermont. Very different thinking, that he's also younger, but very different thinking from a family that grew up in the deep south.
Okay. One point.
There are some commonalities
Mhm.
heritage wise, but we think totally different.
Exactly right. I think that's primarily to do with
But
this.
that's ethnicity almost.
Well, it's also to do with, are you the majority or the minority group? If you're the
If
majority
you
group, you have
must
a
if you must think of it in that way, I can't dispute that.
okay. But there's also another important element here. The different tribes in Africa are actually different kingdoms with different religions, different customs, different languages, different
And your
cultures.
point would be what? Pointing out the
So
obvious?
well, no, but it's not obvious because
No, it is obvious if you
well, it's
know
obvious
anything
to
about,
people who
if you
know.
know anything or ever read about Africa, you would
Right.
know this.
But people in
So
America
to me, it's
describe
obvious. You're pointing out the obvious.
okay, I don't mean to be redundant, but there's people who think that Africans are one unique, undifferentiated mass of people. They divide the world into Black Americans and Africans were just one group where there are so many differences. Even in Nigeria,
Yeah, the
there's
50, what is it, 52 or 54 countries in
54
Nigeria?
countries in Africa and like 3,000 different tribes
Okay,
between.
and your point would be what?
Okay, so when you said that Chimamanda,
Or is this just a venting? Talk to the audience if that is what you want to do. I don't have a
it's not a
problem with
venting.
that.
Okay, I'm trying to. You mentioned that Chimamanda Adichie said that she did not know
Right. I'm
what.
sorry I mentioned her. I wanted to me as a Black American, that
Right.
point meant maybe more than it would to someone who has Nigerian roots.
Okay, but
I
when
grew up as a minority. So
right,
what she said might have more impact on me than it would you. And that's
right,
okay.
but I understand exactly what she means. To be Igbo, is to be Christian, and it's
Mhm.
to have a specific ethnic heritage
Right.
in the context of being a racial majority group in Nigeria. But to go from that
No,
to
racial or ethnic.
racial.
Now you're confusing me.
Okay, I don't mean to be confusing. So, okay, if you go from being racial minority to being a racial minority group, that is a difference that you experience. Like,
Okay, race and ethnicity are different. They
right?
can intersect, but they're different. So is there I thought it was more tribal in Nigeria.
It is. It is more tribal. It is
Okay,
more tribal.
so where does race play? Where does race come in
Okay, so
Nigeria?
when you get off the plane in Mohammed Motorola Airport and
Mhm.
you walk down to collect your bags, everybody is black.
Mhm.
But when you get off the plane at JFK and come down to collect your bags, less than 20% of the people are black.
Right.
Do you understand that? Like, you are entering a different world,
Well,
racially.
that's obvious.
Okay, so you have to understand that you experience the world differently based on whether or not you're surrounded by black people or you're surrounded by white people. That's all I'm saying. It's probably redundant and it's probably obvious to most
Well,
people.
no, it's the term would be self-evident.
Okay, but people seem to not understand this. So this whole diaspora war is basically a difference in black consciousness from people on the continent where more people are black and people in the diaspora where most people are white.
I
All of the
agree.
misunderstandings that
I
happen
agree.
are due to this one variable, but people miss it.
Well, hold on, and I totally agree. There's nothing I disagree with. However, I'd say like in the last week or two, I had. Do you know who Gway is? Have
Yeah,
you ever
she's from
been on CT
Liberia.
show?
She's from Liberia, I believe, if I'm not
Right,
mistaken.
right. Um, and then I've also, had dealings with Afrodamus.
Yeah,
One of their things is not so much what you state. Hey, I went from an all black, place to, where blacks are in a minority. Their differentiation and probably part of why there is this sort of diaspora war is my relatives weren't slaves. That's literally their rhetoric. So those are fighting words. And you know what? You might be missing part. You might be missing part of this animosity, the source of the animosity. When you come at someone and one of your things is my relatives weren't slaves, my relatives were kings, they sold your relatives.
that
That's not going to win friends and influence
yeah,
African Americans, at least.
that is 100% true.
Okay,
But
so
okay,
that has nothing to do with this,
but let me.
minority in a
Okay,
white community or many black people. It's literally very specific. It is literally a toxic in intentioned um, um, difference they're trying to make.
I've heard
They're
that.
not going to win friends. If there's a reason for a quote war, it's because of people like Gway, who I love. I love Gway, by the way. I think she's great. But when she gets mad, she gets like she goes from 0 to 100. There's no 50 miles an hour with Gway.
She's an
And
honorable.
Afrodamus is just fucking toxic.
Okay, he is like the African equivalent of Tariq Nasheed, I would say.
You know what? I don't hold Tariq Nasheed or Umar or any of those guys in high regard.
Okay, but regarding slavery, okay, I'm Igbo, so the Igbos
Okay,
were.
my only point about slavery is
Mhm.
that you are an immigrant that comes to a country that had African slavery.
Right.
You're not going to win friends pointing it out that your relatives sold my relatives into slavery.
But
Besides
I
being
don't agree with that narrative.
imbecilic,
I don't
because
agree with that narrative.
I have no clue what part of Africa my my African forebears came from. It is pure malice.
But you're missing a key point here. There are no tribes of FBAs in Africa. So
Okay, and you're missing the key point in that you don't win friends by pointing out bullshit. Okay, I don't give a fuck about FBAs. What I do care about is talking to people who can think past their toxicities.
right.
Okay, and
But
when you wanna do an FBA as a tribe versus, you know what? To me, it tells me you're unserious.
no. But I'm making another
No,
point.
no, me. Okay,
You're
I,
misunderstanding
I'm
what
I
I'm saying.
don't care about numbers. I'm not Sean Bracey. I don't entertain fools. I don't suffer fools gladly because I don't have to.
Right, but I'm making another point entirely. Igbos were a source of slaves that were put onto those slave
Don't
ships.
care about it. Why are you look?
You brought up
I only brought
you
it
brought
up
up
to
slavery.
point
That's what
out.
I'm
I
saying.
only brought it up to point out the toxicity
And I'm
that
pointing out that my
some
people were part
motherfucker.
of the
You will
slaves.
let me finish my point, please.
Okay, go ahead.
I only brought it up to point out that it's not so much a different level of consciousness about race growing up in Africa versus growing up in America. It's intentional with people like Gway, who I love, by the way. And you know what? She just gets mad, and I just have to deal with it. Or Aphrodamus, who is all toxicity and has no brain. Okay, this isn't I grew up one place and you grew up another. That sort of logic, that sort of comment about slavery is pure malice.
It's not malice.
It cannot be justified.
It
And
can be.
I'm not interested in
Not interested
whataboutism
in
or
different
saying but.
of you. I get it. But for
Okay,
African
you know what? You can have your thoughts about me. Don't care if you do.
I'm just pointing out that for most Africans, slavery is a bland fact of history.
I don't give a fuck about what Africans think about slavery. They're not descendants of slaves, as they so rightly and maliciously point out.
Right.
I literally don't want to talk about it if I have to be
okay.
blunt.
You brought it up.
The African perspective on
You brought it up.
slavery is not of interest.
So why did you bring up slavery if you don't want to talk about slavery?
Okay, I literally, motherfucker, look, I just said I don't suffer fools gladly. Don't be a fool, because this show can end and I can go about my day. Laugh if you must, but I'm dead serious. I brought up slavery as a counterpoint to, hey, the problem between African immigrants and FBAs, or people who are like a minority in America. I'm saying it's not just a different. It's not just a difference of perspective.
It is actually.
It is how the perspective is presented.
So it's about how the words make you feel. It's about your
No,
feelings.
it's about how the words are chosen and presented. The feelings are almost, of course, words will make you feel one way or another.
Right.
I'm basically saying people who don't choose their words carefully, or choose them carefully in order to wound and heighten animosity, don't interest me.
Okay, understood and well said. But I
do not go on with the point, because it ends here. I've said what I said. If your intent is to wound with words, you know what? If that's the war you want, if that is the war you want to fight, do it with someone who wants to fight back. I literally don't care what Africans think about slavery. They didn't go through it.
But
And consequently, I almost never talk about what goes on in Africa because I only hear it through the news and
Right.
don't think deeply about it because I care about American domestic policy. I would never go and talk about Nigerian politics because I literally don't know it.
Don't know, don't care, and I get it. But
And I don't care. If I
I'm just trying to
cared,
describe
I
to
would
you.
know it.
Okay,
If I cared, I would know it.
Right. That's that. What's the word?
So
There's a word.
when are we moving on from this? I know you want to talk about FBAs.
I don't want to talk about FBAs. I want to talk about. I am a descendant of chattel slavery through my mother. I trace my lineage.
Yep.
I trace my lineage.
understand.
I
So
trace
you
my
might have a dual perspective. I understand
to
that.
chattel slavery. Like my grandmother, we did her, her genealogy, and she came from her people came from a specific plantation in Raleigh, North Carolina, in the Midway Plantation. So I am a descendant of American chattel slavery on one side of my family, and I'm very sensitive to this topic of slavery. Nothing I'm saying is to in any way discount the suffering and of our ancestors who were enslaved in this country. So I don't want you to think that anything I'm saying is being provocative. So if I did come off as flippant,
Believe me, if I did, you'll know.
okay. So I just want to make it clear I'm
not famous for being subtle with. If I think you're a fool, I'm not going to hold that back.
Understood. But I have a vantage point that I could see both sides of the equation, and I think there's some things that are missed. I think there's a main character syndrome that Africans suffer from and that Black Americans suffer from. That's
Now let me ask you a question. Do you think
Yeah.
I'm interested in that back and forth when I literally just said some people are, I don't happen to be one of them. I'm really a domestic policy guy. Do you
All right.
really think I'm interested in what you're about to say? No, it's a serious question. I literally just said I'm a domestic policy guy.
Right.
I'm not that interested in this back and forth between Africans and FBAs. So why are you continuing this?
Yeah, you're a very interesting character. You're like
I tend to be, but you're avoiding my question. Why do you think if I say I'm not interested in it, this needs to go on?
Okay, I'm just saying you have main character syndrome and you like echo chambers.
You know what? It is my show. It's literally
right.
called Stanley versus the World.
I'll let you have it.
What were you expecting? Would be my question. Oh well. Well, that ended that. And for the folks, let's see. I haven't been looking at the chat. The White John Gall, almost like one can predict the exact moment when he cuts others off. You know what? Yep, I cut people off, and fuck you if you have a problem with it. I literally cut people off because I know where they're going. A lot of people are predictable, especially if they are White John Galt. We know where you're going, White John Galt. We know you'll be offended when you. Here is my thought on the topic. Dumb people want to express their dumb thoughts and feel oppressed when they can't get their dumb thoughts out. If that is suffering, then let them eat cake. I don't have to put up with the stupidity. Scroll up, Stanley, for what? Phoenix Fish, I'm glad you thought he had an interesting perspective. It would be nice to hear him complete a thought. Interesting to whom? Phoenix Fish, if it was that interesting, how about hit the fucking link and develop what you think is interesting? Obviously, I didn't think it was interesting. Maybe folks don't understand how this works. If you think something is interesting, and you want to develop the thought, hit the link and come up and help me develop whatever it is you're interested in. I didn't find much of what he said compelling. I found it obvious, self evident, and nothing new. Let's see. To feed his overly inflated sense of self, the problem is that he lacks self awareness. Oh, I actually have more self awareness than than you might think, John Galt. I know I'm an asshole, and I enforce it every day. If you're not interesting me, or you're taking a conversation where I'm not interested in it to go to, yep, I'm self aware enough to know that I can steer it back to something that interests me. If you can't deal with a free Negro, to piss some people off with that term, oh well. Oh, no, no, no. Phoenix Fish, I don't think he's dumb. I think he's immature. And he hasn't gone up. And, you know, if he wants to come up here and sharpen his rhetorical sword, great. Okay. But I'm not going to talk about stuff that either A, I'm not interested in, or B, is self evident. We don't need to talk about the sky being blue. We can all see it's blue. What's up, Sagat? How you doing? I'm being my usual self and getting the usual beating for being myself. The sky isn't blue at night. I'm not sure. I'm not sure if that's a good point or not. I'm not sure how that's relevant, to be honest. Oh, well, I think that's a good point, Samuel, except the sky would be blue if the sun was shining. Don't really get your point. I call police on Chenard. I'm like Charleston White. What? Charleston? You're a Charleston White fan? I'm surprised, Sagat. You were having an interesting conversation back and forth. I'm just saying, let the conversation flow. Phoenix Fish, if you were interested in it, I apologize. I just, what was interesting about the conversation? Just out of curiosity, Phoenix Fish. If you don't get the point, then that tells me all that I need to know. Samuel, there was no point. Tell me what the point was. To tell me what I already know? Samuel, sometimes I wonder about you. You seem to think, on one hand, you think race is boring, but on the other hand, when the thing gets racial, you are interested. The young man was not telling me anything I didn't know, and I assumed he wasn't saying anything new at all. If the statement or the premise is colonialism isn't like American slavery, isn't that fucking self-evident? I would imagine everybody knows that. Why does the point need to be developed? That's beating a dead horse. Really? Sagat, you know, you and I are kind of different that way, and I'm probably different than a lot of people. Uh, Almost, if you want to say it's kind of a feminine trait. If you turn me off, I have no use. Even if you make sense, if I think you're an asshole, they're better people to make the same point. I just don't like listening to assholes, even if they're making good points. Um, Samuel, the problem is people have died in the past for race. I think people still do die over, even if it's not directly race, a misunderstanding of race. This stuff can be serious, and it's not, unless Richard Pryor, is your standard, it's not always hilarious. All right. Well, we are almost at 7 hours. People die, yeah, and well, you know what? That sounds like a question I would ask. And people die, but I guess my question is: people die, yeah, and is it hilarious to you, Samuel Guru? Maybe that's how I should respond to that. So let's see. I'll drop the link one more time. If no one wants to come up and chastise and or talk, we can end it here. And the other thing that I am noticing, that you don't have to have a bit of fortitude to come up here. I'm not really that interested in beating dead horses, stating the obvious, or anything of that sort. It just gets boring. Well, hey, White John Galt, the reason I dropped the link is so you can hit it. Well, fortitude, patience can be fortitude. The two can intersect there, Samuel. I would almost say fortitude is patience. All right. Well, I guess self-awareness is important. White John Galt 2. I noticed there's a 2. Are you the junior White John Galt Jr. or the second? Are you the original White John Galt? Self-awareness is important. You know what? It is very important. And I argue that people who want to point out that self-awareness is important don't have self-awareness because they are pointing out the obvious. So, hey, Borgum Dingle, whatever, good name. Yep, you reap what you sow. As self-aware as I am, White John Galt too doesn't think I'm self-aware, but I am painfully aware that deservedly so. I would almost say luckily so. Hit the link if you want to debate. So anyway, I'm not going to belabor. There are still 21 people. Let's see. Is Be Brave live? We could tantalize ourselves. Be Brave is not live. Why is he not live? I apparently didn't give him stuff to talk about. That's a shame. That's a damn shame. Let's see. Yeah, you know what? If that is your take on it, Be Brave. I'm sorry, Samuel. If Be Brave is living rent free, I have yet to name a show after something Be Brave said. However, if you took the time to actually think through that bullshit point, My name appears often in Be Brave's titles to his shows. So who's living in whose brain would be my question. Maybe you ought to think better, son. Oh, is he? That's right. Laughing like Sagat is my bro, Shenard. What's whataboutism? I don't think you know the definition of whataboutism. Bottom line is, if you think Brave is living in my mind, you're entitled to your opinion. But if you actually were fact-based thinking, he doesn't live in my mind to the point to where I name shows after him. So you call it whataboutism. That's fair. 86. Who says 86? 86 self-awareness, all out of that here. Yeah, well, you said 86, so I know which state you live in. People down south don't say 86. Now this is interesting. Oops. If we had an objective social intelligence test, Stanley's score would get him. Oh, absolutely. I don't live for society. Never really have. Borgum Dingle. I love saying that name. It makes me laugh. It's called Marching to the Beat of Your Own Drum. Try it. It is liberating. Oh, wait. Be Brave skipping? Yeah, he's skipping to his loo, apparently. Time's a ticking. Well, let's see if I can find Be Brave show. I don't think I unsubscribed to it. Might have. Who knows? Nope. Be Brave is not showing up in my algorithm. And apparently he's not, if he's living in my mind, he's not living in my algorithm, which is interesting. Maybe he went to, did he change the name of his show? Well, anyway, I do have to go. It is almost 11 o'clock here. He has your name in the title. Well, Will, what is the, because I don't see his show. It must be a secret show. Oh, there it is. Stanley gets all philosophical about jaywalking law. Desperate much, fella. Yeah, that's absolutely stupid. Not worth my time. Philosophical about jaywalking. Oh, Brave. Oh, Brave. So anyway, I will be back 11 o'clock. I'm sorry, 11 o'clock. Probably around 3:45 or so tomorrow morning. Not sure. Probably won't be around on the weekend. Tomorrow morning, 3:45. Yeah. Niggas be skipping through Bray's mind. Yeah, and winning, as a matter of fact. So Sagat, good to see you. You oughta come through more. Everybody go over to Be Brave show. I'm sure it's interesting. So everyone hit the like on your way out. Everyone, please make sure, if you're new to the channel, subscribe to the John Galt Urban Landlord channel. Please subscribe to the Stanley Cross channel, Stanley Cross 6000. All the lives go there. Also, I do video essays occasionally. Laughing like Sagat, anytime you come through is good. I know you're a busy man. Let's see what else. That's it. Oh, make sure you support your host. It is getting close to the weekend. I could use a couple bucks for some Bud Light. Absolutely make sure you take care of our executive producer, Portia J. Her Cash App and, PayPal, Zelle is scrolling at the bottom. You got to make sure you reward her for bringing me to you. It was her bright idea to inflict me upon you. So reward her, or just give her $1,000 to take me away. Maybe she'll split it with me. So, you know what, King Shenard, the self-awareness for you comes in threes. There's King Shenard, there's the White John Galt 2, and there was the White John Galt. You have three self-conscious streams going through your brain. Now, I'm guessing someone might call that schizophrenia. How about take your three strands or your three identities, put it into one identity, and become one with a cogent thought? So, I will see you in the morning. Take it easy, y'all. Have a good day.
If you know somebody who drive a truck, I bet you he don't have a relationship with a lot lizard. All these truck drivers love these lot lizards. I promise. Lot lizard, come on baby, get inside the truck. Lot lizard, put your head down and ass up. Lot lizard, call me $40 just to fuck. Lot lizard, twerk, 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 twerk. And she at the truck stop, walking with her butt out, and she got her stomach out, and she only come out when the sun out. She's a lot lizard. She's a lot lizard. He can be your boyfriend, cousin, husband, daddy, brother. It don't even matter if he driving trucks all around the country and he making money. I bet you he fuck a lot lizard. Come on baby, get inside the truck. Lot lizard, put your head down and ass up. Lot lizard, call me $40 just to fuck. Lot lizard, twerk, 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 twerk. Twerk, 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 twerk. Twerk, 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 twerk. Lot lizard, twerk, twerk.